Prince, go ahead.
Who met with President Zelensky today already?
I don't know.
Your country.
Oh, is it Grant? Is he out there?
No, 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 no. It is somebody who is rather new to the secretary position.
It's not Cammy, is it?
It is David Cameron. Did you just say balls?
No, just okay. Okay, well, you know what? I hope good things come out of it. That's all I can say. Oh, I'm just seeing here. We have hosted David Cameron on his first visit to Ukraine as Foreign Secretary of the UK. Good meeting focused on weapons at frontline, protecting people and critical infrastructure. Well, that's kind of what we're doing anyway, isn't it? But there is something here which is interesting with regards to the UK. That the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine have said that development of the Ukrainian technological sector, as part of this, Ukraine and Great Britain will create a technological bridge, whatever that means. This will enable Ukrainian and British technological companies to exchange experience and implement larger scale projects together. That's what that means. So this is going to be called the UK-UA Tech Bridge. Ukrainian businesses, in particular small and medium-sized ones, will have opportunity to attract investment from the UK. So it's mainly a investment search for startups on a convenient platform. It joins projects with international partners, with grant programs and networking. And so they've announced the formation of this tech bridge. Plans have been set out to join the UK government's Department for Business and Trade and the Department for Digital Affairs, and they're building mutually beneficial partnerships with Great Britain for the future and the development of their technological businesses. Now, I'll be honest, I think the UK are getting a brilliant deal out of this because, by heck, they're very ingenious, the Ukrainian people, and I kind of feel as though we're going to benefit a lot from their knowledge and ingenuity in particular. So yeah, good for us. We're doing the right thing, and we're also getting a good deal. I'm quite sure. Now then, excuse me. I'm going to have to just 1 minute.
All right, that's fine. Not a problem at all. I'm wondering what kind of, yes, there was a nice video of that. And seeing David Cameron, it just wasn't quite what I was expecting to see this morning as I was looking through my feed. But, these things happen. And I'm sure that there is a good reason. I will say that that after hours, I mean hours from before I started co-hosting it almost 5 hours ago. So I started co-hosting 4.5 hours ago, a little over 4.5 hours ago. And there were air raids in Ukraine. And air raids slowly moved towards the west for all evening, the whole time. And they have just gone out. Let's see, at 9:22 a.m. is when the last one went out, 9:22 Kyiv time, and it is now 9:40 Kyiv time. So about 20 minutes ago was when the last air raid finally went out. We know that that there were a lot of drones. We know that there were some S-300s fired, and some of the damage we've heard about, but we are still waiting on others. There was a very interesting thing here. There was the UN. I'm just reading now. There was a UN resolution against Israel, I guess, and the UN did not pass this resolution condemning Hamas for the October 7th massacre that they inflicted upon Israel. And it blows my mind. Today, actually, I did read that the UN Security Council finally passed a resolution about this, but it is very weak and it doesn't say the right things. The United States and the UK declined. They abstained from the vote on that. So what UN doing is not quite making a lot of sense to me right now. There's obviously a lot of disagreement, I guess, is maybe the way to put it. And there's a lot of there are definitely things that make me think that people are not really seeing this very clearly, and it is something that really frustrates me. Good morning, Ghost of Mr. M. How are you?
Good morning, Prince, and good morning, Mockers. Well, I'm getting a little better. So I wanted to step in. You were talking about the UN resolution against Israel, that they should have more longer ceasefires in the Gaza.
That is what the Security Council resolution was about. And it was about having longer ceasefires so that humanitarian aid can be moved in. And I haven't really I saw it in passing. I didn't look at it very closely. Did you get some more information on that?
Yeah, well, it is true. They have accepted a resolution to say to Israel that they must have more and longer ceasefire in the Gaza. But on the other hand, I find a very, very corrupted institute like the United Safety Council trying to say to a country that is fully in his right in what they are doing right now, and that's Israel, going after Hamas in the Gaza, and they try to tell the Israelis that they must have longer ceasefires. Well, the Israelis' reaction is the right reaction, and they are fully in their right to not do so, because I wouldn't accept any resolution of such a highly corrupted institute like the Security Council, because they are worthless. They have done nothing. They have never done anything. So they should shame themselves, yeah, and they should have shut their mouth. That's what I think, and that's also what I think the Israeli thinks.
Well, yeah, it's hard. Go ahead, Mockers.
By the way, yeah, they haven't covered themselves in glory, have they? But let's put it that way. So
Yes,
yeah.
yes, totally. Well, just what you said, they aren't glorious, and I don't. It's a useless institute. That's my opinion. Eh? It's a useless institute.
Well,
They should stand behind Israel. They should say Israel has the full right to do so. Just one question. What about the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico going into America, going to kill a lot of people, murder them, rape them, burn babies? What would America do? Would they listen to one of those corrupted
I can
institutes?
tell you're giving up smoking, Ghost.
What?
I can tell you're giving up smoking.
Yeah,
It's spicy.
yeah. Sorry for that. I'm very curious about. Sorry, very curious about that kind of things because it's the logic isn't found anywhere. Just like I said, what would America do when the Sinaloa cartel decided to go in America and kill all the people, children? What would America do? I don't think America would even listen to anyone outside the country, and they would go after the Sinaloa cartel. And that is what Israel is doing right now. They have the full right.
Well, yeah, and no matter how propaganda tries to twist it, they remain in that position basically. And well, you know what's also remaining in position? Yeah, well, Russians on Zaporizhia front, because north of Verbove, the work of the enemy artillery, this is coming from a Russian source, has intensified, and they are pouring cassettes, which are cluster munitions, into our positions. Oh, that sounds like a bad morning, doesn't it? Oh dear. So yeah, they're listening to mixtapes today. Oh no, sorry, my bad. They're receiving cluster munitions, and they're not enjoying it. However, I am. So I hope you enjoy it with me. Put it that way. There's yeah, I'm seeing these continuous would you call it whining? Would you call it I don't know, cries for help?
Yeah, call it like that. It's whining, it's crying. Well, cry me a river.
Yes, indeed. There is indeed a lot going on. No matter what people say about a stalemate or whatever, there is well, what I would call quite an unstable front. Now, obviously, if Ukrainians get everything they need, they can smash through that unstable front. But if they can't, it's just going to keep wobbling around like it is for the moment. And yeah, that's why we need to put our finger on the scale and tip it just that bit harder. You know, imagine that you're up against an enemy that just keeps coming all the time. I mean, come on, a lot of us have played those games. And although they might be, entertaining at the time, this is not a game. This is real people being funneled into absolute meat grinder. And yeah, this positional war that Ukraine are currently stuck in is well, it's the result of fundamental things that we rely on that Ukraine doesn't have. Air support, but air superiority. So basically, we have imposed limitations on what we're willing to provide to Ukraine currently. And of course, this is providing a lot of constraint to them. Now, we already possess the weaponry and vehicles and everything to address all of the challenges that Ukraine are confronting. However, we haven't given it to them. And this is why we need to keep on pushing, because it's now or never. What are we waiting for? What are we really waiting for? Is there something that we're waiting for? I don't know. More people to die? It just seems like a stupid idea to me. Who would have known I was such a warmonger? I know I've been called that many times recently. But the point is, either we get this done or we faff about while people die. And that's really, something that bothers me a little bit. Don't like the faffing around. Now, Ukraine are doing amazing stuff. They're preventing Russian sources from conducting any sort of large-scale maneuvers. Crucially, they are attriting their artillery, which is what they fight with, basically. But it's all dependent on whether or not we supply enough, at enough scale, for them to tip that scale. Now, if we facilitate Ukraine's ability to reinstate maneuver on the battlefield, it may not create instant extensive transformations, but we can lean in and give them that extra that they need, and they can put the extra pressure, lean in against the front, and provide the break that we've been waiting for. Because, it's important to note that although they've been supplied with ammunition, they're struggling to get hold of enough ammunition on the front of the right type to continue firing what they were firing previously. And, while you hear that happening, it's very disappointing. And what are we taking 2 steps back for, really? We need to continue to walk forward. We're not, we're not going backwards. We need to continue to push forward, and Ukraine's happy to do it. We just need to get with the program. Oh, I nearly swore. So, yeah, just be be mindful of the fact that we are, we're here, we're safe, we're comfortable, and we need to put things in perspective and realize that if we don't use our voices, if we don't, make a point of raising Ukrainian voices and telling everybody what's still going on, who will? Have you seen the local media recently? Have you seen your news in your country? How much did it mention about Ukraine? Probably not a right lot. And that's the thing which really annoys me. That, every day a school or a hospital or some other, like a library, all of that stuff that is important. And, taking out these things is a part of genocide as well. So, we see it before our very eyes. Our what are they called? Our ruling bodies, our law bodies, have not yet decided that it's genocide, because they don't really want to, because it means they would have to act on other things and, perhaps get involved a bit more. And obviously, that's not what anybody really wants right now. So, they're sort of hanging back and looking a bit ridiculous with it all. And in the occupied territories, the Russians continue to engage in this genocide, forcibly promoting Russian culture, literature, and language, aiming to erase any Ukrainian heritage. And also, we've seen the poster from yesterday, I'm sure, which basically was it was you know how like my brain just stops. Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting there.
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah. The names. That's what I was going to say. The encouraging people to change their names to something more Russian. Oh my absolute Lord, that is just vile. You know.
Did you see the poster?
Yeah, and it basically says, rid yourself of your Ukrainian Nazi name and get a nice fresh Russian name, and then you'll be more respectable in society. And I just wanted to vomit. It's just such a display of open genocide, and I cannot believe we're not all like screaming about this a lot louder. In my own lifetime, I never thought I would consider that concentration camps exist right now, but I'm sure they do.
I don't. I'm not sure. I know they do. I know they do.
Yeah, exactly. But you would have never thought that we could see that again in our lifetime. And yet here we are.
Yep, here we are. You know why? Well, I don't know. Actually, I guess I'm not going to go into a total of why. I'm just not going to say all of that. But one thing that always sticks in my mind is from one of the reports that I read. It was the one of the New Lines reports, a legal analysis that came out in July of this year. When we say never again, right? We always say never again. You know what Russia says? And this has been documented. Russia says we can do it again. And guess what? They are doing it again. And that's the problem right there. Russia says we can do it again. We say never again, but the thing is we're not taking the actions to make sure that never again means never again, and never again is what actually happens. Because and I will go off on a total rant if I don't stop now. So I am going to stop now. Mockers.
Fair enough. Mete, welcome up.
Oh, thank you. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, you said like it's now or never. We should provide everything they need, and I'm so worried about U.S. and the situation with the Congress, and I'm just sort of not really understanding if EU could purchase weapons from US. You know, the ones that are so highly needed, like ATACMS and shells and what be it? There's $50 billion, reserved to Ukraine, and I just don't know if it's legally possible, or would US give the permit to purchase those weapons that are needed and then give them to Ukraine. It's such a sort of difficult thing to understand all these rights and who can deliver what. But I think in the light of this situation, because it's so open and we don't know if the Congress will accept the bill, but Ukraine really, really, really needs everything. They are short of everything. So that's my question. Thanks.
I am sure once it reaches a place where it can be voted on, it will be voted on and it will go through. I am also sure they will get there eventually, but it's the delay which is, it's costing lives, and yet it's being, just used as something to maneuver politically, and that's really morally abhorrent as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, shame on those people. And it will get sorted, I'm sure of it, but just not in the timely manner that we hoped for. And that is very unfortunate because, obviously some people don't care that other people are dying while they twiddle their thumbs. So Shaggy, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I was just making an omelette. Breakfast time for me. So yeah, never again. It really annoys me. It's a great sentiment, but never again doesn't seem to mean never again. It seems to mean never again to me, or never again, or not again. And that's what it means. It shouldn't mean that. It shouldn't mean never again to anyone. And until all countries face up to that and get on board with that, then it's just going to be a selfish kind of thing. It's going to mean never again to me. Yeah, and the words of Pastor Namola always run through my mind now when I hear never again, because it's a phrase that annoys me because it's not implemented. And that's it. I'm going to finish my omelette.
Well, enjoy your breakfast. And before I go to Prince, I just wanted to mention, remember that, I don't know if it was a poem or a statement, but, first they came for this group, and I wasn't one of them, so I didn't speak out. And then they came for, the Jews, and I wasn't one of them, so I didn't speak out. And you go through a list of all the different people that they've oppressed, and then it's like, then they came for me, and there was nobody left to speak out for me. And that's it's a stark warning, and it's the truth right there. That we should learn from our history. I do feel as though education's got a bit relaxed with regards to some of these historical warnings. Let's not sanitize history, because we really need to learn from it. Prince.
Yeah, I've been reading not as often as I should because I've got a couple of books going, but a book by Samantha Power. Is it Samantha Power? I believe it is. You know what? I get the name wrong all the time. The book is called A Problem. It is by Samantha Power, excuse me. And what this book really is talking about, and the thing about this book is it was written in like 2012. So pre Russia full scale invasion. But what it is looking at is the consistent response that countries have. It's specifically about the United States, I will say that. However, I do think that the idea can be generalized, that there is a specific and consistent response that is a late response, and it is an inadequate response to genocides that have happened since the Genocide Convention even came into being. But if you examine each of the instances, as Powers does in her book, what you can see is a consistent inadequate response, a consistent lack of response, and the same pattern over and over and over again. And we have to figure out a way to stop that pattern. We have to figure out a way to make that pattern stop, period. There has to be a better way to respond to genocides as they happen. There's a better way to look at genocide and look at the precursors for genocides and look at the things that show and indicate that a genocide is about to happen or is starting to happen, so that a foot can be put down and things can be stopped sooner. Because sanctions and humanitarian aid are not going to stop a genocide, period. Just not going to. And they are very inadequate responses, and there has to be more that can be done. And again, I will go off on a rant. Either that, or I'll go running into the house and finding the book and reading you a couple of quotes from it, which I'm not going to do because I need to try to get myself some rest. And I see my co-host my replacement was here for a moment, so I will probably duck out here in a moment and see you all tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern time till 10 p.m. Eastern time till 1 a.m. or 3 a.m. Eastern time. Boy, I don't even know what time it is. 7 p.m. to midnight Pacific time every night of the week. I will see you then, and thank you, mockers, and you all have a good day. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. And yeah, no worries. Now then, where was I? Excuse me. I'm gonna have a coughing fit at some point this morning because it's I can feel it coming. Now then, as part of the obvious genocide that Russia have been committing in Ukraine, there is new information today that Russia could face an additional war crime case due to their obvious plans of planned starvation. Basically, Holodomor 2.0. So Russia prepared to steal grain supplies, specifically target food infrastructure, and starve the Ukrainian population months before they began their full-scale invasion of February 22nd. And at that time, they did deliberately target grain-rich areas and food production infrastructure first. So this has been looked into. Global Rights Compliance found that Russia's defense contractor began purchasing trucks to transport grain and 3 new 170 meter long bulk carrier cargo ships as early as December 2021 in preparation for the theft. Evidence of advanced planning for the pillage of Ukrainian food resources on an industrial and unprecedented scale. Russia began commandeering Ukrainian farms within less than a week of its invasion, and at its peak was exporting 12,000 tons of grain per day from across occupied territories. This is evidence of a highly coordinated level of pre-planning and is to be provided to the International Criminal Court, and the GRC hopes that it will lead to the first international prosecution against Putin for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, and the planned implementation of it showing obvious intent. Now, I think that that's, well, considering that there was no real consequences, repercussions, whatever, of the previous Holodomor. I mean, you know, it's only now being accepted as a genocide, a planned genocide. And yet, look, Prince was right when she said that the Russians say we can do it again, we can repeat or whatever, because they are indeed repeating all the ideas that they've previously had. And, well, I find it disappointing that we've got all this obvious evidence and yet we didn't act faster. And it is right that we don't act quickly enough. We are very slow moving, I suppose. I think it takes us a very long time to understand, you know, truly believe the extent of horror that is capable, because, you know, we're sheltered. We don't live like that. And yeah, we don't experience the propaganda in the same way. We do experience propaganda, but not to the level of brainwashing. We're not brought up in, you know, from being a small child, to know how to kill people or put together guns, fly drones in order to, spot and correct artillery. Those things aren't generally the sorts of things that we've had sort of drummed into us from an early age. And, this very glorification of the military society that they've had for such a long time, it is really their only legacy, their only real legacy, because everything else about their culture is basically stolen. So it does make me think that this is their only real gift to the world, if you can call it that, is their very own special brand of horror. And I think it's about time we sat up and paid attention that this is not how we want to continue the world to go, through these cycles of just blatant genocide right in our face with a middle finger. What are you going to do about it? And well, I too am a tad disappointed by the response to that question, because I'm a Brit, and if somebody said that to me out in the street, they'd be picking up their teeth. That's kind of the way we have to go with this, I think. And I'm not a violent person. I have this sudden urge to stand up for myself. I don't know. It comes from a history of not standing up for myself, and I think the brain injury switched that bit on. Welcome up, Ming. Good morning to you.
Morning, Mockers. How are you today? Sorry, I was a little bit late there. Sorry, Prince in particular, because I know it's past your bedtime. Anyway, nice to be here. How is everybody today?
Well, I'm jolly happy because we've had some excellent numbers this morning, and there's a large magazine exploding in Russia currently. Now, Lord knows how that happened.
Whereabouts in Russia?
So it's above me in the nest. It might be a few along because I can only see what happened to the nest about
Kotluban, northwest of Volgograd.
A long way away from Ukraine, which is always excellent news.
Yes, and apparently quite a large and well-known storage area, military area, shall we say, that just happens to be a storage area for an awful lot of ammunition, it would appear. And, well, the more of that can be taken out, the better. Oh, look at this. We talk about fire and explosion, and guess who joins us? Morning, Genesis Man.
Morning, Mockers, you bloody tease. Stop sending me lovely pictures in the morning and get me all excited. It's brilliant, isn't it? Well, actually, I'll send it to you this morning. Morning, Will. Morning to Shaggy. And yes, Shaggy, you need bacon in that omelette, mate. But good effort, good effort. How is everybody this morning?
Feeling fine. How are you doing?
Much better for seeing Russia burn, which is a rather good one today, people. Started off small and then went boom. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I was going to. I was scratching around this morning, and I was going to talk to you and Mockers about the level of maintenance at the electricity substations, because there's some pole top fires and some substation transformer fires that look exactly like poor maintenance on those. Where they get dust collected up on them, and then it crosses and they burn out substations. But we won't have to talk about poor maintenance at electrical substations, because that Kotluban magazine has gone up, and that sucked all the air out of the room, so to speak.
That's what happens when a big boom arrives, eh? Yeah, just takes over. Now, this it is confirmed, obviously, as what it is. And what a beautiful morning it is. We do love the smell of, burning bavovnas in Russia first thing in the morning. And I can't imagine, how this must have been exploded. But the Russians, of course, have come out with their classic and almost obligatory line now. Let me just read you these few sentences. The fire occurred on the territory of one of the military units near the village of Kotluban in the Volgograd region, said Governor Andrei Bokharov. However, it is stated that no one was injured and there was no destruction.
And they
I ain't
truly
being funny,
believe that.
guys, but I'm not sure I believe that. What was that, Will?
No, I wasn't, Ghost Mockers. I said, and they themselves truly believe that.
Well, obviously they must do, yeah. Nothing to see here, folks. Not that massive explosion that's been going on for hours. Nothing to see. No destruction at all. Just thought that was beautiful. Really did amuse me. So, yes. Well, no doubt there will be some more information about that come out because, I would love to know who did that. Was it some cheeky partisans? Was it some, members of the Atesh or Free Russia Legion? Never know. You never know. So, now then, if you recall about the recent or quite recent Ukrainian operation in temporarily occupied Crimea. Now, they're stating that obviously Russia didn't occupy Crimea in one day. Their preparation started in 2010. And so there obviously has to be a similar type of preparation for the Ukrainians, only probably a lot quicker. But Ukraine soldiers don't enter Crimea at the moment, obviously, because it's not possible. Not because it's not possible, sorry. All of the missions are going to be a continued part of a process of liberation. So it is worth noting that there are many things going on that people are unaware of. People talk about how long and hard it is to liberate Crimea, but our armed forces and our intelligence are already talking about how easy it will be. So I'm just going to suggest that they've got a lot of plans that we really don't know about, and I think it's particularly heartwarming when they say stuff like this, and they say, we know what we're doing. Listen to us. Let us get on with it. And think from all of the Russian stuff we can see being taken out on a regular basis, and long-range fires and air raids across Crimea on almost daily now, I think. They're up to something, aren't they? And I don't mind if they're a bit sneaky about it. Genesis Man.
Thanks, Marcus. Good report. Who are you quoting specifically?
Which bit where one?
About the Crimea bit and about things on the move and, and OPSEC and all that. Is it South Command, Ukrainian South Command?
You know what? I'll tell you if I refound the information. Bear with, because I do this. I go through something and then no, this is information coming out of the intelligence services. So Ukrainian intelligence services showing footage of their preparations and conducting missions in temporarily occupied Crimea.
No, thank you. I thought you were spot on. It just I couldn't. I thought I'd seen it, but I couldn't remember where. So thanks for reminding me. Brilliant stuff. Cheers.
No worries. And again, I've got to also point out that I'm seeing an awful lot of new videos of captured Russians. Now, unfortunately for these chaps, apparently, these frontline fellas, it's very unlikely that they will be able to go home, because Russia is only now taking back officers or people with connections, and well, pilots and things like that. So yeah, they are literally only taking back people that they think will be worth their time, or that they'll get something out of. So yeah, only officers, which are usually the guys who are pretty, loyal to the system or whatever, but they're also incompetent, a lot of them, because loyalty does not necessarily mean that you are good at your job, but if it gets you promoted, well, then just have to put up with whatever your skills are. And so they're not even taking back their best, really, are they? They're taking back what they think is their best, which isn't necessarily correct. But in the same vein, all these people that they've dug out of wherever, whatever hole they found them in, they've dug them out of workforces, construction labour, every ethnic minority they could think of, prisons. Obviously, that's been a good source of soldiers for them. So they're all sort of people that they're, what, we're not really bothered about these people anyway. We never were. That's why we sent them to war. And they're not even requesting them back now. They're not even making any sort of attempts to retrieve their people. And I do wonder how that would go down with the, the families of the people. Because what Ukrainians do is they allow these POWs to phone their families, talk to them. And, I'm quite sure they don't say everything they'd like to on the telephone because, booked. But I would imagine that they're going to be saying to them, yes, we're here, we're being looked after and all of that. When are you going to be exchanged? Never. And, there are a lot of these women now who are asking for their husbands to be exchanged and not really seeming to get anywhere. Excuse me. And yeah, it's interesting how that might affect things back home. Apparently, excuse me, I've got a cough.
You are excused.
Thank you. Yeah, apparently, there's you see, I think this is a trap. This is a trap. There's been an announcement of anybody who is like unhappy about the war to come together on the 19th of November in Russia and protest about sending any more of their men away, or getting some of their men home, providing the war benefits for the wives and families of the deceased and things like this. I mean, it's, some of them do get the money that they're promised, or they receive a lovely gift like a fridge. I think we've seen some fridges delivered recently, so tip top. But I suppose it's better having a fridge in your kitchen than somebody who beats you up. So yeah, I can understand how that would be much more desirable. But still, there's this announcement that there's going to be this protest of some kind, and it's encouraging people to come together and protest. Now, Russia do this from time to time, don't they? They sort of announce these protests, but people don't turn up to them because they're pretty sure it's just a way of gathering together all the ne'er-do-wells at once, because that's what the government have done to them previously. And so, I don't think there's going to be a very high attendance. What do you reckon, Ming? You double tapped.
Yeah, no, I got the sticky mic problem. Sorry. Yeah, it seems to be working now. But yeah, sorry, Mockers, what was the question? Struggling with my sticky mic problem and also giggling about reports in Brafter at the same time. Apologies there.
Oh, you'll have to tell us about that in a minute. But I was, you know, oh yeah, protests in Russia. So obviously we've not seen any protests in Russia really so far. Nothing of any importance. However, there appears to have been a call for people to protest on the 19th of November in relation to not sending on any more of their boys off to war, / bringing some of their boys home for rotation, / receiving the benefits that they've been promised, / everything. So this is supposed to be organised on the 19th of November. And Trap, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Hard one to call. You just never know. You never know in Russia. But yeah, it could well be. It could well be. And you're right, Mockers. I don't think anyone's going to show up because they'll be thinking along the same lines.
Yeah, exactly. That this has happened before, hasn't it? That it's been sort of like they've been sort of tricked into outing themselves as enemies of the government, and then obviously just all carted away en masse. So yeah, I do believe that there's not going to be an awful lot of people turn up for it, but you never know. There might be maybe some little events that can celebrate it. Maybe they'll have a day of additional partisan action or something like that.
Yeah,
Ghost?
I mean, yeah, it's like for instance, that Ross Partisan channel on Telegram. That one could just as easily be run by the FSB, as far as I know, to identify anybody who might be tempted to get involved in Ross Partisan type activities. So I'm always highly suspicious of those sorts of things.
Yeah, and that's why nobody can organise and trust one another, because that's how it is. That's the society that they've made it so that they can sort of monitor and track all this activity if you're silly enough to talk to people about it. So yeah, you've got to be dead careful, I suppose. And yeah, it's a worry, isn't it? So I did think that not very many people would turn up, and well, I'm glad that my instincts were correct. Ghost.
About those protests, there has been in history one time that a protest has had an effect in Russia, and that was when the mothers of those who were, I believe it was Afghanistan, that the mothers of the boys who were sent to Afghanistan protested on the street en masse, and that had an effect. And to come back on the protest announced, what you said, Marcus, if the mothers, all the mothers, does the same, there is maybe a possibility that it will be having some effect.
The problem is, Ghost, that the Russian losses in Afghanistan, I think, were about 60,000 roughly from memory in total, or maybe a bit less actually. And here we are. Well, let's assume the Ukrainian numbers are good. We're over 300,000. If you look at Zaluzhny's essay, he says it's definitely at least 150,000, and we've not seen any serious protests at all. So they've got a lot better at controlling that. They've been very sensitive to that particular issue. And, the Ukrainians too, they've been pushing it from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion. They ran the Ishi Svaich Telegram channel, which is, translates as find your own. And that was deliberately aimed at the mothers and wives and things. But it hasn't had the effect. There is also the fake mothers committee run by the Russian government. So, they're conscious of the power of that thing, and they've basically sort of co-opted it to basically neutralize it.
Yes, I totally agree on that, Ming. That's why I said if they get together at all, because just like you said, after the Afghanistan and that protest, the Russians saw the danger in the angry mothers. So they will. You have a hot mic. So they prevented all this, and yeah, I totally agree on that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case this time, but we can always, hope for it. I mean, hope is never dead. It's the last thing to die, I think. However, there is something which I've seen, which appears to be going off this morning, that Finland have made a decision with regards to one of their borders and just closed it. So they've closed the crossing on the eastern border today for national security purposes. So they've decided to stop faffing and just get on with it. This is Finland, really. They don't say a lot of the time. They just sort of act. And, I'm really respectful of that. Actions, not words. That is something which I can really get behind. So, so Finnish government have planned to announce border restrictions, but postponed their decision at the time. However, they have now closed their eastern border. Now, as of yesterday, it was considered unclear whether they were going to completely close it or just close a few border crossings. However, they've stated restrictions could be in place for an indefinite period, and they could also be restricted on national origin. However, those measures would not prevent foreigners entering the country to apply for asylum. However, what happened was Finnish authorities reported a spike in asylum seekers suddenly. Foreigners who pass through Russia from a third country, such as Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Somalia. They were literally being bussed to areas close to the Finnish border and given bicycles. So obviously this was part of the issue that they were having, an awful lot of sudden asylum seekers. And it was obviously being funneled, planned, and just a nuisance. So they've decided they're no longer having any of that, and it's tough. So for the moment, you can't enter Finland, basically, from Russia. And yeah, they do say all border checkpoints. And the government have explained this measure as ensuring their national security. And you know what? I think that's absolutely correct. However, do wonder if they're now going to be higher up the nuke list, on Russia's nuke list. What do you think?
Well, yeah, so it looked, I saw this report yesterday with the spike of people from third countries crossing the border. So it looked like basically Russia were trying a Belarus type policy where they were pushing asylum seekers over the Polish border, which led to the Poles building a fence, basically. And So yeah, I mean, I don't think we were talking about huge numbers. I mean, we're talking about 10s and 20s and things, weren't we, Mockers? But it was a spike. So it kind of makes total sense to me that the Finns should react this way.
Yeah, it's been organised basically. They've been able to note that these people have literally been bussed to the border and then, you know, given instructions basically. And it is using people who are, you know, maybe desperate to improve their situation against us. You know, those people are being used, and so is our tolerance and, you know, rules and laws. They're being used against us, and not because you know, we're being evil, but because we're a bit too nice sometimes, and you know, we have these policies where if somebody comes to us and that we believe they're genuinely fleeing persecution, we will help because, you know, that's kind of the right thing to do. But of course, that gets used against us. Yeah, it's very annoying. Morning, Norma.
Good morning. Yes, it's funny that you mentioned that because throughout the day today, I've been noticing a lot of Russians have been calling Finland Nazis. And I was like wondering why are they calling, you know, what's going on here? And yes, right, fair enough. The Finland closed the borders, and a lot of Russians go to Finland. A lot of like after Russia declared. Sorry, what did you say?
I said not anymore. They don't.
Not anymore. They don't. No, that's right. So, you know, as soon as sort of somebody, you know, a country or somebody or shows resistance against Russians, they just straight away they just call them Nazis, basically. You know, it's that's how they are. So yeah, no, I just thought I'd point that out to you. So there, yeah, I'll go back down to listening now. Thank you.
Well, if not wanting to be taken over by Russia makes you a Nazi, then I'm going to have to, I don't know, I'm going to have to learn a new march or something. I don't know. I don't want to get into all of it, but yeah, maybe we can do some marching or something. Bit of line dancing, maybe. Whatever. But yeah. Well, other than that, I'm not really sure that the name sticks. However, to Russians, all it is somebody who isn't us, basically, and doesn't want to be us. And yeah, it's very strange how they banned this name about, and it's almost as though they're trying to reduce the meaning of the word to just, you know, anybody that I don't agree with, rather than what it actually means. And yeah, they have sort of done this in the past to devalue the, you know, the meaning of certain words, and I feel as though they're trying to do this with the word Nazi as well. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, Marcus. I was just reading Chris Wiki's thread. I think you might have a tale of woe coming up. I hope.
Oh, well, you know what? I saw it, but it had a typo in it, and just as I was reading it, he deleted the darn thing again, and I was like, "That's really rude." So yeah, I'll have to go and re-find it. So that's what happens apparently when you're a perfectionist.
I've tagged you. I've tagged you. I did a post about it. I quote tweeted it and tagged you in, so it's easy to find.
So in the meantime, Mockers, while you go and find Chris Wiki's Taylor word, I'll tell you what's making me smile in Pravda. So Pravda have done this for a couple of days running now. They run a headline that says something like, Zelensky told his time is up. So this was sort of yesterday's headline. And you click on the story, And basically what's happened is that Zelensky's tweeted his evening speech, and they've picked up a reply from some Vatnik nobody account, which where the reply says, "Your time is up, Zelensky. Make peace." Anyway, so today they've got a similar story, but they've upped their game. The headline says, Zelensky told by German businessman to make peace. And so you click on the story. Well, who is this German businessman? Well, it's Kim.com, of course. And the whole story is Kim.com's tweet, and that's it. And then, of course, because Twitter's banned in Russia, they have to put a note. So they also have to do this. They always have to put a little asterisk and say, in the Russian Federation, access to the Twitter resource is limited based on the request of the Prosecutor's General's Office dated February the 24th, 2022. So they also have to do that when they report, for instance, on their favorite singer, Alla Pugacheva, because her husband is a foreign agent. So they put a little asterisk and they go, oh, yeah. Pugacheva's husband is a registered foreign agent. So any of her activities always have that little asterisk. But I just think it's hysterical that they literally put up news stories where the entire story is either some nobody or some Kim.com described as a German businessman. No mention of the fact that he's a fugitive from US justice. Like he's some sort of important figure. And telling Zelensky that it's all over for him.
Well, it's obviously slow news day for them, isn't it? Yeah, a bit pathetic. Now then, I do have indeed a beautiful tale of woe. And I've been wondering what our Chris O'Wiki has been up to for a little bit, because, he's been busying himself with not producing me content, and that's very annoying. However, I'll let him off because this one's quite cool. And well, the death of Russian crew members on the Russian submarine the Rostov-na-Don, destroyed in a Ukrainian missile strike on the 13th of September, has reportedly become the subject of much scandal, after relatives have been denied compensation and the dead have had to be buried at their comrades' expense because there was no provision for them. Gosh, this just sounds like they no longer give any Fs at all. They're just like, yeah, sort it all yourself out. So that's just awesome. And, this sort of sentiment, I feel, is what's going to cause most of the grumbles back home. So obviously we heard that Ukrainian used Storm Shadow cruise missiles, causing catastrophic damage to two vessels, the landing ship Minsk and the Kilo class submarine Rostov-na-Don, which were both docked and undergoing repairs in Sevastopol. However, it appears that many of the crew were on board both vessels at the time of the attack. So, while the Russian authorities, now I did hear about the Minsk, by the way, I'll just butt in here, did hear about the Minsk, that pretty much the entire crew was lost on the Minsk. Ooh, that's painful. So anyway, on the Rostov-on-Don, while Russian authorities have sought to conceal the number of casualties, they've been very vague about the whole thing. Reports that at least 3 submariners were killed in the attack, and another casualty was taken to the Burdenko National Medical Research Center for neurosurgery, which I can assure you is not the most fun. Not the most fun thing, especially if you're awake during it. That's fun times. However, while that's obviously confirming that they've got a severe head injury of some kind, but operable. So, according to the information, many crew members managed to save themselves from the attack, including the captain of the ship. He's called Igor Shveder. Igor Shveder. Sorry, it was a bit Darth Vader for me there. They decided to make Igor into a scapegoat, and according to information, let all the dogs loose on him. Bear with me 1 second. Need 2 hands to turn off the tap there. As you can tell, I'm recaffeinating. The crew of the Rostov are reportedly not classed as participants in the war, and relatives of the dead, as a result, have not received the millions of rubles they would be entitled to as compensation. As a result, a charity fundraiser had to be set up to assist them. Now, there was further report that the command somehow found out that the commander of the Rostov wrote a letter of gratitude to those who managed to collect about 1.5 million rubles to donate to the families of the dead sailors. Following the emergency, during a meeting of the aerospace forces, the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, Admiral Viktor Solokov, publicly accused Igor Shveder of standing with his hands outstretched. So basically said, you're a beggar. At the same time, none of the crew was listed as a participant of the special military operation, and equally, the relatives of those victims did not have any opportunity to receive compensation. Therefore, a large number of crew members and military personnel who were reportedly killed in the strike on the Minsk are probably in the same boat. Oh, that was a terrible pun. I'm so sorry. That was not meant either. But yes, despite that unintended, they are very likely in the same situation. Now, the Minsk was obviously in the neighbouring dock, but there are no specific details of exactly, what's happened with that. We do just know that there was a report that nearly the entire crew were lost, and that sounds quite terminal for the particular ship's company, perhaps. So yeah, there you go, Ming. More news every day of terrible woe. And it's amazing to me that they didn't just pay these people and shut them up. But
well, yeah. So if you remember the photo of the submarine, it got hit on the bow, but then there was clearly an internal catastrophic explosion, because down in the sort of middle of it, you could see that it had exploded from the inside. So yeah, not at all surprised that the crew, who apparently were on board ready to launch, should have been pretty well completely wiped out.
Well, yeah. And, these are only the cases of 3 particular people who've been noted to have died in this accident. But of course, they weren't part of the special military operation. Of course not. They were just, hanging around in their submarine, making history, being the first submarine to be taken out by, was it an air attack from, or a cruise missile attack? Well, basically grounded.
But you mentioned a name that piqued my interest there, Mockers. It was Admiral Sokolov. Has he been seen? Because remember, he could well be dead. We don't know for sure.
Well, this report names him as somebody who commented, but this could still be part of this elaborate. We'll pop in a comment from Solokov here, and it will seem like he's still alive, because although nobody else has been put in his position, he's been surprisingly absent lost. So I don't know. Maybe he's been recuperating, perhaps. Considering the video where he appeared to be dead.
Well, so remember, it was the Ukrainians who said that, you know, he was dead after the hit on the Black Sea headquarters. And, you know, all the Vatniks went, oh, yeah, Yabu, that's bollocks, because they'd all be in an underground bunker. But then if you put 2 and 2 together, they'd hit that underground bunker 2 days beforehand. So, you know, underground bunker backup wasn't available. Kind of makes sense that he was in the headquarters. And then we had the weird video with all the kind of qualifications about the timing, about him presenting the cup to this to the Black Sea football team that won the cup, the Black Sea Cup or something, and that it was meant to have happened a week previously or something, but it was delayed for, you know, unavoidable reasons, so it had to happen on this day. After the report of Admiral Sokolov's death, etc., etc. So it was all very mysterious.
Well, it all comes back to the phrase, doesn't it? The lady protesteth too much. That's how I kind of feel about it. I feel as though they were, protesting a little too much. Like, look, he's alive, because here's this video of an event. Yes, yeah, I know it was meant to be a week before he died, but we did change the date of it. So it was definitely now a week after he was supposed to have died. It just, you know, when you hear kids making up lies as they go, that's kind of how it sounds.
Yeah, sort of basically totally incompetent lies. But yeah, and then the Ukrainians sort of withdrew and said, oh, well, we'll investigate further, but we've not heard anything since. So who knows what's going on.
And in a way, it doesn't really matter, but it is just fun to speculate, isn't it? That his name has popped up in this thing as basically having a go at somebody for daring to. It's all right. Just set up on my work computer, and every now and again, the system just decides to restart itself. And obviously, I went for a brew and come back. Everything's needing restarting. Amazing.
Yeah, and actually thinking about it, Mockers, do you remember there was the other piece of it? They showed the all-hands Zoom call with Shoigu, where Sokolov was on a screen, you know, and you know, you couldn't really make out if he was alive or dead or in hospital or what. But you know, you can sort of imagine that those kind of calls will be fairly routine, maybe every 2 weeks or once a month or whatever. And they'd kind of show them to us on a regular basis. But no, they haven't. So who knows? Maybe it's more trouble than it's worth for them.
Well, whatever the situation, I'm just happy to know that, that they're still trying to hide what's going on. And I you know, the only reason they're hiding it is because it's not good news for them. So that's what sort of fills me with the warm fuzzies, that if they're hiding it so badly, which they obviously are, then indeed, you know, it says to me that it must have been worse than they're letting on. And oh no, what a shame for them. I don't know. That I don't have a great deal of sympathy, obviously.
Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, Ming. Good morning, Mockers. Awoo. Say good morning to Frank the Tank. Good morning. Frank says good morning. And Natasha says good morning. I think I might know the problem with this admiral that may or may not be dead, Mockers. You've heard of PTSD, haven't you? Well, this is PTMSS, post-traumatic missile strike syndrome. It's a very bad feeling. You have to take some time off work.
Would that be because you've got missing limbs, perhaps? You never know. So I would like to confirm that our friend, who's been and spoken to us here, Alexander Commission, has made an announcement that mass production of Ukrainian drones has now begun. They produce, and his assessment was dozens per month. He didn't want to give an exact number, but yeah, this is good to hear because, well, we know for a fact that Russia have lots and lots of drones, and they are doing drone production through, you know, basically slave labor. I think that's how they figured it out. Either way, if you go to Alabuga for anything, don't be surprised if you end up building drones for the Russian forces. Now then, Ming, I'm going to hand to you for a little moment because I just need to sort something out here and kill this thing on my computer before it restarts itself again. So give me a moment.
No problem, Marcus.
You can talk though in the meantime.
Sorry, I was just pulling up the thing I was going to talk about. So everybody's been hearing about the attempts of Carlsberg to pull out of Russia, and they were basically producing their various brands under the company they owned in Russia, Baltika, which was the St. Petersburg brewery, and it's actually the beer that I used to drink when I was living in Russia as a student, because it was cheap and cheerful, and you could, you know, basically they didn't really brand their beers. They're all branded kind of Baltika, but they had numbers. So I think from memory it was roughly number 1 through 9, and I used to drink number 4. Anyway, so basically Carlsberg has been trying pretty hard to pull out of Russia and, you know, preserve, obviously, as anybody would, if in shareholder value, as much of their assets as possible. So they thought they'd be able to cut a deal with the Russian authorities and basically sell their assets to a Russian company, and all would go well, and they'd exit Russia, and that would be that. But unfortunately, things didn't quite work out the way they hoped, and basically, everything they did got seized by the presidential administration, effectively stolen. And now they've upped the ante. There's the Russians have upped the ante. There's a report in Kommersant today that a number of top managers in Baltika have been arrested for the usual kind of Russian crime, and in this case, it's a criminal case of especially large-scale fraud. So, and one of the managers fortunately managed to escape abroad, but they've got 2 of them, and they're due to go on trial to select apparently what the Russians call preventative measures against these large-scale fraudsters. Now, specifically, what their crime is, because as a result of what's been going on, Carlsberg have cancelled the ability of any Russian entity to use any of their brands. And this apparently is the root of the fraud. As a result, these poor guys have no idea whether they're Russian or Danes or expats or what they are. I have no idea because they're not named, but are going to go on trial to basically face the music for what really at root is the Kremlin's theft of Carlsberg's assets in Russia. So, usual absurd, convoluted Russian business style shenanigans, the sort of thing that, if you know anything about the Magnitsky case, obviously minus, death in prison kind of thing, it is fairly typical of their kind of corporate, well, basically, the way I looked at it ever since the 90s, the Russians view business as war. It's just, you compete with your competitor, but if you don't do so well, you have him shot. So in this case, they kind of decided, well, our competitor here is Carlsberg. Instead of shooting them, we'll just stick their managers, we'll steal their business, and we'll stick their managers in prison for especially large-scale fraud. So all par for the course in Russia, all fairly typical, and frankly, it's all a bit feeble.
Now, I do feel as though we should feel a little bit sorry for these manager guys because, probably they've been scapegoated by everybody, really, haven't they? Because poor Carlsberg's not going to be getting them back. That the Russians obviously feel that, it's good to use them to sort of lay the blame on them and basically, then it's all nice and legal, their theft. Except it's not, but it's buried under legalities. You know what I mean? It's kind of how they do things, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So, initially they were, it wasn't especially large scale fraud that they were up for. It was just a mere simple abuse of trust, apparently. And what they were accused of doing was retroactively, changing the license for the use of a particular brand, doing that retroactively. But then obviously the Russians decided that this abuse of trust thing wasn't enough, so they needed to up the ante and accuse these guys of especially large-scale fraud, which, everything seems to be, any crime, commercial crime in Russia seems to come under some especially large-scale box. For instance, what's the other one that they're fond of? It's, especially large-scale extortion. That's another favorite of theirs. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a tagline for Carlsberg. Carlsberg, probably the worst war profiteers in the world. That should be their new tagline for their adverts.
Well, they're not making an awful lot of profits here, Sir Shaggy, to be fair, because all the whole business was basically stolen.
Well, they tried to, and failed.
That's what makes them the worst at it, Ming.
Exactly.
They tried to, and it was a big old fail.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, I haven't looked into the Carlsberg story in detail, but I guess maybe they hope to kind of make some money out of the whole mess, but failed. Yeah, that's probably a fair description of the whole thing.
Well, they waited too long, basically. So they stayed thinking that they would be able to, sort something out. I think they were sort of hanging on, thinking that surely this won't go on for years and blah, blah, blah. Oh dear, yes, it is going on for a long time. Of course, by the time they sort of got around to, sorry, I'm just washing my hands. I'm not taking it to the loo with me. I just can't bear having sticky hands, basically. So, as a result of this waiting around, Russia changed the laws on them while they weren't looking. So they changed the rules to basically say, well, we'll have an agreement with you that, either you can sell the company or we'll take it over from you. And as part of this contract, they gave them the option to sell it or the Russian government would take it. However, what happened was then they found a seller And just as the sale was about to go through, I think it was like days away from being completed, the Russian government went, "Oh dear, you're out of time. It's ours now, thanks." And they were like, "You signed the contract." Tough. And so, you know, they sort of just kept changing the goalposts until basically they just stole it off them. Yeah. And that's what you get for hanging around when you should act.
So in other news mockers, I'm reading now Izvestia. Izvestia does this thing where they put up a headline, and if they think it's particularly important, they stamp a great big sign across it which says "Важно." So that means important. And what is the headline? The headline is "The Russian Foreign Ministry announced the risk of a breakdown in Russian-American relations." And you go, "Oh no, you don't say." Good Lord, how extraordinary. Anyway, you need a bit of context to what they're actually saying. They're actually saying, so the context here is that apparently we've just had the 90th anniversary of the resumption of US-Soviet foreign diplomatic relations. And so this is about basically the Russians threatening to sever diplomatic relations with the US. But again, you know, it always makes me laugh because, you know, somehow this is such an important thing. And in the, you know, I kind of don't see a scenario where they would actually sever diplomatic relations, because it doesn't make an awful lot of sense. You know, they're both permanent members of the Security Council, so they have to talk anyway. And it just seems another of those kind of vaguely useless red lines that they've flashed in front of us so many times over the last almost 2 years now.
Well, you know how like you can use a magic 8 ball? I feel as though they have a magic 8 ball of excuses or threats, one of each probably. And oh no, sorry, the threats usually come on the big spinning wheel of fortune, don't they? But yeah, they have this, and they consult it every so often, and it goes, "This is the particular, you know, threat to use for this occasion." And these things just sort of continue on ad infinitum, and they don't believe them themselves. It's just a, you know, this is the threat we're using today sort of thing. And yeah, it gets a bit silly because after a while you just sort of stop bothering with them. So yeah, you just sort of like go, "Oh, that again," and shrug, you know. So the threats are devalued, just like I was saying earlier on. They're trying to sort of devalue the word Nazi by using it everywhere, pointing it at everyone. But yeah, they've also devalued all their nuclear threats to such a degree that now nobody really blinks when they do any sort of threats, do they?
Yeah, so there might be kind of veiled nuclear threat in this one. I'll read the text to you quickly. So here's what the text of this statement from the Russian.
By the way,
sorry.
I said, "Oh, quelle surprise!"
Yeah, so here we go. It says the United States is demonstrating a futile and absurd focus on regime change and organizing internal Russian unrest, in which significant resources are being invested. The diplomatic department said in a statement on the occasion of the 90th anniversary of the restoration of diplomatic relations between Moscow and Washington. As noted, the deterioration of relations is not Russia's choice. However, US steps leading to escalation could lead to catastrophic consequences. So yeah, I think that's probably a veiled nuclear threat because breaking off diplomatic relations 90 years in doesn't strike me as particularly catastrophic. Karen, go ahead.
Well, it is officially morning here in Alaska, 12:09 a.m. On the 16th of November, and I thought it was time to have a spike of good news. I noticed that the sea freight rates after the Russian attack on Odessa, that ship in Odessa, have started to decrease. And activity has picked up, but it really is nice that the sea rates have decreased. Now, I was reading more in Latifundist, and 23-24 is projected to be the most difficult year for Ukraine during the time that it has been independent. You know, that would be since the 90s. And there is some good news, more good news. They've made some adjustments with their exports to India. India makes levies a penalty on countries that treat their grain with methyl bromide fungicants. And Ukraine has stopped using those. And so it does not pay a penalty now for that. And that's good. Every little bit helps. So that helps. What I just read, though, there is another setback. Of course, we have talked at length about the Polish border blockade with the Ukrainian trucks. Okay, guess what? Slovakia has joined them. And I don't even pretend to understand what is going on there. It is pretty crazy to me. But if anybody wants to elaborate, you know, I like to listen to it. Not everybody does, but if you want to talk about it, I'd like to hear about it. I noticed another bit of good news, and I don't know if Mockers, if you have already talked about this or not, but I was looking at AP, and it says that Ukraine now has a foothold on the eastern bank of the Dnieper River near Kherson City. And that is definitely good news. So I'll leave that off there. And that's what I had to share.
Yeah, well, the insurance rates that are being agreed are to do with, I think, a number of British insurers who have made new agreements now to insure cargo ships going in and out of the Black Sea. There's also a suggestion that they're going to start cutting that longer way round that they've been taking. So I think what this is more to do with insurances in international waters in the area are now becoming allowable at a reasonable rate. So they're looking to basically save fuel and time and take a more direct route, and they're looking at getting the insurance in place for that. So yeah, it's going to save money and time all round, I think. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the insurance thing, so I've just tweeted out an article from Reuters on it. So it's basically Marsh and Lloyd's of London, excuse me, have launched a war risk ship insurance to cut the costs of grain as well. So if you want, you can stick that up in the nest. It gives a little bit of detail on there.
Yeah, and we were talking to Ioana about this the other night, and she's really pleased to see this because, you know, she's very interested in how they're able to still increase their shipping even though they're at war. It is incredible stuff that they've taken this area of the Black Sea back, basically. They've stopped the Russians from continuing to harass ships. And it does look as though they're going to be managing to keep this open for some time. We haven't seen any major closures, even though the Russians have tried time and again to cause disruption there. So, you know, I do think it's amazing stuff that they're doing. It makes a big difference as well, both to that country and to those purchasing the items, that, you know, this is stuff that they need. They wouldn't be buying it in bulk if they didn't need it, eh? You just hot micing on me there, Shaggy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just dropped my phone. Ow, that hurt actually. Yeah, I was just about to go and walk the cat. Yeah, I never heard of Marsh actually. I've worked at Lloyd's of London, but I've never actually heard of Marsh, the other insurer mentioned. So I'm going to do a little bit of digging on that one. Sorry about hot
Well,
micing.
Shaggy, they're brokers, right? Marsh McLennan. You must have heard of Marsh Mac.
No, as I said, I never heard of them.
So I don't know, which brokers did you have dealings with? So I don't know, Sedgwicks, Aon, etc., etc.
When I was working at Lloyd's of London, I was working on the IT systems rather than in insurance.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no. So just the way the insurance market is structured, right? Specifically Lloyd's. You know, so there's all the underwriters, who are the guys you've been with their boxes in Lloyd's, right? And the boxes are their kind of raised desks where they all sit at. And the guys with the leather cases under their arms coming in to talk to them are the guys bringing them the business, and those guys are the brokers, and they're the only guys allowed into the market. So if you're not a Lloyd's broker, you can't get a quote from a Lloyd's underwriter unless they have a non-Lloyd's entity outside of Lloyd's. And you know, one of the biggest of those brokers is Marsh.
Okay, I mean, my main memories from Lloyd's of London was it was a really nice building, and it was a great bacon butty shop around the corner. And that's about it, really.
All the important stuff. I get it. And yeah, quite right. All the important stuff. Sorry, I'm going to be coughing all day, me. Karen, go ahead.
Now, what I mentioned before, since there are some people here that understand the business end of things, Ukraine had previously been using a fumigation substance, methyl bromide, that had caused them to incur penalties, you know, when they shipped to India. And I am so thankful to hear that they managed to adjust that situation, because that was something they had the power to change. And if anything, all these troubles are going to increase the quality of their product, you know. But what is the problem with methyl bromide? Apparently, they're now using aluminum phosphide, and that's not problematic. They're not getting fined over that. But I wondered, what was the problem with that substance?
Sounds poisonous, Karen, like dihydrogen monoxide.
Well, that would certainly be a problem.
That was a little joke, by the way. Dihydrogen monoxide is water.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's midnight. You're funny.
Yeah, I can only imagine that a build-up of it would be an issue. Maybe, you know, it's not the best for your health, but certainly, I would, I would say that, you know, that there's been older ways of doing things, and there are now better ways of doing things. So they're obviously updating to better, probably cleaner, and more healthy ways of doing things. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't a proper threat to health, but I'm sure it's also not not the best idea. I mean, you know, we ingest all sorts of things that have been banned from foods. But you know what? I grew up in like the 80s where there was lead in all the paint, and you know, people just sort of left you in your cot or to run around the house, and you know, pick stuff up and just generally run around like a nutter until you bashed your head off something. I don't know. There was just a much less, you know, level of concern about all these things, and so I think, yeah, it's just a case of you update, you find better practice, and that's just what they've done, basically.
So in the long run, they're going to come out stronger with a better quality product in spite of all the troubles. And that's good. But now, does anybody have anything to add about the border situation? Because I noticed Slovakia has now joined.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Karen. We don't really. It's internal politics of their countries now. Slovakia, obviously, just recently they had a change of government. Anyway, yeah, it's not actually to do with Ukraine, like weapons or anything like that. All of that stuff is going through. This is purely to do with products that they feel might be causing problems to their internal markets. Now, you know, nobody can do anything about that right now. So I would say thanks for bringing that up daily, but it's not something we really have any control over. So yeah, not knowledge or not, there's nothing we can do about it. So I would say have a look at some of the publications that deal with internal politics of those countries, and you will see that there's you know, there's groups who aren't very happy with their government at the moment, and this is what they think is a great idea. So good for them. But it does not stop any deliveries of anything that's necessary. It's just being a bit of an arse with the trade. However, these ships are going in and out much more regularly, so that's going to be making a difference on the other end. Now then, I just want to go to something that Zelensky has said at a meeting here, and it looks as though, yeah, it's a very recent comment. And he said very specifically, pay attention to the Balkans. Believe me, that is where we get information. Russia has a long-term plan. The Middle East is the second distraction. The Middle East is a distraction, and the second distraction will be the Balkans. They are telling us daily. If our partners don't do anything now, there will be some sort of new distraction, an explosion of something happening again and again. This is not a new story. Russia will invest ensuring that at least one Balkan country begins to fight another one. This is their next plan. Now, this is pretty interesting and also pretty unsurprising. What do you think, Ming? Do you think this is likely, possible? Certainly possible, I would say. Yeah, so go on.
Ming?
Or not. He's probably talking to a muted mic. However,
Sorry,
this
sticky
is what
mic.
they do, isn't it? Carry
Sticky
on.
mic again.
Oh, you really didn't have an opinion. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, this is what Russia do, and I would love it if other people had opinions, because you know, I like I say, talking to myself sometimes gets a bit annoying. I can see here now, actually, there is a bit of news about this Polish blockade. that the European Commission are now looking to penalise Poland for blocking Ukrainian checkpoints. European Commission officials believe that the Polish authorities are now not doing enough to solve the problem and stop the protest of Polish carriers. Typical, though, that disagreement within the EU is again, just causing Ukraine problems. And it's amazing how these things flare up, and I wonder where they get the funding from. Does make you wonder, doesn't it?
So, yeah, Marcus, sorry, I was having mic problems there, and I was also coughing. But so apologies for not responding.
No, I understand. I'm just talking to everybody in general. You can all come talk to me. I don't bite that much.
But on this one, what I'm interested in is, so the EU sort of having a word with Poland about this. Who have we got on listening who might be able to tell us more about this? So Ukraine's official status, as far as the EU is concerned, is they're candidate members. At what point does the kind of EU free flow of goods thing kick in? Is it now, or is it at some point in the future after, lengthy years of negotiations?
You know what? I don't know the answer to this. I know two men who would, but neither of them are here right now. So no, unfortunately, I am yet again inadequate on my knowledge.
Well, so that's, I was hoping somebody who might be listening might be able to pop up and give us some insight on that, because it's one of those thorny kind of ins and outs of the EU free trade stuff that I don't really know an awful lot about either.
Go ahead, Karen.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing that, because that is of great interest. Anything that brings money into Ukraine's economy right now is of great interest to me. But I was going to say, I agree with you completely. This is a Randy Mott moment. And
Karen, I don't think so. I don't think Randy's our man on that, because Randy's good on US stuff, but this is an EU thing, and but he is based in Poland, and that's a fair point. So he can take the temperature of Polish feeling, but he has said to us in the past that he doesn't like to get involved in Polish things too much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Well, that's mainly what who are the two other people that might know something about this?
Nick Brown and Randy Mott. Not Randy Mott. Oh my goodness, Doman. So if you catch him around, tell him.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to say thank you for bringing that up. Another thing? Now, earlier you were talking about the British having kind of cooperation with Ukraine's weapon industry. What have you guys heard about lately with the Rheinmetall agreement that Ukraine was having? About back in October, Rheinmetall agreed to a joint venture with Ukraine, and I understand
forward, as far as I'm aware, all going ahead. All going ahead, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll be quiet then. Yeah. Anything more about the new beachhead on Dnipro River?
Operational silence.
So,
Okay.
Karen, on that topic, I don't know if you heard, but Marcus spoke about this yesterday. There has been a request from the Ukrainians to keep things pretty tight on the OPSEC front. Now, typically that signals to us that there's something going on, but
I see.
we don't know what it is. but we can speculate, obviously, that, you know, what were today's numbers, that 1,330 number is particularly big, right? So
Yeah.
yeah. So obviously there is something going on. We don't know what it is, but we can speculate that, you know, clearly it's pretty significant.
Okay. Well, thank you for reminding me of that, and I will certainly just avoid the topic for a little while, because in case somebody slips and says something they shouldn't, and I certainly would hate to be responsible for coaxing that out of anybody. So
we do know
right.
that Ukrainians have been on the left bank of the Dnieper for at least 4 or 5 months, Marcus. You know, initially a literal toehold at the other side of the Antonivka Bridge, but that toehold has been growing and growing. And you know, yesterday a really interesting thing happened. I think, Marcus, do you remember you were talking about the Russians not being able to supply the Kimburn spit anymore because the connection was basically broken? Well, that stands in line with the fact that, you know, the Ukrainian presence on the left bank is that much more significant. There was also 2 reports in the Russian press that appeared yesterday, were promptly taken down on the same topic. I have been meaning to pop on the Wayback Machine to see if I can find those reports, but I haven't had a chance to do that yet. So basically, they were both pretty alarmist reports out of the Russian press, which indicated all sorts of things were happening on the left bank of the Dnieper, that the moment they appeared, they promptly got taken down. So yeah, no, I'd be really interested to see if I can dig those up, and if I do, I'll tweet out the links.
Well, thank you for doing that. The thing that I would like to see is, I remember back when the Nova Kakhovka Dam was blown up, that part of Kherson, now I'm not talking about Kherson Oblast, I'm talking about the city of Kherson. Part of that city was liberated months ago, but another part of that same city was not. And I remember the people were suffering greatly. So I guess what I want to ask is, the actual city of Kherson now united, or is that still a problem?
Well, if you mean by united, do the Ukrainians occupy both banks of the Dnieper? Answer, yes. Physically united, well, look, there's no bridge. So, you know, the crossings, and we've seen these, are by, you know, rib and, you know, boat and stuff. So, you know, to describe it as united is, yeah, I think perhaps a bit premature at this stage. David, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just put my hand up because I heard something and maybe I can help. I'm not sure. So there was something about EU trade, was there? Karen was asking.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Karen was asking about the situation on the Ukrainian-Polish border and the demonstrations and blockade on the Polish side.
Right. Okay. So what was the question exactly? Sorry, I was doing something else and I just heard something about.
So my question was around this was basically, given that Ukraine has candidate status and the EU is looking apparently to intervene with the Poles to sort of, you know, get them in line and open the border. My question is, you know, does candidate status give them access to kind of free flow of goods, or is that something that happens later down the line in terms of their accession to the EU, or is that something that kicks in straight away? What I'm trying to work out here is, on what basis would the EU be able to intervene with Poland and keep the border open and flowing.
Yeah, so I'm not. I'll check this, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure entirely. But I think the candidate status doesn't automatically entitle you to any kind of access to the free market or anything like that. I think that's all part of the negotiations once you've been nominated as candidate status. So candidate status just, as far as I know, just indicates that you're in the process of negotiating all of these things towards entry. Now, along the path towards full membership, then it may well be that some of the agreements are reached on free movement of people or free movement of trade, but as far as I know, that's not an automatic thing. With regards to what the reaction of these truck drivers, I mean, this is basically something that's just a domestic, I would say, domestic kind of political failure of the government to explain how things work kind of issue. It's very much similar to the grain issue we had earlier in the year. The drivers are just concerned that Ukrainian drivers will come in and undercut them and therefore make their businesses more difficult. And there may be some truth to that, but on the scale of things, it's something that should be dealt with by the local government, really. So it's a matter of the EU putting pressure on Poland to kind of resolve that industrial dispute. Does that help? Or
yeah, I mean, we had a discussion, I think, a day or two ago with Freight Monkey about this. In the enlargement process, it's typical where French truckers suddenly complain about being undercut by Polish truckers, and the whole kind of economic environment in the trucking industry goes through a rebalancing as new members join, and those are typical kind of growing pains of the enlargement process. So in that sense, what's been going on with the Polish truckers and farmers isn't very different from what we'd expect to happen when Ukraine joins full time.
yeah, exactly. So this is very much kind of on the scale of seafood and British Isles and French farmers, delivering manure into the streets of Paris, and so kind of normal things for the EU, I would say. Nothing to be too concerned about, but obviously at the moment it's a big deal because they're blocking the border with Ukraine. As far as I understand it, this is not affecting any humanitarian or military trade, but that does affect obviously commercial trade, which also has an impact then on revenues to the exchequer in Ukraine because of duty and tax and so forth. So it is a big issue, but as far as I'm aware, there aren't any major concerns regarding things like weapons deliveries and aid deliveries. I'll check up on what candidate status actually means, because I'm not sure about that myself. But I think I'm right in saying that there's no kind of automatic granting of access to the free market and so on. That's all something that's worked through during the course of the process.
Thanks, David. No, that'd be great if you could look into that a bit. Open, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just clarity to Karen asking about Kherson. But the old Kherson city border is on the right bank of the Dnieper, on the north side. So there's nothing on the left side that belongs to the city itself. And when the dam was blown up, the residents on the left bank, they were flooded because that's lower ground, and Ukrainian actually provided aid to people living on the left bank, even though they were in an occupied area. So, but I guess most of those people just had to flee because the water was above their living ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we know more. There we go. So, where am I? Oh, sorry, I've lost what I had. I'm very good at this. So, there is another thing that I just wanted to say that Russia's quite upset about, and that is this UNESCO Executive Board. For the first time in history, Russia is no longer on the UNESCO Executive Board, and the era of Russian influence in this area is over, and rightly so. And Zelensky himself has noted that Russia's international role will only continue to weaken. And, you know, I know this is, you know, just something that is symbolic in a way, but still, it's just proving that, you know, morals come before these sorts of formalities, and I think we need to get with the program and start ousting Russia from a great many more institutions, because well, do we really want to be part of that? Do we really want to have to sit next to them after all of this? I should hope not. Now then, would you like just oh, David, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick update on what the candidate status means. So there is certain automatic things like visa-free travel between Ukraine and the European Union, but it doesn't mean to say that, you know, you've got the right to work and so forth. So there's some relaxation of visa requirements. There's also something called a deep and comprehensive free trade area. I'm going to look into that further to understand exactly what that means. I don't know how much of that is a you know, a free trade area. What is the only text that's on the European Union website is saying that it's kind of a step to bringing Ukraine more deeply integrated into the European Union single market. It doesn't say that it actually gives them access to it. It just says it's part of the plan to introduce that. So, as I said, I'm still looking at it, but I'll come back to you when I found something more details. But
Oh, thank you. That's pretty cool, and yeah, it's worth knowing where they stand, basically. So I've got some additional numbers this morning, just an aggregation of. Russia started an offensive less than a month ago. No, just over a month ago. Sorry, about a month and 5 days, and in that time they have reportedly lost 32,000. There we go. Oh dear, when numbers get big, I get confused. 32,540 troops, 8 aircraft, 8 helicopters. Nice round numbers. 559 tanks, 970 artillery pieces, 992 APCs, 84 MLRS, 935 logistics vehicles, 41 anti-aircraft systems, and 123 items of special equipment. Absolutely wild, the amount of stuff that they appear to be losing. And the armed forces are reclaiming some positions from 2014. It's yeah, the second biggest troop loss for the war today, with a total of 1,330, and well above the 7-day average. The second highest daily troops loss in 7-day losses reach new heights. So we do have some records here along the 7-day losses, and equipment losses are well above the 7-day average as well. So there have been 16 days so far this year with losses of 1,000 troops or higher, and well, today is just a little bit off the maximum of 1,380. which was the maximum that was recorded. I'm trying to find out when. Sometime in October, I believe, by the looks of things. So yeah, just the second highest in losses of personnel today. So almost a record. And yeah, just can you imagine any army keeping up with that level of attrition? I mean, there's more than some countries' armies taken out there just in what, a month and 5 days. Gosh. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, do we know what Russian commander's in charge of that offensive? And do we have a sweepstake going on when he's going to get removed from office, as it were?
Well, it's across a number of fronts, so I imagine there's a number of commanders involved. But Teplinsky, one of my, favourite guys, because for a while he actually stood up for himself, but he seems to have been beaten back into line now. But yeah, Teplinsky has been put in charge of the more westerly direction. Meow. That he's dealing with the Dnipro area and the left bank there of the Kherson, and I imagine that yeah, he's probably not going to be able to prove himself there. I think he was given a bit of poison chalice on purpose. So I'm waiting for him to officially bite the big one. Apparently, he survived the attack on his headquarters building. Shaggy?
Yeah, I reckon we get a sweepstake going, sell tickets for certain dates, 10 whatever's a ticket, and whoever wins, obviously, you donate that money to Ukraine as well. Yeah, do you reckon before Christmas or after Christmas?
What, Teplinsky? Oh, probably before Christmas, I think. I don't have a lot of faith in him going to be able to cope in the situation. Yeah, he's sort of been handed a bit of a shit sandwich, to be absolutely honest. So
Is that a military term?
yeah, that's an official military term. So hopefully that's yeah, hopefully that's going to be his demise at some point anyway. Sorry, I'm just having a look here. So somebody is telling me about the border crossing at Poland, and although there are not problems with deliveries for what's it called, weapons, there are problems with aid deliveries. So NGOs, including I think here, Minister Boomer. You know who Minister Boomer is, don't you? He's the dog from the Postmaster General. He's the what do they call them? Nova Posta type people. Anyway, he said that usually NGOs would be given sort of, passage to travel through the Polish border. However, the spontaneous closures of border crossings and reroutings basically only a certain amount of relief goods appear to be allowed in at some crossings. So 200 kilograms of relief goods, for example. Now, one of the problems is as well that they're being rerouted to other borders and when they get there, they don't have all the right documentation because they weren't crossing there in the first place. And they're a little bit, I don't know, what would you call it? Tied to this, this system of documentation. And digital customs declarations are not always able to be retrieved. So you drive to the nearest customs service, declare there again, of course, with an additional fee of over €80, and then have to have an additional 80 kilometres or 2 hours added to your journey. Now, if you come back empty from Ukraine, They want to know why, and they check absolutely everything. Almost every time, of course, always nothing is found, but you've still lost half a day. So he's not even talking about a lorry here. This is a van. But that's how thoroughly they check them, because they're concerned people are shipping out ammunition or weapons because everybody's so bloody paranoid about it. So he's written actually to the ambassador, Polish ambassador, stating some direct questions. So are the NGOs, amongst others, a pawn of the government and border officials in order to put additional pressure on Ukraine? Is there an agenda of the government to specifically obstruct aid? And NGOs that want to help Ukraine and are abiding by all the regulations. And, you know, obviously there's just our observations, but we have noted that other people have the same experience. So anyway, it's not actually been answered. So he wrote back to the ambassador, who is Darius Pavlos, maybe, just so as you know, and said, well, it was nice of you to ignore our request. In addition to this, clearance of 4 small vans in 6.5 hours. Either your border guards have terrible work ethic, or it's being dictated from above. Either way, this behaviour prevents humanitarian aid, and not only that, you and your authorities are preventing the delivery of life-saving equipment. Is this the image Poland wants to portray from now on, holding up aid shipments for days? And it is a good point that he's making there, that, yeah, the aid vans are indeed being, yeah, affected by all the delays on the borders. So it is something that we'd like to get sorted out as soon as possible. And it's good to see that the EU are putting pressure on Poland to get it sorted as soon as possible. But of course, they're going through a change of government at the moment, aren't they? So that, of course, is also not helping the situation.
I think that's the core problem here, isn't it, Mockers? They haven't actually formed a government yet in the wake of their elections. So the executive is basically a caretaker government, I assume. I don't know. I've just been Googling on this exact topic and I'm not finding an awful lot about it. I don't know how long it takes to form a government in Poland. Perhaps the seats won by both sides were just a bit too close for it to be quite clear how they go about it. So, yeah, I mean, in the absence of a government with a mandate and a majority in the Sejm, then is that how it's pronounced, the Polish Sejm, I think? You know, that this post situation is going to drag on for a little bit until at least that gets resolved.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating, but I suppose it's one of these things that will get resolved. It's just, again, time. You know, time waits for no man, does it? Karen, you've got your hand up.
I wanted to ask about a guest that you had on here. Probably it was the latter part of the summer. He was a person who was bringing vehicles into Ukraine, and I seem to remember him having a lot of problems at the Polish border. And I haven't seen that. I forget his name. I haven't seen him on here for a while, though, or rather heard him. And do you think it'd be possible to get him back? And I just wanted to ask add one more comment. Anything that brings money into Ukraine from anywhere is good right now, because with the U.S. cutting back, at least for the time being, on their contributions, I want to see Ukraine's economy thriving. But yeah, thank you.
No problem. Iwana, welcome up.
Hello, Marcus. Sorry, there is a bit of noise here. I don't know if you can hear me well.
It's not too bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so about Polish government. Indeed, we are now in with a caretaker government because 3 days ago Morawiecki resigned. This is a normal process after the elections. But what I wanted to point out is that they are taking a very long time. So basically, they are at the end of the process about the time that could have been done much quicker, but it isn't because the actual the political power just try to prolong a little bit the process. So the elections were on 15th of October. And just 3 days ago, the government resigned. And there is the proposition for Morawiecki again to form the government. But we know that even if he won the elections with about 34%, he won't be able to form the government. So this is basically just part of the process, which is absolutely meaningless. And he has 14 days. So he has to present the government, and the parliament has to vote on it, and probably it will fail. Most probably it will fail. So again, there will be a proposition for the opposition coalition, and they will be able to form the government. So we have at least about 3 weeks left, maybe even more, until we will have a government in Poland. And yes, the situation is complicated because of this, because these caretaker governments cannot take really important decisions. They are just there to ensure that the normal functioning of the state, not to promote new laws or to do some changes and so on. So I just wanted to point this out, that this process is taking very long. So we have a month since the elections, and we will have at least 3 or 4 weeks ahead of us until we will see a new government in Poland. So about the situation with the Polish carriers, this probably will be solved by the new government in one way or another. What I wanted to point out is that if some of their demands are normal and they are quite reasonable, for example, to establish special lanes for the empty trucks, or to ensure the access to the electronic system of monitoring, these are just practical matters that can be solved, and that they are very reasonable. The others are not so reasonable and are not dependent on Ukraine alone. So this mix of requests, which is kind of complicated, let's say, says that there is a political component. And no wonder that Slovakia acted, basically threatened to act in the same way. They didn't act it yet. Because the prime minister in Slovakia is kind of has some illiberal tendencies, and everything that can create a little bit of new problems probably is good for them. I have seen a study from it is a Ukrainian source, so maybe it is a little bit biased, but according to this study, this blockade of the land lanes is not beneficial for Polish carriers themselves, because besides the damage for the exporters, for Ukrainian exporters, there is a disruption and losses also for Polish companies, and also this affects the humanitarian aid that is sent to Ukraine. So maybe people should be more mindful of the consequences of their actions, and they should try to negotiate and try to find a method to solve this without really blocking this land corridor from Poland. I'm kind of optimistic, mildly optimistic, that this will be solved soon. But again, the first The first motive for this is that because of the war, EU granted passage for Ukrainian carriers without the necessity to apply for a permit. And basically, this is what upset a lot the Polish carriers, because Ukraine is not in EU now, and they feel that this advantage to Ukrainian carriers is unfair, is not a fair competition for them. But regardless of this, I think that the trade with Ukraine, basically now that Ukraine has a candidate status, should be encouraged, not blocked. Besides the humanitarian situation and the fact that Ukraine really needs these land corridors in order to export their goods. The good part in all of this is that the maritime export seems to be going well. So part of it is compensated, but we should keep in mind that the merchandise that is exported by land is not always the same with the one that is exported by sea. So usually by land you tend to export, if you can, of course, high value merchandise, not just bulk, grain or some other stuff. So it's not equivalent, but again, the fact that the maritime export seems to be working now is the little bit of light in all this situation. And as I said, and this is my last thing, as I said, in 3 or 4 weeks, this will be solved by surely, if maybe even quicker. Sorry for talking so much, and sorry for the noise before.
But Joanna, just to clarify, the caretaker government is the outgoing government that recently resigned, and presumably are staying as caretakers in place until a new government is appointed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Because I think always the famous example of running without a government, I think, is Belgium, that a couple of times has gone, like, I don't know, almost 2 years on 2 occasions, back in 2010, I think, and in 2020, where they ran for almost 2 years without a government and just a caretaker government, which kind of tells you something, I think, about Belgian governments in general.
Who was next, Ming? Was it Shaggy?
I think it was Shaggy and then Ovind.
Yeah, thanks. Just to answer Karen's question before, I think it might have been Ragnar Sass who she's thinking about. Although he was last on MriyaReport, from where I can see, on December the 7th last year, so not in the summer. So it may not be him. But he does a lot of. He's kind of got about 255 trucks, I think, at the last count, going into Ukraine, like 4x4s and stuff. So maybe him. Just that.
Oh, it was Ryan she's talking about. Okay, see Ryan, I think. Okay, Ryan, maybe. Anyway, either way, it's Ryan, but he's currently working with the 3XR team, and well, still carrying on doing that work as far as I'm aware. Oyvind, go ahead.
Yes, a question to Joanna. Isn't it possible to temporarily redirect all these trailers that are coming into Ukraine from Poland to Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania? Thank you.
Well, the problem is, if you look on the map, it's not really so easy, because in order to arrive from Poland to Romania, you have to cross either Ukraine or, as you said, Slovakia and Hungary, and neither Slovakia nor Hungary are very open to this kind of traffic. So it's not really possible, I think.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Karen.
Oyvind, I just wanted to tell you, you mentioned Slovakia. They have joined the blockade too. So, yeah. And yeah, I certainly understand what Iana said about the logistics. It would be quite a trip just to get through there. But yeah, Slovakia has joined this blockade as well.
I mean, they are part of the EU, so any traffic going from Poland to Romania shouldn't stop that.
So yes, indeed. Normally, we should think that this should happen without problems. But again, it's about Ukrainian carriers. It's not about Polish carriers. So it's about Ukrainian tracks. The history of it is that in summer 2022, EU cancelled the necessity for having permits for the Ukrainian carriers for a year. So that was until June 2023. And then this summer, this was extended until June 2024. And basically, these Polish carriers and Slovak carriers and so on, they said that this is unfair to them because they have to stick with the EU rules and register and have all this kind of bureaucracy done, while for Ukraine it's kind of free and they can carry merchandise through European Union without having to register. So basically, one of their demands is to limit the number of passages per year up to 200,000. And they want some other practical things, as I said, separate queues for trucks from the EU, so a differentiation between the EU trucks and the other trucks, separate lanes for empty trucks. This is actually very reasonable. They also want not for Ukrainians or for carriers from outside the European Union not to be able to register in Poland, because this is also a way to have, you know, transport company just to create a company in another country, and thus having all the EU benefits. And also they demand some things for the, you know, electronic registration of transportation. So some of the demands are okay, some others are really so it depends on the EU. If EU extended this cancellation of the necessity for permits, it's a done thing, and I think it's a good thing for Ukraine. And taking into account all the situation, humanitarian situation, and the war, I think this is the least we can do in order to help Ukraine have, you know, exporting their products and also importing products and also receiving humanitarian aid. So. Back again, the fact that some carriers are transiting through Poland or Slovakia or Hungary, it depends if they are from inside the European Union or not. So basically, all that are from inside European Union are allowed to transit without problems. This exemption from permits allow Ukrainian trucks to do the same, and that's basically what bothers the Polish carriers, because it's a competition within the economy, because they say that the numbers are unpredictable and this affects them, and also there are very long queues, and you know, all the logistic train is affected by this. And to be honest, yes, indeed, there is a problem inside these countries. For example, I can relate to Romania. If you look on certain routes in Romania, you see more Ukrainian trucks than Romanian trucks. And indeed, there are times of waiting times at the borders. There are problems with the parking. There are problems with the customs. There are problems everywhere. But this is the least we can do to help Ukraine. So despite these problems, for example, Romania is not against this kind of transit, and practically most of the transit, at least the southern part, is going through Romania. In Poland, as I said, my suspicion is that there is a political factor behind it, and this, in my opinion, will be solved once the political situation in Poland is, you know, stable and solved. I'm not saying it's not stable now, but I'm just waiting for the new government, and I think things will be much easier then.
Yeah, that makes sense. And of course, the new government incoming are very supportive of Ukraine. So fingers crossed that gets sorted as soon as they can. Leo, welcome up.
Hi there. Thank you so much. Great discussion. I did want to there was a comment about, I think Karen was commenting about people bringing things to Ukraine and being stopped at the border, being held up at the border. So, I'm part of the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, and we've worked with lots of diaspora organizations. I'm actually a recent past president. And we shipped like $20 million worth of goods, of humanitarian goods to Ukraine. And the way we started is we gathered all these medical types of medical equipment and got a cargo plane that we rented and flew it, into Poland. And when we arrived, we didn't have any kind of permission or anything like that to bring all this stuff. So we had to sit in a warehouse for a couple of weeks until the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine and the Ministry of Health of Ukraine was contacted, and they gave an invite for all these things that were being brought in. And after that point, we've always gotten the invites in advance and permission to bring the goods. So I think there's a lot of humanitarians. This is a great grassroots effort, and everybody was trying to help. And some people were just like driving their truck across and saying, "I'm donating my truck," and obviously the authorities, want to be sure that that's really what's going to happen, and that this person isn't going there to cause trouble. It is a war, and there are lots of bad actors out there as well. But definitely, with permission, it's quite easy to bring stuff to Ukraine that is clearly earmarked for good purposes. Thank you very much.
Leo, question for you. Are you still making those shipments? Because if you are, might be able to help. My brother works with an organization in the UK that do shipments to Ukraine, and they actually have a deal with the Ukrainian embassy in the UK, whereby everything gets shipped as diplomatic cargo. So it doesn't get stopped or inspected at all.
Right. Well, this was like March of 22, so we were just learning our way. But now we always get everything set up properly, and we get it in without any problem. I think we did 4 cargo plane fulls up to this point, 4 or 5. And definitely many other kinds of things are being done, sending money directly, supporting particular organizations, directly buying medicines in Poland, and then transporting those across. Equipment, and such. So definitely we're set up, and I would love to, if you don't mind, send a direct message. We can talk about some sort of partnership. Thanks.
That's what we do here. We bring people together. I love it. Love it.
You
Love
betcha.
it.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, I'll do that, Leo. I'll send you a DM, and we'll see if it helps you at all. Because it sounds like your operation is pretty smooth, and no need to fix what isn't broken. But hey, who knows?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, more networking is always better. And, we work with Razom as well. And, I'm very close to the in Razom. So it's a great network that we have. But, it always helps to gather more people. Thank you so much.
So, Marcus, do you remember that fire, warehouse fire? When was it? Last week, near Moscow, Gorky, that produced all sorts of, satisfactory amounts of black smoke. Well, it turns out that warehouse was full of aircraft tires for S7 Airlines. So, as we all know, tires burn rather well. And, Russian airlines are a bit short of parts. I'd imagine they're short of tires too. And in S7's case, particularly short now. I don't know if you picked up on that detail about that fire subsequently.
Yes, that what did they say they were? They said they were gas meters or something like that, and it seemed a bit strange that they were quite so darkly flammable. And apparently they're aircraft parts and tires. So well, they keep trying to hide these things, don't they? But they keep being found. And there was something that I was discussing with Genesis Man actually yesterday, where there was, let me just find our conversation. My goodness me, I get a lot of DMs these days, you know. I'm sure I could actually search this for him. Oh no, of course I can't, because the flipping, yeah, it thinks I'm offline whenever I try and search for anyone. There he is. Right, okay. So, for example, the big fire that was in Russia, in St. Petersburg, which was classed as being a hardware store. Yes, not a hardware store, as far as I'm concerned, because it was extremely explosive and a very hot night. So this was came out on the 14th, and it looks as though it is actually a gas explosion. And the alarmed locals were concerned that it was not far from a gas station, so very possibly an explosion of gas or fuel of some kind. And they had terrible trouble putting it out, which also suggests that there was something continuing to feed it, such as fuel. So yeah, all these things keep happening, and Genesis Man agreed with me that warehouse, workshop, hardware store, absolutely not. They're either explosives there or perhaps a gas explosion of some kind. But doesn't it seem that Ukraine's working to some sort of plan? Their cover stories just get worse and worse. And again, a fire at a construction site. It's amazing how many construction sites are on fire in Russia, isn't it? This one's from yesterday. And well, it was 6 fire crews and an ambulance, and the fire was still raging half an hour after the fire crews had started working, as though it wasn't going out at all. However, I do see some guy running backwards and forwards with a bucket, which I'm sure was really useful. However, it looks very much like, again, that's some sort of gas or fuel explosion. And well, there was a lot of firefighters dealing with that one fire, and although it was contained in quite a small area, it was still quite impressive. And the man with the bucket, I'm going to say, bless him for being really brave there and running in with his bucket. But oh my gosh, it's a tiny bit too little too late at that point, I would say. Ivana?
But remember, they want to colonize the satellites of Jupiter. So yeah, the guy with the bucket.
I'm sure they're going to colonize the moons of Jupiter sometime soon. In their dreams, of course. Now then, what am I being sent here by Genesis Man? You see, he'd sent me a new message. That's why I couldn't find him. So it's a new video of this powerful fire at the military unit in the Volgograd region. So a bit more information now. Locals heard explosions, would you believe? And the fire started at 1 a.m., around 1 a.m. Now, they're saying it was quickly extinguished with no casualties. However, quickly extinguished, no, there's like, well, let's just say that was a massive explosion of secondaries. And now a new video turning up from a different angle showing, yeah, even more explosions of secondaries. And, well, it made the whole sky red. It was, yeah, very impressive. In fact, bright blood red colour, which suggests, again, some sort of ammunition. You know, something particularly incendiary there. And wow, yeah, that's impressive. I'm going to put that video into the nest, just so you can all enjoy the changes of colours. And you know what they'll say that is, don't you? They'll say, oh, well, that was fireworks. That's why it was all colourful like that. Of course it was fireworks. Genesis Man, are you there? I need to poke you with regards to this particular video.
Yes, Mockers, go ahead.
So, what do you think would burn so very bright red like that?
Something that
Giving off
goes
that
bang.
colour.
Yeah, something that goes bang. Usually iron based. So I don't know. It'll end in an. So magnesium, potassium, one of those.
Well, yeah, I was going to say magnesium for some reason, just because of how bright the fire itself gets as the clouds all give off this red glow back. So yeah, there's something like that in there that definitely burns bright and hot. Do you think they put that out within 30 minutes?
Because I don't think they've put it out in 30 hours. Notwithstanding the fact, usually, if you burning metals, you don't put water on it because it just goes bigger bang and gives you more problems, which is what they're doing. Going back to our chats with Will around, if you've mobilised everybody at the front, you don't have the people that understand what's going on in front of them, so they just like amateurs, like people throwing buckets of water on stuff. Just not good. I'm ever so pleased.
Yeah, they've made a right mess of these things, aren't they? And it would seem that yeah, you're right. The experience, the expertise, maybe the knowledge, just isn't there to deal with these things properly anymore. And wow, what a boom is all I can say. That particular one, I'm going to have to call my boom of the day so far. But you never know. You never know. There might be more to come. You just, you've got to say that the Ukrainians like to pull these things out of the bag and surprise us from time to time. And they've certainly been packing some surprises for the Russians, haven't they?
Yeah, for me, because it's yes, it's a big bang, and yes, it's devastating to that particular plant, but it's the frequency that is piquing my interest. So yes, you have fires all over the place, and they happen daily. They don't happen in ammo storage areas and the likes that we've been seeing, at oil refineries for no reason at all. Stuff doesn't just pop into flames. I mean, I can't remember the last time we had an oil refinery depot fire in the UK. 10 years ago, a decent one. They're having them weekly over there. So my point is this, that there is definitely something going on, and it's to do with Ukraine, I would suggest. Partisans and or people that are, generally miffed off with Russia. And again, lack of maintenance and all the stuff that Ming is seeing in the aircraft industry, you're getting in everyday life there, and stuff's bursting into flames. So that's why I'm impressed with it.
Yeah, it's almost as though they've got a list of these places, isn't it? And they're just picking them off one by one way or another. So yeah, I think that's it's quite interesting to note that these places don't always appear to be random, shall we say, random targets. I mean, I understand they have a lot of accidents, but
yeah, me too. They're not random, and there's definitely a pattern coming out here. And I think there was a little bit of work done a little while ago and by a YouTuber, and I think the instances of fire have gone up in the region of 600%. Now, I'm not a betting man, but there's only three causes of fire, by the way, people, and that'll be people, people, and people. So it's always somebody's fault somewhere, somehow. And like Ming says, in the aircraft industry, stuff just going to rat. Well, it's going to rat now, and that's the way it is.
Yeah. And, you know, maintenance issues aside, they're just the vast amount of industrial accidents also seem to be just a little bit suspicious. I appreciate they've got problems, but I do feel as though some of these problems are being helped along a little bit. Some sort of, you know, sabotage type thing. Wow. So, in the temporarily occupied territories, I'm hearing that the Russians are finding a new way to force residents under their passporting system, acting through employers. So, employers will now be forced to inform the migration department about all employed non-citizens of the Russian Federation and threaten fines of up to 800,000 rubles if it's not done. In these cases where they're identified, a higher tax charge will be applied to those people. So people without a Russian passport will be forced to then also submit fingerprints and register with the migration service as though they are foreigners in their own country. So basically they're saying voluntarily become a citizen of Russia, or we will basically turn you into a foreign citizen that we can deport anywhere we like. Amazing. Not amazing, expected, but horrifying. Yeah, so some of the, like, just, you know, very open aspects of genocide that are coming up here, because again, this is, you know, it's stealing people's identity, it's forcing people to be something that they're not, and that's another part of genocide, is it not? Raising people's identity. For example, the street poster from Mariupol telling Ukrainians not only to take their passports but also to change their name to get away from the historical Ukrainian Nazism. And well, you know, we know what Nazism means to Russia. It basically just means opposed to being Russian, being forced to being Russian, sorry. Because, you know, if people want to do whatever, they're good for them. But if you're choosing to be part of Russia, that's a totally different thing to if you're forced to be part of Russia. And I think, you know, obviously at this point, any people who have not taken passports are indeed definitely under force. Oh, you'll also be able to hear about this. In the Kherson region, the Russian administration is forcing school children and students to join their Russian military patriotic actions of sending letters to soldiers. Supported by the Russian Ministry of Education, of course. The purpose is to send supportive letters for the military personnel engaged in combat operations against Ukraine. This action is organized by the Russian security services through controlled military organizations that systematically conduct events to militarize Ukrainian children. And it's absolutely vile and perverse that these children are being basically forced to thank the occupiers in writing for what? Ruining their lives, probably killing somebody in their family, taking over their cities and towns and completely trying to brainwash them. Oh God, it's just, ugh. There are swears I could use. But luckily I've been saved. Fuck tyrants, welcome up.
Hi, sorry, I was having some trouble earlier. I'm not sure if I was causing any issues, but did you say Ministry of Happiness? Because they've got a Ministry of Happiness recently, and it sounds like it's their doing.
The Ministry of Happiness, I know. Who would have thought that this was a necessary item in the Russian world, hey? But apparently you need a ministry to tell you to be happy. You know, because people obviously aren't. yeah, it's telling in itself that this is something that the government have tried to put in place, don't you think?
Yeah,
Well, it,
all jokes aside, I mean that is ridiculous. It's literally a war crime, and I'm not sure what UN is doing. Then again, they've got Iran there at the head of UN, leading the UN watch crime. Is it?
are they, is
Goodness.
it humanitarian or something body?
Oh,
Either way, it's an absolute joke.
you can't make heads or tails anymore. People who are committing crimes, they're the head of human rights.
Yeah, exactly. It is actually, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. Hey. Now then, I am hearing here that migrants who are being instructed or turned away from Russian border guards at the Finnish border, they're actually directing them towards Norway now. It's been confirmed that any migrants being turned away from the closed border have been instructed by the Russian border guards to travel towards the Norwegian border. Norway, it's your turn. It's amazing, isn't it, how they just continue to, well, that's okay. We'll just find another way round. We'll just find another way around it to pester you.
Well, that's a bit of a tricky border, that one, because it's not very long, Mockers, and it's on the very, very northern tip of Norway. So it's pretty far north, and I imagine even at this time of year, it's going to be pretty cold up there. I bring it up. I bring it up occasionally because one of the things that the Russians always complain about is NATO expansion, etc., etc. But you know, since NATO's original formation in 1949, NATO's always had a border with Russia, and that's the Norwegian one. And funnily enough, there's a picture I tweet from time to time whenever I'm reminded of it. There's a river up there that forms the border between Norway and Russia, and there's a sign on the Norwegian side which says "No peeing towards Russia." And I always joke that all necessary de-escalation steps have been taken on the NATO's original border with Russia.
That's awesome. But it might be a bit cold for that anyway, by the sounds of things. So Shaggy.
Yeah, just on that story about the Minister of Happiness. It's not the first. The UAE actually has a Minister of State for Happiness and Well-being, and has done since 2016. So yeah, Russia seems to be the second country if it's going to have this Minister of Happiness after.
I think, Shaggy, I think there's a country that has it as an official policy. It's Bhutan, I think. That has, you know, it's people's happiness as the measure of success of the government, and they've kind of, I think they, I mean, just very roughly from memory, but it's like their core driving thing as a country.
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Happy place, happy people. Also, Tunisia has an unofficial Minister of Happiness, a former professional tennis player who's unofficially nicknamed as the Minister of Happiness. But yeah, Minister of State for Happiness and Wellbeing is a cabinet position in the UAE. I just thought you'd like to know.
So, Mockers, a bit of aviation news. I think you mentioned earlier that the Russians are all terribly upset about being booted off UNESCO. Well, there's a pretty big airline in Russia called UT Air, and there's something quite interesting about UT Air, which I'll get to in a bit. But they operate, you know, your normal airline. But the other thing they do is they have the biggest civilian fleet of helicopters in the world. So they operate the Mil-17, which is basically the civilian version of the Mil-8 helicopter that you'll be very familiar with from Russia's operations in Ukraine, and indeed Ukraine themselves operate that helicopter. But so UTAir, what they do is they do all the support for Russia's offshore oil and gas rigs, sort of in Sakhalin, all those sorts of things. But the other big piece of business that they used to have is supporting UN operations, mostly in Africa. So basically, every 2 years or so, the UN would tender for their supporting their operations around the world, and UTAir would invariably win those tenders, and their helicopters will be doing all that work. But now, tragically, UTAir is no longer able to tender for those deals and has had to ground 1/3 of its helicopter fleet. And we're talking about quite a lot of helicopters. We're talking about 50 helicopters or so that they've had to just sit on the ground and not use them at all. And the tragedy in all this is all in the rumored ownership of UTAir. Now, UTAir was always owned by a pension fund for one of the Russian oil majors. And that Russian oil major was Yukos, which was, as we all know, originally owned by Mikhail Khodorkovsky, but was seized and broken up and handed over to various other more deserving oligarchs, i.e. oligarchs who were nicer to Putin. And the bit of Yukos that apparently ended up in Putin's ownership was the pension fund of Yukos. So, Yukos's pension fund apparently was no longer for the benefit of Yukos's employees, but of one pensioner in particular, Vladimir Putin. So if one of their assets, UTAir has always been a bit of a financial basket case, to be fair, but if their whole helicopter operation, it was 1/3 of it is sitting on the ground with no work at all, that's going to be hitting Putin in his own pocket, hopefully.
Oh, that's nice to hear it actually making its way to hurt the man himself. That does sort of like feel quite nice actually. That he might actually feel a little bit of pain directly. So yeah, lovely stuff. I'm sure it won't bother him that much, but it's nice just to stick the knife in. So talking of sticking the knife in, the Russian appointed head of the DPR, whoever they are, has been boasting on Solovyov's show how things are going so very well in Mariupol these days. And they're trying to spread their, delightful Russian joy to the rest of the occupied areas. Now, he's bragged that Mariupol has been restored. I think we all know how much of Mariupol has been restored. Not a right lot, but enough to get in a camera shot, at least. So anyway, he says, yes, the hostilities are not over yet, but construction has been deployed in Mariupol. We are also building related infrastructure and trade infrastructure. And they go on about, well, it's not just about the economy. Of course, the restoration of enterprises is a good start. It brings money back into the area. All sounds very plausible, doesn't it? I wonder who destroyed them. Anyway, so they are building new factories, apparently, or at least they're seeking the documentation to build new factories. So, they'll be asking for lots of money, but they won't actually build anything, I'm quite sure. And he goes on as though the place wasn't razed to the ground and literally the scene of a massive murder. yeah, so it's all very positive in Mariupol, according to him. Apart from those people who are consistently being nobbled by the partisans. Do you like that? That's another Britishism for you, nobbled. For example, in Mariupol, and this annoys me slightly, that they're now calling citizens, Ukrainian citizens, they're now calling them migrants because, of course, they're trying to push them into this status of, not being a citizen of your own country, which you've lived in since birth, which is, I've got things I could say about that. Anyway, however, some of these cheeky migrants killed a veteran of the special military operation. Now, according to information, the civilian occupiers have been detained, although there's no evidence that they've actually detained anyone. They have said that they've detained somebody. However, here's the report. Since the beginning of summer, migrants, meaning Ukrainian citizens living in their own land, have committed more than 15 massacres of our soldiers. You mean, yeah, well, 15 Russian soldiers have been taken out just since the beginning of summer. And he says at the end, unfortunately, while our guys are fighting, they, as in the real people that should be there, continue to massively occupy our country, okay, establish their own rules and commit crimes against us. And so, it just goes to show how they're sort of talking now about people, how they're trying to categorize actual citizens of Ukraine. But I think it's important that we take note that in Mariupol, where everything is fine and dandy, according to that dude at the head of the whatever DPR, it's all fine and dandy, Ming, apart from the fact that occupiers keep dying mysteriously.
So, Mockers, just so I understand this, these people who are classed as migrants are actual Ukrainian citizens who don't want to take up Russian nationality. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And so, but what's happening to them? I mean, are they being threatened with deportation? I mean, that strikes me as probably something that they'd probably be relatively happy to have happen to them. Or are they being threatened with being, because we've seen this before, with people classed as migrants, being threatened with being mobilized?
Well, there's a lot of sort of, you need to come and sign at your conscription office now you've received a Russian passport going on. Yeah, I would imagine they're going to try and do that to anybody who doesn't want to take a Russian passport as well. I mean, come on, they're just another commodity. But yeah, they're basically trying to create a feeling where they make them officially second-class citizens. So you don't get the same employment opportunities, and in fact, even if you do receive employment, you'll be taxed higher and things like that. So yeah, it's just basically making it more untenable for them to remain without a Russian passport. It's just making things more difficult. And of course, there'll be the people that get blamed when anything goes wrong and stuff like that. You know how these things happen.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, it's just so twisted in a sense, because you'd think that the whole Russian story is that these are just a bunch of Russians. These Ukrainians are just a bunch of Russians who've been misled by Nazi propaganda or whatever, and if we show them a bit of love and care, they'll become just like us, sort of thing. But no, instead we'll be as brutal and as nasty to them as we possibly can, and that should swing things our way. It makes zero sense at all.
Well, it's because they're all about, you know, they're not bothered about respect. They're bothered about fear, aren't they? So control through fear rather than control through mutual respect. And it's a completely different mindset, you know. You just keep smacking them until they finally agree with you, and then it's fine because they're terrified of you. So you know, like those guys that were being beaten up by their fellow soldiers.
Yeah,
Quite
I was thinking
horrifically.
exactly reminded of that video too, Mockers. And the big mystery to me as to what was going on in that video is, what was that hole in the ground for that the other guys who were being punished were digging?
Do you not think that was their room for the night, considering how deep it was?
I have no idea. I mean, I just can only assume that they were sort of being asked to dig their own grave in some sort of psychological torture type of scenario.
Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine that was part of it. But also, I think, you know, it was very deep, wasn't it? It was about 1 meter above their heads. And I just wondered if they were going to end up sitting down there all night because, you know, these punishment pits seem to be a regular thing now. Fuck tyrants.
I was going to mention the Ministry of Happiness is really working to liberate people in Mariupol. It's such a great liberation. Maybe they should throw flowers at them, and hopefully it doesn't get them arrested. I'm trying to keep my marbles today because it's such terrible day it is. I also read that there's this trend going online on TikTok, especially, where people are posting a letter written supposedly by Bin Laden, and people going all hysteric and supporting terrorism now. So the world has gone a bit upside down today.
Yeah, I have spotted that, and that's how you know that TikTok is run by a foreign government against us. You know, it's very easy to get hooked on it. I'll be absolutely honest. In the past, not on this phone, I must add, I did have a TikTok account, and I found it very addictive indeed, especially during COVID lockdown, because, you know, it was a good way to communicate or express yourself without being able to leave the house. And it was almost perfectly crafted for that sort of situation. And yeah, it had a massive boom during that time. I don't know if you noticed. And now look at the disinformation they're spreading. They've got people actually sympathizing with, yeah, actual terrorists that needed to be taken out. It's shocking stuff, the level of education these days, but yeah, I think we do need to get a handle on education, and I think we do need to realise that, you know, this seemingly cheerful and you know, pervasive app is actually quite sinister, and yeah, just poisoning the minds of young people who don't know history properly. And it's a terrible shame, it really is. And I can only advise that people, you know, put the correct information out there as much as possible as well. Go ahead, Ming.
Yeah, that TikTok had that marvelous moment in COVID lockdown where that guy was skateboarding to work with his ocean spray cranberry juice to Fleetwood Mac's Dreams, was it? I think. And that was just a lovely, beautiful moment in lockdown because it was just an all-round feel-good story. But now, bringing the world Bin Laden's words from beyond the grave. Yeah, I like you. I had a TikTok account, but yeah, I deleted it probably about a year ago.
You know the reason I deleted it, Ming? Because I got nothing done. as soon as I opened it up, I was there for hours. And I thought, this thing is actually eating my life. And I deleted it. And well, since then I've had 2 new phones, but you know, I just decided it was stealing all my time away. And I'd rather spend that on different things rather than just you know, drooling at my phone screen. And yeah, so it's made to entertain in short bursts like that. And it's very effective, very. Ghost?
Yeah, TikTok. That isn't that a Chinese invention? Because yeah, no, well, I wouldn't want to have anything made in China on my telephone because the chance that they are stealing data from you is very, very big. So I congratulations you, Marcus, that you have got rid of it because that's the best thing you ever done for yourself.
Well, I just, like I say, I realised that it was pretty much a time stealer. And, you know, I'd forget to eat dinner and stuff because I'd be watching it for hours and I'd be like, oh my God, it's bedtime. And I thought, I can't keep doing this. This is ridiculous. So, yeah, I see them obviously on other platforms and stuff like that. And I still find the short video, you know, snippets entertaining, and that's what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to you know, engage that part of our brain that constantly needs entertaining, and they're not long enough to get bored of. It's always like something new, here's something new. It's a bit like likes, you know, when people are sort of addicted to likes, you sort of get addicted to this. Oh, what's this is interesting. And you know, some people make good use of it and make good money out of it. Well, money out of it. But yeah, still, I think it's very pervasive and it's very addictive, and that's kind of the point. Shaggy.
Sorry, I was just IDing a mushroom. Yeah, I've never downloaded TikTok. I've never done it. Yeah, there's a few new apps. I want to say new, probably the last 10 years actually, that I haven't bothered with, and TikTok was one of them. I just thought, well, there's so many. Started off on Facebook, then Instagram, and then Twitter, and that's me done. Thanks very much. There's just too many out there, so I gave up. I mean, I had to go at Discord once, but I just didn't like it. It was horrible. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I'm getting old now. But yeah, I'll leave the TikTok generation to others if they want it. But yeah, like Ghost, I wouldn't recommend it. But anyway.
Well, I'm a bit old and grumpy these days, to be absolutely fair. But I don't even have Instagram anymore. I just got rid of it because I didn't see the point in it. And people send me stuff that's on Instagram, and I'm like, yeah, cheers. I never look at it because it always tries to get me to sign back up again. And I'm like, no, go away. So yeah, they are. It gets a bit much sometimes. There's only so much bandwidth you can give to you know, this online stuff, and some days you know, you find you've done nothing because you're faffing about online. Shaggy?
Yeah. Actually, saying that, I did actually sign up for Truth Social, but only for NAFO fella reasons, to do a bit of bonking over there. And I've got a few Twitter things as well, so they take a little bit of time to manage. And of course, Blue Sky as well. So yeah, I have actually thinking about it. Joined a couple of new ones, but yeah, it does get a bit much when you've got apps all over the place and this kind of stuff. So I just prefer one basically. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, well, I'm stuck here for the moment. You know, this is where you'll find me basically when I'm not asleep. Now then, we do have some fun, interesting, weird things from Russian Telegram. And as always, thank you to Beefeater for his stellar work. So shall we see what they're whining about these days right now? Now, I've seen this thing about the Baltica plant. We mentioned that, didn't we? that these two guys had been arrested on suspicion of transferring rights to the company's original beer brands to Carlsberg. How terrible. So, but basically they've tried to save some of the rights or something, and they've ended up in trouble, basically. So a criminal case has been opened for fraud, and the two top managers will be receiving preventative measures, whatever that may be. Now then, I'm just trying to see. I kind of feel like I've read this one already. Kind of feel like I've done this one already. Maybe they're just talking about the same shit. Oh, sorry. Same stuff, different day. That's the one. It's the same. Yeah. Right. Okay. It's the same guy that they're talking about. I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless you.
You okay, Mockers?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Sorry. I just couldn't speak for a moment there because I was having like a multiple sneeze situation. Whew. So yesterday we heard a bit of a thing about Russian eggs, didn't we? Being expensive, very expensive. And so the Russian Poultry Union has now come out and said some sort of explanation. Anyway, in October, the price of eggs jumped by 13% compared to September, which is a lot. And since the beginning of the year has increased 18.6% in the northwest. 1 dozen eggs now costs an average of 90 rubles. And in the Far East, the amount can rise up to 190, in particular in the Amur region. So the cost of eggs has increased by 30 to 40 rubles over the past month and now reaches 150 rubles in most areas on average. So they haven't really explained why. They've just said, yes, this is it. So that wasn't really an explanation, was it? They've just confirmed that these things are more expensive now. Tufties.
Yeah, so the really funny thing in that report that made me laugh, Mockers, was that now eggs are described as an elite product that only the elite can afford, which is just so ridiculous.
Well, it is, isn't it? Because, eggs. Do you think people are going to be like keeping hens at home from now on? Because that seems to be a better idea.
But here's the thing, right? So in the past, they probably would have, right? So they weren't a million miles away from the land. But then if I look at my friend Sergey in Moscow, right? So Sergey has a dacha. And, you'd think that down on the dacha, if you do things, for instance, the way the Scandinavians do, you're pretty well living a kind of subsistence existence. So, our summer house in Norway is on the fjord. We've got fishing nets. We haven't got any running water. We've got a well. We've got, minimal electricity, all those things. And we basically just live off the land. We've got, red currant bushes, that we make jam with. We go out fishing and we basically have fish or crab or mussels every day. We have to be careful with the water and all that. But so Sergei's dacha, though, will have been like at one point in time a wooden shack where he was pretty well, probably at some point farming vegetables in a patch out the back and maybe keeping the odd chicken and whatnot. But these days, what he's done is he's turned it into a fake, because the one country in the world that Sergei absolutely adores is Scotland. So anything Scottish is something that, right up Sergei's street. And he's turned his dacha into a fake Scottish baronial castle. So he's got, and it's completely out of any proportion, right? So it's a tiny little patch of land, and you can imagine what a Scottish baronial castle would look like if you squeeze one into half an acre, right? So he sent me pictures of it. I've not been there, thank God, because I'd probably be a little too shocked. But he sent me pictures, and he's got this grand staircase squeezed into a tiny space with deer, stuffed deer heads on the walls that he apparently shot out the back and had stuffed and mounted. So, Sergei keeping chickens at his dacha wouldn't really fit the bill anymore. They've kind of turned their backs and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you see, and this would have been the way to be self-sufficient in the past, look after themselves, basically. And well, I do wonder if they're going to have to get back to that sort of thinking. Fock Tyrants, go ahead.
On the spirit of a Ukrainian soldier that said famously, "We're so lucky, they're so effing stupid." Right? So I would propose that the Russians, they deploy their brand new Ministry of Happiness and take inspiration from the Chinese who hug pandas to make them happy. Deploy them on these chicken farms, give them great big hugs to the chicken. Some happy hens will lay happy eggs. And that's probably my last joke on the Ministry of Happiness. Probably.
Well, I can only say, yeah, maybe the Ministry of Happiness will start giving out chickens instead of refrigerators. You never know. I think it would be more useful to have some chickens on hand. Anyway, it baffles me, it really does, that, yeah, they would do this. Now then, do you recall there being quite stringent laws on firearms being owned by the public in Russia, Ming?
Oh yes, unless you're what's her name, Maria Butina, where you set up a fake Russian equivalent of the National Rifle Association, and then go and sleep with everybody from the US NRA to get them on your side.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose that works as well. However, now they're going to be relaxing these rules, and anybody who is considered to be a combat veteran will be able to buy multi-shot and rifled weapons without any training or experience, because they'll have it already, surely. The corresponding bill is to be submitted to the State Duma by the Deputy Chairman of the Security Committee. Now, are they literally arming their population for the fight that's to come? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
So historically, they've been really nervous about letting people have firearms in Russia for obvious reasons. I haven't looked at this particular issue recently, but I'm kind of surprised that they're letting, especially veterans, keep firearms. It does seem a bit away from the normal way of doing things over there.
Well, it is, of course, coming from Russian Telegram, so it may be a little bit twisted, but it does say something is being submitted to the State Duma that will allow combat veterans to find it easier to purchase weapons. And I just wonder if also this is because these guys have had to buy their own equipment, haven't they, to turn up on the way to the war, and they have had problems with supplying them with weapons and ammunition, just like they had problems supplying them with body armor and the like. So what did they have to do? They had to buy all their own body armor and, in some cases, uniforms and socks and medical kits. So now they can say, oh, bring your own weapon as well. As you're a combat veteran, in all future wars, you'll be expected to purchase your own weapon. What do you reckon, Ming? Do you reckon that's what they're trying to get around?
Yeah, I don't know. You see, I'm just slightly. This whole story doesn't really ring very true to me because, basically it's the same argument in Russia as it is in the US. So in the US, the National Rifle Association argues that, well, we have to have the right to keep arms to defend ourselves against a potentially tyrannical government, right? In Russia, it's also true, except the starting point is a tyrannical government, and the tyrannical government doesn't want anybody to have weapons who could potentially threaten it. So I would be kind of skeptical about this story overall.
The thing is, you can always bring these things to the State Duma. It doesn't mean they have to pass them, does it? So it's a bit like, putting forward a silly bill just to get it pushed down and to say, look, nobody's into this. Fox Tyrants, go ahead.
What could possibly go wrong in Russia with vodka and guns mixed together? Could we actually help them out? Could we not airdrop some, pistols, just pistols, because we don't want them to run with AK-47s at the front lines. We can help them with the arms, because all I've heard is they don't even have actual arms to send to the front lines, let alone to give to 150 million odd citizens. So I wonder how that is going to be achieved.
Well, exactly. There is also the thought that they probably don't have enough to supply their soldiers. So where these are coming from, we'll never know.
Could we also add the tampons to the list? Because they're running out of tampons to stop the bleeding on the front lines.
Yeah, I'm not sure it stops the bleeding, but we can add them to the list if they really want some.
It's a famous story. I'm sorry. It's a famous story that the Russians, they were sending these military instructors to provide tampons to stop the bleeding.
Yes, there was a lady giving instructions for, how to deal with a bullet wound or what have you. And that was one of her ideas. Just pop it right in there. Yeah, it'll just slide right in that bullet hole. Be perfect. It'll draw out all the blood and continue to help you to bleed for the rest of the day. So that was basically the problem with that. That it wouldn't actually seal the wound, but keep it bleeding. Amazing. Due to the wicking, quality of the lady's tampon there.
Yeah, the trust me knowledge. I've done this once a month knowledge.
Well, I don't know. I think it was a bit of clutching at straws there, to be absolutely fair. But if you don't have anything else, I suppose at least it sort of gives them the thought, the knowledge that they might be able to help themselves with their, really inadequate medical kits. I suppose some knowledge can be dangerous, can't it? Now, did you know that there is still a shortage of personnel in jobs in Russia? There is basically zero unemployment because they have loads of job vacancies. I can't imagine how this has happened. It's an awful shock. Awful shock. Bear with me a minute. I've just got to decide what this system wants from me. Oh, there we go. Right, okay. Sorry, it wanted me to tick a box. Due to a shortage of personnel, the demand for employees without experience and students looking for work experience has almost tripled. In fact, the number of vacancies now willing to take teenagers has increased 5-fold in Russia. That seems like quite a lot. And well, it's going to have some sort of effect, isn't it? That they're sort of dragging people out of education and into work as quickly as possible. I don't know. I feel as though that might be another level of desperation that we're seeing there. You know, these things, they must have a knock-on effect, put it that way. Now then, what else have they been up to? So the Ministry of Digital Development proposed to regional authorities to close Russian port offices with cities with a population of more than 10,000, so that funds from leasing the premises could be used to support certain villages. The board of directors of the company itself, however, doubts the effectiveness of this mechanism and insists alternative sources of financing must be found. So, but basically, they're arguing how to best fund the desperation that's going on around them. And I don't know, closing all the port authorities, it does seem a little over the top. It depends what they're doing, though. However, you know, possibly this is quite a good earner being on the port authority. So, of course, they don't want out of them jobs. Just imagine what you could skim off working for the port or customs authorities. Imagine how many bribes you could get on a regular basis. Amazing.
This would explain the constant interest of organized crime in port operations, right?
Well, it seems to have some sort of correlation, doesn't it? I can say that they seem to go hand in hand at the moment, especially in Russia.
Except in Russia, you know, the port authorities are the organized crime groups. Like, they're not a different thing. It's not like one is parasitical on the other. They're just, you know, it's just more efficient and they've just amalgamated them. why keep up the pretense, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, makes a difference, doesn't it? Sorry, trying to flip in, get in my way. Yeah, it's very efficient of them to sort of just lump it all together. And obviously they don't want to be pushed out of that particular earner. So no, we must find alternative financing. No doubt they'll figure it out eventually. Shush. Sorry, people sending me emails. What do we have here? Oh, this will be surprising. No, actually not. Russians have set a 10-year record for the purchase and sale of real estate. Where do you think? Not in Russia, no, in Spain. So in January to June 23, Russians made 2,137 transactions with Spanish real estate. The average price per square meter increased by 15.2%. So they made a nice tidy earner if they were selling. However, if they were buying, it is a buyer's market, isn't it? And it sounds to me like they were mostly buying. It's a way to hold funds, I suppose, isn't it, to purchase a property, especially in an area where you know that the demand will probably stay quite high because of the fact that it's usually quite a nice place.
You see, I don't understand how they are settling these transactions, right? So who is banking them?
Cyprus.
Right. So they're doing it through Cypriot banks. So Russians can open accounts in Cypriot banks.
Yes and no. What happens is some of these Cyprus banks and organisations, financial organisations, have found ways to hide the original owner, and they create a few shell companies and what have you, and just sort of bury the original beneficiary somewhere in shell companies. And then, of course, it all looks perfectly above board until you dig into it a little bit more. And that's why these records coming out of Cyprus are going to be extra interesting, because these are the sorts of things that are cropping up.
Now, that puzzles me because as part of your client onboarding process as a bank, you have to identify the ultimate beneficial owner. It can't be some dodgy trust in the Cayman Islands. It can't, right? So even if you even if there is, you know, a degree of anonymity that the client wants, and there are a number of legitimate reasons to do that. I mean, people who are very rich like to hide the fact that they own a particular thing, right? They don't, for obvious reasons, they don't like people knowing where they live, for example. So in countries that operate open property registers, which is quite a few, or companies that operate countries that operate open corporate registers like the UK, right? You don't want to be listed as a director of a particular company because it's a way for people to see how rich you are, and that becomes a, you know, potentially a security risk if you're, you know, if you're engaged in political activities, for example, in authoritarian regimes, or, you know, what have you. Like, there are any number of legitimate reasons why somebody would want to hide the fact that they own a particular thing, or hide the exact degree of their wealth from the general public. So you can use these structures, and these structures can have bank accounts. That's not a problem. But the bank does have a legal duty to identify who the actual ultimate beneficial owner of the thing they are banking for is. Right? This is the most fundamentally basic aspect of client onboarding and KYC. It can't be some faceless thing. It has to be a person, and that person has to be in your records. Like, you can be private about it internally. You know, when I was working for a big bank, it was quite common to have undisclosed accounts. So the people in the front office didn't actually know who the underlying client was of, say, BlackRock. So they had BlackRock account 12345 6. The due diligence department would know who that client is, and the front office would not. Right? That's fine. That's an undisclosed account. That's not an issue. But somebody has to know, right? You can't trade with that particular account unless you know. You can't onboard it. It's not allowed. It's illegal. Cyprus is a member of the European Union. It's subject to the exact same rules as everybody else. If what you're saying is how I'm understanding it to be, then this is enormously illegal and uncompliant. And the banks that are doing this in Cyprus should be having their lines pulled by every other bank, and they should be under investigation for breaking the law and complicity in money laundering. Right? This is really, really basic. This is banking 101. You don't do that. It's absolutely extraordinary if that's what's happening.
Well, some of these financial institutions manage to help sanctioned oligarchs move their money even after they were sanctioned. Managed to get the, you know, the ability to move it to their spouses and things like this. So I don't think they were fully following the law, to be absolutely honest. I think there was a lot of trickery going on. So yeah, they're about to do some finding out, I believe. So yeah.
Thank you, Mockers. Fox Tyrants, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to give a bit more context to what you said, Tim. KYC is for know your customer, and AML is for anti-money laundering or something like that. So yeah, absolutely right. So they have the duty to do all those checks. They've got even employees that have specific duties, and they're liable for detecting these transactions, especially if a transaction is more than $10,000, I think it is. So that would be somewhere about 8,000 euros. So I'm baffled as well. If I was to theorize or throw my opinion in it, I think it might be the Turkish side of Cyprus. That would make more sense, that there would be more aiding and abetting this kind of behavior, because they probably have better tolerance to it than Greeks would. And this is just my assumption.
Cool. But that's not a tolerance that the Cypriots are entitled to have. Cyprus is a member of the European Union, so they have to follow the same rules as the rest. And these aren't even particularly EU rules. You know, they are handed down through an EU framework, but this is part of a global system of AML that the G7 plus the EU plus hangers-on have all agreed, right? This is what everybody is subject to, and it's striking that Spanish banks are happy to deal with Cypriot banks when they presumably know that this is going on, right? Because I don't know how the law around that works exactly, but if two banks are involved in a transaction that is breaking sanctions, you would imagine that it would have blowback on the other bank as well, right? Because there's a degree of complicity there, I think. Whether it's implicit or explicit, right? Because it takes two banks to make a transaction. So when they're buying their property in Spain, then their bank in Cyprus is paying money to a bank in Spain, which holds the account of the owner of the property. And yeah, there used to be the reliance approach to KYC and AML. So you would assume that if you're transacting with a client of another bank and that client has been onboarded by that bank, then you place reliance on the systems and processes of that other bank, right? On the assumption that they're subject to the same rules as you. But when I was in banking, that approach, I don't know if it was regulated out, but it suddenly became very, very unfashionable, because everybody realized that actually, especially if you're dealing with a bank in a high risk country, which Cyprus bloody is, you can't have that reliance. You can't have any confidence that they are doing their jobs properly. So this kind of reliance approach really, really fell out the window, and we were forbidden from taking it. So yeah, this requires a kind of chain of complicity when it comes to bankers not doing their jobs properly or deliberately breaking the law. Tyrus.
You're absolutely right. I think banks, they need to do their own due diligence, KYC wise. I simply remember when I was opening a bank account for a business, and I had to do a transfer from one bank to another, and I had to sign up and do all KYC all over again, sort of thing. So yeah, and when I said tolerance earlier, I meant they're more willing to take risk rather than tolerance, sort of thing. So on that context.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's tolerance and there's tolerance, right? So if people are evading sanctions by doing this, then it means the Cypriot banks are not doing their job properly, or they are complicit in the sanctions busting. So I'm looking forward to the find out, because Cyprus can't run on Russian money entirely, right? So if it turns out that there is a colossal scandal around sanctions busting, and it ends up sinking a load of Cypriot banks, and their correspondents, their counterparties rather, in other European Union countries turn out to have been essentially involved in this either through negligence or deliberate fraud, there are probably going to be some big fines, and yeah, I don't know. I hope the Americans are involved, honestly, because they don't dick about when it comes to this stuff. I remember there was a big scandal in the bank I was working for, where somebody did a trade in dollars instead of euros, I think by mistake, with a country that was sanctioned by the US and not sanctioned by the European Union. And the bank ended up getting fined $12 billion. $12 billion. So yeah, Uncle Sam doesn't dick about when it comes to sanctions busting. So part of me hopes that there is a US person involved, and the Americans take a very, very broad view of what a US person is. Basically, if you've ever Googled the United States of America, you count as a US person, and then you end up in Guantanamo Bay. So part of me hopes that that is the case in this with this. Let's go to Peter S. Peter S.
Yeah, Tim, good morning. Hi. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been to Cyprus many times, and it's stuffed full of Russians, and it's stuffed full of Russian money. And of course, they had their gold passport thing where if you bought a property over a certain value, you instantly given residency there and everything else. But that sort of money laundering and corruption was absolutely rife in London. I remember a few years back, the BBC did this brilliant take on estate agents in London who were selling high-end property, and they got two actors. One was a guy who pretended to be a Russian, and the other was obviously his bit of stuff on the side, kind of blonde and short skirt and everything. And they went to see this property in London. It was about 5 million, or then, which is, I said, a few years ago. And they looked at the property, and he said in a very strong Russian accent to these agents, "Look, I've got this money, and I need to put it into property, but it mustn't be. I've removed it from Russia, but it mustn't be traced to me. I want my girlfriend to live in it so I can come and see her here. Can you fix it?" And most of the agents, and these were reputable agents, said, "No, we can't. I'm sorry, we can't do anything to do with anything like that." But then some of these reputable agents were different, and they recorded it. And the one agent said, "Look, I can put you in contact with somebody who will be able to hide that money offshore, and put a trail of offshore links so it'll never come back to you." And a lot of them were prepared to play that game. So, I mean, London was actually rife for Russian money stuffed into properties and etc., etc., etc. So it is something we have to watch, not just, I think they've obviously tightened up in London now, especially with what's gone on. But it's not just Cyprus.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, money laundering is a global pursuit. The major financial centers always have a problem with this. London is the largest financial center, so London has the largest problem. It's a lot of it. A lot of it revolves around anonymous jurisdictions. So Cayman Islands, BVI, Bermuda, places like this, where it's fairly easy if you've got the money to appoint local nominees and set up anonymous trusts and things like that. But the issue is there are, as I've said, a number of legitimate reasons why you would want to do that. It's the same with tax, right? A lot of people think that people offshore funds to tax-free jurisdictions in order to evade tax. And that's not necessarily true. The main reason why it's done is to provide a tax-neutral jurisdiction for the actual fund management that's going on. So that's why you do it. So say you were a British tax resident and you had investments in you had investments in a number of different countries around the world. What you would try to do is hold those investments in a tax neutral jurisdiction and then pay tax wherever you were liable for it. So that makes it, it makes it easier from an administrative perspective and cheaper from an administrative perspective to simply have your assets and your income generating activities in a jurisdiction where they're not going to tax you at all. So then you can simply, if you're liable for tax in the US, you just pay the US tax, you pay the UK tax on your personal income, and then you have you don't have to mess around with double taxation treaties and all of that gubbins. So it kind of makes it easier. When it comes to offshore structures, anonymity can be very, very important for a certain class of person for entirely legitimate reasons. And there's a question mark over whether you regulate out that ability, whether it's in the broader interests of, whether it's in the broader interests of your business, of your country as a as a place to do business. Yeah, it's you've got to weigh up the pros and cons of actually taking strong regulatory action on that, because you are going to catch an awful lot of people who just want some privacy and anonymity in the net if you're not very careful.
Yeah, I wonder also
Yeah.
how much, with the amount of money which was pushed to various kind of higher up people in different countries by Russians, for favors and expectations, how much of those people are now, it's backfired on them, and the Russians are actually blackmailing them over these money receipts, etc., which they didn't consider at the time, because that is another thing. And a lot of these people are politicians, so they do influence. They are still under the influence of what Russia wants, rather than serving the people they represent, etc.
Sure. I mean, that's another issue. I would say it's probably more of an issue in countries where power is a lot more distributed among individual politicians. So the United States is a bit like that. So you think about one or two senators or what have you can hold up the entire process, especially around money. And this is something that I don't know if we've seen it, but we've certainly discussed it. In the UK, probably not so much. And this is why I kind of raise an eyebrow when people start going on about Russian money in the Conservative Party. I'm not particularly a supporter of the Conservative Party, but if their aim was to buy the British government, I think they've probably wasted their money. It does seem that they just didn't really get what they paid for, if indeed they did pay for it. So yeah, I think European political systems seem to be a bit more immune to this than others, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think with the UK government, I mean, it's obviously Boris Johnson was the main one when he went to his Russian party in Italy and cut off his security to do so. But you would have thought they would have a lot on him, but then he became the biggest supporter of Ukraine there was. So that kind of contradicted itself a bit, didn't it? That they obviously didn't have the hold that some people stipulated they would do through his party going and God knows what.
Clarence, go ahead.
Just a quick question for Peter, if he knows the answer. Would you say that nepotism is a thing in Cyprus? Have you observed it while you've been there?
No, I've been on there on holiday a couple of times and flying business jets into there, and yeah, I mean, it is just kind of apparent that there are a lot of Russians there, and you know, it's just bar chit chat. You pick up things, you know, about, oh, that property over there, that expensive property is Russian owned, or that one over there is. So you know, I wouldn't be an expert on it by any means. It's just the impression you get when you're there. That's all I can say.
I was asking because there was recently, maybe a year or so, there was a minister in Cyprus. Maybe her name was Kuela, if I remember right, and she had this big scandal there. I'll try and dig it up, but I think it's quite relevant to what we're talking about. So if I find out, I'll get back.
Yeah, do, because I said I'm not an expert on it, and Tim knows a hell of a lot more than I do about these things, so ask him.
What was the question, Fog Tyrants? I beg your pardon.
Well, I was going to ask if there's any nepotism there, because I'm getting this connection between Cyprus nepotism and money laundering and that minister. I've got this memory recall sort of thing. So something that triggers it makes me remember things that most people would forget, sort of thing. So I'm getting a sense of that at the moment. So I'll dig up on some research and come back to you.
Sure. I mean, I'm sorry, Cyprus is not a country I know particularly well, I'm afraid. This is a thing that seems to be part of Mediterranean culture. You see, for example, in the in Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, particularly in the leisure industries, there's a very strong competition for work, especially seasonal work in those industries, and the nepotism, you know, doing favors for family and friends, particularly family, does seem to be a big thing. So it's quite common to see, you know, the guys all working in a hotel, for example, being part of the same extended family. That's certainly the case in my experience in Spain and Italy. I don't know what it's like in Cyprus. Cyprus is culturally Greek. I would imagine that it's a thing, yeah. But honestly, I don't know Cyprus particularly well.
Now, we're talking about sanctions here in a way, and I've got a little bit of a segue here. Well, that this 12th package of sanctions of the European Commission is also proposing that not only Putin's friends, but also his relatives and other lackeys swanning around Europe currently may be being added to this list of restrictive sanctions. So it says here now including restrictions on scores of new individuals, apparently including the son of Medvedev and another relative of Putin. So it seems like they're adding names to this list for the 12th package of sanctions at the moment. So far from being whittled down, it appears to be being bolstered, which I thought was fun to hear.
Finally, they had to do that much earlier. That's my opinion.
Oh yeah, I feel as though it would have been right to do this much earlier, but the sanctions are starting to have some effect, and obviously we can see by how they've done their best to get around them that they're obviously causing them some bother. So we need to tighten this thing up. We need to, add people to the list and generally make this thing more robust, so that it's much more difficult to get around it. Welcome up, Bob. How's it going?
Going okay, actually. Got an okay night's sleep, so thank you for asking. Good morning or good evening to everybody. I just came in, so I apologize if I'm repeating anything that's already been said. In regards to Cyprus, if you invest $200,000 or $250,000 in the country, you will be given citizenship. So after the invasion of Ukraine, when a large amount of the sanctions happened, anybody in Russia who had any, interest in maintaining international business, who didn't already have, citizenship from some other country, went to Cyprus and invested large amounts of money. There are dozens of companies. One good example is Outcat Games. And my understanding is the majority of people at Outcat Games don't necessarily support Putin, but that's neither here nor there. They are a Russian company that is supposedly operating out of Cyprus. They have hundreds of employees, but about half of their employees are still in Moscow. When they release new video games, it's still Moscow time it's coming out at. The majority of their team operates out of Moscow. And there are dozens to over 100 large companies that are doing this and have restructured to become, they've gotten one or two of the people who run the company to become citizens of Cyprus, or gotten some businessman to do it with. And, Cyprus's economy has not been great, and a lot of it is based off of trade, tourism. So they've done this to try to boost their economy, and there is this repercussion to it. And I'm pretty sure if you were to look into it, you'd see people from other totalitarian regimes, whether it's Turkmenistan or China, that also have citizenship in Cyprus and are operating companies out of it. And I hope that at some point the international community starts putting some pressure on Cyprus. And in general, I generally like Cyprus as a country. All of the people from there I've met have been lovely people. In general, their government says things I find supportive. But this is a major issue, and it needs to be dealt with. And it's only going to get worse as time progresses, and especially if sanctions continue to tick up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arya. Fox Harris.
I've just found an article which is by Al Jazeera. In 2020, they did an investigation to the then Speaker of the Parliament in Cyprus. He was recorded in passports for sale scandal, that basically they were selling passports to whoever is willing to buy. So given what you guys saying, that there's a lot of Russians there, I'm guessing they probably bought a lot of passports there. And yeah, so I posted that on the bubble thing, the link.
Thank you very much, Fox Harris. So what he was selling passports for his personal account, see?
Yeah, I can read a bit of it, but the link is there. So Dimitris Silouris, the Cypriot Parliament Speaker, has announced he will resign after he was implicated in a scheme that sold passports to criminals through the country's citizenship through investment program. And it goes on and on for a bit.
Interesting. Thank you very much for that, Fox Harris. I'll have a look with interest once I'm off air.
Would you like me to entertain you with something there?
Do it.
In that case, I will. Now then, Well, you know how it is important to receive the remains of your loved one who died in the war, if you're a Russian wife or whatever, because you only get your payout if they are recognised as being deceased. So the body is actually very important to them. And in some cases, we have heard of alternative people being buried and being claimed as a particular person in order for, people to receive their money. And they've gone along with it because otherwise they won't get anything. So, one lady, one wife of a dead Russian soldier, has been trying to find out where he died. Well, she's got an idea of where he died, but this is the big problem because he died in Ukraine in areas which are still, after all this time, currently under hostilities. So her husband died very soon after going to Ukraine to fight under a contract. She was told about his death from comrades, but has never received any official confirmation. Her husband commanders have told her nothing, and despite making all sorts of attempts to try and locate his remains, she's still had no joy. And in the most recent attempt, she was told by her husband's commander to go to Ukraine and dig him up herself, because that was the only way she was going to get satisfaction. So she also pointed out that while he was alive, he sent her messages of no food or other provisions for either him or the other soldiers. He received a vest. I can't say it was a bulletproof vest, but he received a vest that she said looked very old. And he didn't receive his proper military uniform when he was deployed to Ukraine. So he just basically looked like a hobo wearing a vest. So her answer was given, well, you'll have to come up here and dig him up. Maybe try and look for your husband. It's a terrible situation. So obviously people just have no idea where his remains are by the sounds of things. They know they're in that area there somewhere. She says, well, when they first went, they were promised everything, but we saw they had no clothes. The armor vest was in terrible condition. The military enlistment office just won't tell me anything. I kind of feel as though we've heard some of these before, but I mean, just you want the body, you come dig it up yourself, love. That is some real compassion there from the armed forces, don't you think?
That's a scandal. It's shameless. It really points out what the Russian army is all about. It's not an army. This is not normal. In a NATO army, this would not ever been happening.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's important to retrieve people for their families and for closure and all of that. And of course, these ladies aren't receiving any of that. And well, I wonder if one day they're just going to turn up en masse to the battlefield and start slapping Russian guys about the head and just go home to your wife while they start looking for their own husbands.
I would
I
love
think it
to
would be
see
quite
that,
effective.
Marcus. I would love to see that.
Well, one of these days, eh? But of course, no, that's never going to happen because there is a lady in, let me see, she's the director of the Institute of Biology and Biomedicine for Nizhny Novgorod State University. You heard those words, didn't you? She's called Maria Vedinova, and she declares in true Russian fashion that humanity's biggest mistake was the decision to educate women and how it could bring about the death of the Russian civilization. Oh, you mean women aren't sitting at home being good little wives like they used to be? Terrible. And they've finally woken up to the fact that the system's unfair, and they're the sort of people who'd be more likely to cause disruption because the government can't just raise them all down with gunfire because people would notice. So yeah, I think they do have a level of power, albeit very small, but she believes that they should stop being educated immediately to stop the rise of women having opinions. Goodness. Well, anyway, let's just say it's a good job I've got an opinion on that. Peter, I think you were next.
Yeah, Mockers. I mean, the Russians were known for not retrieving their wounded, weren't they? So they wouldn't even know themselves where a particular soldier was, or whatever, or whether he was alive or dead. I wouldn't think. And if she went to find him herself, she would find piles of bones and rotting flesh in places, and she'd probably be better picking it. Sorry?
I said thanks for the mental image.
Yeah, but she'd probably be better picking anybody up and saying that's her husband so she can claim, because I couldn't see without DNA tests and everything that they'd ever be able to identify these people.
Well, in this case, the lady had sent a DNA test from a DNA sample from her children so that they could, try and identify him by DNA. But you know what's going to happen with that, don't you? It just gets, yeah, we'll file that for you. Don't worry, that's filed in a nice, safe place.
Yeah, I mean, it's costly doing DNA tests, and I can't see them doing that. They would just say, oh, we did a DNA test, but we haven't been able to locate him, or something of that nature.
Yeah, I would imagine that those DNA tests never happen, but they can promise them. It gives people hope and makes them go away for a bit longer, doesn't it? Bob, go ahead.
So I apologize if my headset dies. I'm going to switch over to a wired one in a second. You can tell a lot about a society from how they treat the dead and how they treat the families of those who served and died. And I would argue that those are both needed in order to judge it, right? You can't just take one or other, right? Because you'll have terrorist groups that will treat the dead like garbage, but at the same time will, help the families. And if you look at Ukraine and how they treat the dead and how they treat the families of those who died, they have very limited resources, but they do what they can, and they do a lot. And there is a sense of national unity and respect, and people are treated with respect who have lost somebody in the struggle. In Russia, the dead are not treated with respect. The families are not treated with respect, and it is swept under the rug. There have been multiple news reports and video documented evidence of funerals getting shut down, of people early in the war who had family members who died, getting harassed and threatened with arrest if they continued saying they had died. I think of a dozen other examples like that. But it's just a very powerful reminder, and another example of how both sides, and both countries, and this is really a struggle between, right and wrong.
Oh yeah, your headset died just then. I heard your headset the moment of death, but yes, you're absolutely right. When Ukrainian soldiers are brought back, if anybody sees a funeral procession passing, they stop, they pay their respects. I mean, they have this tradition of kneeling, and I find that actually really, it's quite moving because, you know, no matter who you are, whether you were this person's best friend or what, they've given their life for your country and you owe them, you know, a debt of gratitude and respect. And I think that's, you know, absolutely the right thing to do. If I were there and I saw that happening, I'd be kneeling myself because, yeah, they absolutely are due respect. And yet in Russia, I don't know. We joke about the meat cube, but there is every possibility that this is kind of what just pile them up, hide them somewhere. Doesn't really matter, does it? It's yeah, it's shocking actually the amount of videos I've seen where I've just lost count, and yeah, shocking stuff. But you know, if they'd have stayed home, wouldn't have happened. So, Fox Tyrants, please go ahead.
Just a question for Tim, because I value his wisdom. David Cameron, your favorite person in the world, he visited Ukraine recently. So I wonder what he's gonna bring to Ukraine. Some good news, I hope, other than his PR campaign to inflate his own ego. But yeah, so what is your take on it? Do you think he's gonna go there and promise something to help Ukraine?
Well, as far as I'm aware, there have been no major announcements off the back of that visit. Now, I mean, he's made noises. He has said, "What I want to say by being here is that we will continue to give you the moral support, the diplomatic support, and the economic support, and above all, the military support that you need, not just this year, but next year, not just this year and next year, but however long it takes." They had a little chat about Boris Johnson, actually. He said, Lord Cameron said, "I've had some disagreements with Boris Johnson. We've known each other for 40 years, but his support for Ukraine was the finest thing he and his government did," which I think is probably something we can all agree on. We continue to stand by the Ukrainian people as they resist Putin's illegal invasion. In the past 3 months, they have pushed Russia back into the Black Sea, back in the Black Sea, not into the Black Sea, unfortunately. And they are opening vital trade routes for the Ukrainian economy and global food supplies. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of detail. So no major announcements seem to have been made. This was his first trip overseas as foreign secretary. He's a lot taller than Zelensky. Is Zelensky quite short?
He is, yeah. He's diminutive in stature, I believe, but you know, he still takes up a room.
Yeah, okay. Because I wasn't. I've never met David Cameron, but I wasn't aware of him being particularly tall. But he's a full head taller than Zelensky is. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, so no major announcements on that, Fox Tyrants. He's just making all the right noises. We know he is a personal and a political supporter of the Ukrainian cause. The Conservative Party in the UK is very supportive of Ukraine, as is the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. So yeah, I think it would take a very, very seismic shift in something to move the UK off that block. But that said, I feel like the UK should be doing a lot more. We do have, I mean, quite a lot of money. We do have a lot of friends, and we do have a lot of military resources. So I feel like we could be doing a lot more to support Ukraine. But yeah, we just have to keep the pressure up.
We absolutely do, don't we? And that's the most important thing. It's to continue to apply that pressure to not to everyone to support Ukraine. Let's face it, it's particularly important
we should have had Boris for a foreign secretary instead. At least he would have been a bit more bolder and challenging the Russians. I don't really like him personally, because for Britain he's a disaster, but for Ukraine, he's a masterpiece.
Well, Boris was foreign secretary for a couple of years.
I was going to
Under
say, didn't he just
yeah.
offend everybody he possibly could while he was foreign secretary?
He wasn't very well received. No, he wasn't very well received. But then I think a lot of the things that people wrote about were kind of hysteria. I think that there was a certain amount of Boris derangement syndrome going on, because certain parts of the press just didn't like him. So I don't know. I take reports of his outrages with a certain pinch of salt. So, for example, one thing he got in trouble for was he whispered the poem Mandalay by Rudyard Kipling under his breath when he was actually in Mandalay. It seemed like so the poem Mandalay is about it's a poem about a British soldier pining for his Burmese lover, who he met while he was in Mandalay. And it's Boris Johnson was visiting a temple on an official visit, and he muttered a couple of the words. How does it go for in the wind? In the wind is for the wind is in the palm trees and the temple bells. They say, "Come back, you English soldier, come back to Mandalay." He muttered that while he was looking at a temple in Mandalay. And you think, well, why was that so offensive? Okay, it's Kipling, not to everybody's taste, a bit empire-y, perhaps. But anyway, a lot of the stuff he was supposed to have done, I think, was just people kicking up a stink because they don't like him. I don't particularly care for him politically. His entire purpose in being elected, his astonishing victory in the 29 general election, was because he was the only person who seemed willing and able to break the Brexit deadlock. So his slogan, "Get Brexit done," and everybody thought, yeah, okay, let's have this guy. He seems like he has the energy and the willingness to do it. So he was elected, he did it, and then he fell. Fortunately, he was in office when the Ukrainian escalation kicked off, or rather the Russian escalation kicked off, and he was apparently the right man at the right time. So I'm quite thankful that was the case. But yeah, that would be my answer to that, Fox Tyrants.
Ioana, welcome up.
Hi, Monkers and team. I have a quite funny story. It's a Dorel story. Do you know what Dorel is?
Dorel? No, I don't.
Well, Dorel comes from Tudor. In fact, Tudor to Dorel, Dorel. This is a Romanian generic name for, a handyman or a craftsman that thinks that he's good at everything, but actually he isn't. He promotes himself as being, the master of every kind of work, and he's the one that is sent to deal with the pot with a hole in the asphalt, but he manages to destroy 2 water pipes, 1 gas pipe blown up and damaging 6 apartments and 2 cars, something like this. And these kind of stories were happening in Romania years ago. Now they are kind of rare because, competition and economy and so on. But it's happened in Russia, in a specific region which is blessed by everything. Actually, very, very nice weather, severe winters, very cold, snowy, and very wet and cool summers. It's Kamchatka. It has also a volcano that just erupted about 2 weeks ago. So in Kamchatka, something happened. Basically, they were left without internet and telephone for about a day. because there was a damage to the terrestrial fiber optic communication line. So yesterday, this internet and cellular communication fall down suddenly disappeared, according to this article in Commerçant. Repair teams were sent to the site, and they managed to identify this place 22 kilometers from Dalny village in Ust-Bolsheretsk region. Apparently, the accident was caused by the action of a third-party organization, so a company that was employed to do some works. They managed to find the person who was responsible, an excavator operator, who damaged that cable. So he showed the exact location of the accident, and they managed to do the repairs, and this was. In fact, the communications were restored this morning. But the idea is that this region is isolated. It was very much dependent on this line. So the consequences of this were that not only they didn't have internet and telephone, but they weren't able to pay for goods in the store, for fuel. ATMs didn't work. People ran out of cash. The applications for banks, taxi services did not work, and also they couldn't sell even for cash some goods because there is some mandatory labeling that has to be scanned for tobacco, alcohol, or some other stuff. So this was really, really annoying for the people of Kamchatka. So I just wanted to share this story because I think it's kind of funny. One man with his excavator managed to put out a nice peninsula, east of Russia and a little bit south. You can look it on the map. It's shaped like kind of a swordfish heading down. So yeah, that's my Dorel story.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, so the payment system went out as well.
Yeah, pretty much everything.
Who have we got now? Live Sniper, welcome. Go ahead.
Oh, I was talking into a
Thank
muted
you.
mic there. Never mind. Nice sniper.
Yeah, thank you. I have some breaking news. Finland has the Ministry of how do you say, domestic affairs. I don't know how they call it in English. And the Prime Minister have just announced a few minutes ago that Finland will close almost half of the crossing points on the Russian border. They will be closed in the midnight between Friday and Saturday, and this closure will continue until the end of February. And the most crossing points are in the southern part of the border, which is closest to the St. Petersburg, for example, because Russia has, or from Russia, let's say diplomatically, from Russia there has been some movement. People have been now wondering increasingly, and it has turned out that the Russian authorities have even helped those people to come to the border and given them bicycles and given advice how to get over the border, and so it's clearly assisted by the Russian government and authorities, and so the people don't just come as refugees or whatever, but it's been an orchestrated attempt to flood Finland with refugees. So now they have closed, or will close in the night between Friday and Saturday, 4 of the 9 border crossing points, mostly in the southern parts where it's a bit easier to come there from St. Petersburg or from Moscow, because the more northern crossing points are, wilderness. And you might not want to travel like 400 kilometers with a bicycle to get there. So just wanted to break this news. Thanks.
Do we know where the refugees are coming from?
Yes, we do. Quite a lot Turkish, Iraqi, and some Russians as well. But Turkey and Iraq is, I think that was the most frequent place where they're coming from at the moment. But I don't have the most recent figures, the situation might have changed somewhat in this most recent batches.
So how are they getting to Russia? They're presumably going up through the Caucasus or something.
Well, who knows? I don't know if they ship them, import them from somewhere. I have no idea, really. And the funny thing is that Russia is, despite being in war, Russia is considered to be a safe country. So if they have fled Turkey, for example, in order to be somewhere where it's safe, then, well, my personal opinion is, why don't they stay in Russia? Why do they want to come to Finland to apply for asylum? Okay, obviously I understand it from the personal, like individual standpoint, that it's more comfortable here and nicer society and whatever. And the language is just as ununderstandable as Russian for them probably. But basically, I don't know the international law so much that I could say that whether Finland has the ability to refuse taking them if Russia is already considered to be a safe country where they could apply for asylum. I don't know if someone else might be more informed regarding this. There was there was an excellent answer to some other question than you asked, but sorry for getting carried away with my rant.
As I understand it, asylum seekers have the right to apply for asylum in whichever country they choose. So there's no legal obligation for them to apply for asylum in the first safe country they reach. So yeah, that's a bit of an urban myth. I would say there's probably a moral duty for them to apply for asylum in the first safe country they reach. But yeah, I don't think there's any legal duty. Whether that would suggest to me that actually Finland doesn't have the right to close its border. But then there seems to be a bit of a grey area around whether crossing a border illegally for the purposes of seeking asylum becomes legal, but it becomes legalized by the fact that you've sought asylum, right? I think that's a bit of a grey area. I don't think there's any firm law on that one. Yeah. Let's go to Fox Tyrants, please. Sorry, Lai, did you want to come back?
No, I just want to say that Finland has not closed completely the border. That might be, Finland does not sort of prevent people from coming from Russia, but those areas where the most, let's say, assumed misuse has been taking place, those crossing points are not closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lai Sniper. Fox Tyrants, you're up.
Just a quick one for Ivona. Your Dorel maybe should meet our jack of all trades, and we should make a TV show out of it. Should be brilliant. Also, I have full faith in Finland because they only need one soldier to protect their border. So we just deploy that guy. Should be easy for the Russian. On a serious note, some Russian TV channels that got Soloyov posting about how they're going to flood the European countries with migrants. And we also know, I believe, that in Belarus, they used to get people to fly and paid to fly to Belarus to flood the European borders with migrants. So I'm suspecting that Russia may have tried something quite similar to do at the Finnish Norwegian border.
Yeah, I mean, they know this is a soft underbelly for Europe, because we haven't really worked out either a practical or a philosophical framework for dealing with this yet, right? And it is a problem of mind-boggling magnitude. Now, there was a survey, I think it was by Pew, of people in sub-Saharan Africa. So best part of 1 billion people. And 30% of them apparently would leave if they could. or wanted to leave. 30% of them. So they don't want to go to Indonesia, do they? They don't want to go to Brazil. They want to come to Europe. And as European countries, we haven't really worked out a way of dealing with this and remaining within the liberal framework that we cherish. The same is true of the Palestinian hate marches, for example. Like, we don't quite know how to process that, because on the one hand, we do support things like freedom of expression and freedom of speech. On the other, we are intensely uneasy about hundreds of thousands of people marching through our cities demanding the genocide of Jews. Right? Like, that's not something that sits very well with us. Some countries are obviously more sensitive to that than others. Germany, for example, is rapidly losing her sense of humor about this for obvious reasons. So it's one of those things that the likes of Putin, the people who would like to destabilize us, the people who would like to damage our politics and damage our societies, it's a very, very good button for them to press, because they know that we are very, very vulnerable when it comes to these issues. Right? They're really hot button. They're really divisive. Yeah, it comes as absolutely no surprise to me that they are attempting to weaponize that. Not to mention causing a large part of the problem in the first place by destabilizing Syria. That was this is an area where they have been extremely active, propping up Assad, helping him massacre his own people, ensuring that Syria is no longer a safe or palatable place for ordinary people to live in. They flee, as I say. They don't want to go to Indonesia. But I see we've got a Yehuda up. Yehuda, very good afternoon to you.
I'm just trying to get my earphones connected. I apologize. But the good news, if people saw Boris Johnson's tweet or press release. Tim, have you?
Nope.
About congratulating the Ukrainians for establishing themselves firmly on the left bank or the eastern side of the Dnipro. And that's a great bit of good news. And I think it'll be underreported, because I don't think people will appreciate just how important that accomplishment is without air power. Their crossing of many rivers of similar size in World War II took far longer with combined air, land, and sea. And here we are. So I think it'll just be a little footnote for now, but not by the end, I think, Tim.
So when it comes to that, by establishing themselves, you mean they've not only got beachheads, they've got pontoon bridges, they're moving heavy equipment across?
They already have, and that means that they can defend themselves from that side of the river. So it's not a tenuous position. They're firmly entrenched, and they will push east across Kherson Oblast into Zaporizhia, and I suspect they'll clear. Now, it could also mean good things to come in the Tokmak front. People forget that just because land and terrain isn't taken, it doesn't mean that it can't be taken. It means that could mean that something else is happening, and that something else happening would be the Ukrainians pushing south to link up with a force from the west, and they're not going to do that until that other force is in position. So the Ukrainians might surprise us all by the end of the year. Very good news.
So what do you think's up next? So now they're on the other side of the Dnipro. To what objective do you think they're advancing?
Oh, Melitopol. I suspect they'll conduct, advanced contact clearing operations, and between, depending on the obstacles there, they'll have to mitigate and navigate those minefields. The Russians have really mined the whole territory, right? They just don't want the Ukrainians to get it, and that's why it's going so slow. And to answer the question a lot of people ask is, why is it so slow? Well, it has to be slow unless the Ukrainians want to sacrifice tens of thousands of soldiers as mine detectors, right? That's not feasible. It's not good for anyone. But they're moving, and this is a very, very this is a this is bigger than taking Kherson west of the Dnipro. Establishing themselves there means that their long range fires have had great effect in limiting Russian resupply, limiting Russian sustainment in general, and you know, it doesn't bode well. There were rumors of or reports of Russians being given evacuation orders east of the Dnipro to fall into Melitopol or Crimea, and then on Russian Telegram they said those were rescinded. But it's probably the reason why, right? Because the local commanders know that they're done. And yeah, let's wait and see.
So you don't think it's all eyes on ZNPP then? Because that would seem an obvious short-term objective.
Or an obvious bypass, right? In military terms.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you want to force them to abandon it without actually fighting, and I'm just wondering if that's something that they're going to be looking at, because it does remain some.
Bypass them altogether, secure it, bypass it. The Russians in place can't do anything. They're going to be sitting on a nuclear power plant. They're going to be like, we need resupply. What's going on? They're going to surrender it, but just out of necessity, right? Because if the Ukrainians bypass it, block off any support or communication with the Russian side, then they'll have no choice, right? It's a nuclear hot potato. So I highly doubt that those who occupy the nuclear power plants at NPP are going to risk complete and total, radiological devastation. I think they're going to give up. If that's what you were saying, I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it just seems to me something that they would want to make safe as a priority. But perhaps I'm looking at it the wrong way, as you say. It's easy enough just to surround it, and the blokes will walk out, because they're not going to want them. They're not going to want to irradiate themselves, are they?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
that's what I meant, right? To me, for the Russians, they have an equal concern with keeping the reactor safe because they're sitting in it, right? So the Ukrainians would say, we care about it just as much as you care about it. So if you really want to risk it, have at her, and they're not going to, right? So I'm sure they have COAs, other contingency plans that should something happen, they have rapid reaction force to secure the reactor. But I think they could bypass it and cut off Russian communication resupply, and they'll reach out to them and say, hey, listen, we're 10 kilometers south of you. You have the Russians aren't coming to get you. You're done. So turn it over, right?
I mean, I can see it becoming a political thing, though. I mean, maybe it's just going to be another kind of Russian sound and fury thing. But I can see that being quite a hot button issue. I just can't work out how it would become so yet.
Well, you know what? It's gotten pushed down on the news cycle for a year. Remember when it was number one, reservoirs, explosions, or, nuclear holocaust, and then it wasn't, right? So I think I hear what you're saying. I just don't see it as being, problematic, personally. Well, I mean, the whole thing's problematic, but you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. I'm reminded of the Nazi general who was ordered to destroy Paris and didn't. Perhaps that sort of situation. Thank you, Yehuda. Fox Tyrants, questions for Yehuda, please.
Yeah, I've read quite a bit about the other side of Dnipro. They've got about 3 landings in there. One of the Telegram military bloggers of Ukraine, he was mentioning that they're trying to establish a bridgehead, and once they do that, they can send over the tanks and the heavy equipments and things of that nature. And I've been following him for a while and watch him almost daily, like a religious follower. And he mentioned that quite often, that side of Dnipro is less mined or less established in terms of defense from Russians, as opposed to the land, because they figured the Dnieper River is a challenge enough to keep them at bay, sort of thing. So it might be an easier option for Ukraine from Ukraine's point of view now, that if they can get to the other side and establish themselves there, then it might be a lot easier for them to move through there to Crimea and then move upwards towards Luhansk and the rest of them, Donbass, from that way. So they would have the option to go to Crimea or the other side. So this is my knowledge on this topic.
I would be extremely surprised if they went to Crimea. I mean, that's the hardest of hard targets. You know, it's very well fortified. It's been occupied by Russia for almost 10 years. It has very substantial force in it, and they can resupply it across the Kerch Bridge. So I think Crimea will probably be the last thing that they do, and I don't think they're going to have a crack at Crimea until they have completely cut off its supply lines. And even then, to cut off its supply lines completely, Ukraine really needs a navy, and Ukraine doesn't have a navy. So yeah, I think Crimea is going to be, in the future, it's going to be very, very ugly, and it's going to be very, very difficult, because you have to consider the psychological attachment that the Russian regime has to Crimea as well, right? If you thought, they may think the rest of their occupation, the rest of occupied Crimea, they may think that that's the rest of occupied Ukraine. They may think that that's theirs, but they really, really, really think that Crimea is theirs. Like, there are slogans about this. Like, it looms very large in the Russian political psyche. So I think that is going to be a while in the future, and it's going to be a very, very hard fight indeed. Yehuda, what do you reckon?
I'm going to say he agrees, but he can't speak right now. But yeah. You see, I have a feeling that they're already sort of nibbling at Crimea. They've already started the campaign in Crimea, have they not? They're taking out, air defences. They're encouraging the Black Sea Fleet to go elsewhere. These few raids that we've seen, and especially things like taking out, the equipment that they had on the rigs, gas rigs around there. I think that all of this has been part of the campaign towards Crimea.
I'm going to disagree with that. I think that the actions they're taking with Crimea are, well, fairly low level stuff. So raiding and things like that. Taking out air defense is SEAD is a way to conduct a more effective air campaign in the first place. So you take out air defenses in order to make your air attacks more effective and less risky. So that's kind of worth doing for its own sake. And trying to deny Sevastopol to the Black Sea Fleet, that makes sense from the perspective of the grain corridor and Ukrainian exports. I don't think that what they've been doing in Crimea so far is a precursor to anything major in that direction. That would be my suspicion, Mockers. But I'd be very happy to be wrong. I just don't think we've seen the kind of intensity, and I think Ukraine is so busy along other areas of the front that I think the capability to mount anything major in Crimea, I think their capability to do that would be frankly limited at this point. Mockers.
It could always just have pissed on my chips, but even so, every time I see something explode in Crimea, I know that Russia's hold on it is becoming looser. So, yeah.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the precursor to something major and military, I don't think so.
Oh, I don't expect it to happen in the next 5 minutes, but every single little bit of what they do with regards to Crimea is, it's enabling things to happen in the future. It's enabling the next mission, and it's enabling them to be more comfortable with regards to, maybe as many helicopters being used on the front and things like that. It all plays its part in having a knock-on effect, and I just feel as though there's dominoes set up, and Ukraine have to figure out a way of knocking each one of them down.
Yep, I think that's fair. Fuck Tyrants, you're up.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I think the idea that I was getting from it was that if they get to Kherson, I think, if my geography is right, so on the east side, if they get deep enough, they can then deploy the HIMARS to demilitarize Crimea, cut off the Crimean bridge, so they can like establish a siege sort of thing. So they wait for them to like run out of food and ammunition, and then they make a big move. And just like Marcus mentioned, that it could be a knock-on effect. So if they get close enough, then they can take the next step, and then after that, hopefully the aviation F-16s will come along. And the other thing I was going to mention is if they get to Kherson in the first place and get the HIMARS in there, that would give a big boost to America and the rest of them to say, okay, well they're doing something now, sort of thing. So we better give them more stuff to finish this, because it's going in the right direction. There was something else I was going to mention, just skipped my mind. But if it comes back to me, I'll come back.
Sure. Well, it really depends what they're firing with the HIMARS, right? So they've got the Gimler's missile, which is it's a fairly short range thing. And then they've got ATACMS, which is a longer range missile. They have a very limited number of the latter. They really don't have very many until Uncle Sam steps up and gives them a whole bunch of other ones. They have a couple of dozen Storm Shadows, which I think they've probably fired quite a lot of them. Whether there's more of those coming from the UK and France, I don't know. Taurus, we seem to be no closer on Taurus, which is like a slightly better version of Storm Shadow, essentially. Rather, it's a better missile. It's not a version. Marcus, sorry.
They're making a decision on Taurus today. There is a meeting in Germany today about it.
So that means it's probably a yes, because they're having a meeting.
I think they've been forced into a meeting by the opposition, but there is a lot of support for it. So we'll see.
All right, splendid. So they may or may not get Taurus today, or at least an announcement of Taurus today. Again, those will be in fairly limited numbers. Does closing the land bridge to Crimea completely deny the ability of Russia to supply Crimea? No, because they still have the Kerch Bridge. Okay, you can destroy the Kerch Bridge, but then they can still sail across the Sea of Azov or from Novorossiya or other ports to Crimea and resupply it from there. Can Ukraine completely deny the sea around Crimea to Russia? No, they can't. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite that easy for Tyrants, honestly. I think it's
Tim.
Oh,
yeah,
hey,
sorry,
yeah.
just to jump in real quick. Without mentioning the name, you're tracking that particular ambassador. Any idea when they'd be able to come up or not as yet?
Not as yet, but hopefully in the next couple of days.
Okay, great. I just wanted to know. Thanks. Sorry about that. I'll listen. I just wanted to ask that question, and I was too lazy to type it in. Thanks.
Fair enough. I think another interesting thing about the left bank of the Dnipro is the flood which Russia caused by breaching the Novokakovka Dam. Now, the east bank of the Dnipro used to be quite well defended. We saw they had a trench network on the beaches. They had sangars built on the beaches. They had what were quite strong defensive positions, which could have basically denied any landing that the Ukrainians were capable of mounting. The flood, which I believe has taken out all of the beaches along the east bank of the Dnipro, this has basically worked against them, right? So where they didn't have a soft underbelly before, now they have one, and so they're able to bypass the Russian defenses along the front, the kind of the east to west front. So along the border of Zaporizhia and Kherson, Zaporizhia Oblast, where the Ukrainians seem to be struggling to make significant headway, and they can go around, cross the river, and pass the defenses that the Russians accidentally destroyed by breaking the Novokakovka Dam. So that's quite fun. Joanna, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to comment a little bit on that issue of, the left bank of the Dnipro and the possibilities from there. I'm not good at military things, of course, but I do like geography. And for example, Melitopol is 200 kilometers from Oleshki, so it's kind of too far away to be an objective, and also is much easier or much closer to Vasilivska, where there are fights right now, and Ukrainians did manage to advance a little bit. Also, that region of Vasilivska is much closer to Energodar, to the nuclear power plant, like really closer, about 30 kilometers or so. So if they want to get in the back of the Russians, there probably it's more feasible to do it from there. What I wanted to say about Crimea, while I agree with your points, I think Crimea is really vulnerable. So it's not for a military, invasion of Crimea, going with 10,000s of troops and entering Crimea. But practically, there are 3 ways to get into Crimea: Armyansk, then Chongar, and the Kerch Bridge. And we can add the ferries, because of course they can transport things by ferry, but ferries are dependent on weather. There are not so many, and it's kind of difficult to supply Crimea only by by ferry. So we have seen Ukrainians attacking Chongar Bridge several times. We have seen them attacking Krasnoperekovsk, I think. We have seen them attacking Jankoy at least a dozen times. I think the first time it was in March this year. So from Oleshki to Armyansk, it's 90 kilometers. So if they advance like 15 kilometers or so, it will be in the range of HIMARS. And if you manage to destroy the lines of communication in Armyansk, Chongar, and maybe attack again the Kerch Bridge, Crimea is completely isolated. Of course, there is the ferry option, but as I said, it's not enough, because you don't have just to supply Crimea with military stuff. Crimea needs everything: needs water, needs food, needs commercial product and things like this. So they can make it very, very hard for the Russians to hold on Crimea if they attack all these points. And taking into account the proximity between this area on the left side of the Dnipro and Armyansk, well, it's not so close, but it's, like I said, like 90 kilometers. And the fact that advancing a little bit, it will be in the range of the HIMARS, I think maybe this is a good objective. And let's not forget that, so if we draw a line between Oleshki and Armyansk, it's like a diagonal northwest to southeast. To the north of this, there is Chaplinka, which is, we know, that is an important military base for the Russians. It was targeted before. And to the south, there is Kadovsk, which is also a military base for the Russians. So 2 military objectives right there in that area that can also be targeted. So I think that they won't enter into Crimea soon, probably, but they can make it very much untenable for the Russians with probably a few dozens of strikes on those very important points that I mentioned: Armyansk, Jongar, Jankoy, Krasnoperekovsk, and possibly Kerch.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Arya, you have your hand up.
So I apologize for changing the subject a little. I think it's important and it's pertaining to Ukraine. Very good news. Something we're constantly talking about on this program, various speakers, hosts, and guest speakers, is the fight against disinformation and Russian propaganda. I was under the assumption community notes was invite only, and that you could only become somebody doing it if you were invited by the couple of original people that Twitter had selected and given invitations to. Twitter community notes has opened to everybody. So I know many of us are very frustrated with the fact we'll respond to large accounts or even small accounts, and Twitter will show, a lot of people their posts, but not the replies. And then there's many lies about Ukraine or Israel and various other things that are constantly being put up, and you can spend all day arguing the points with somebody. It's people who read their posts aren't going to see it. I think, and I'm going to start myself. I think there is a lot of value in signing up for that and being part of that, because instead of spending the time arguing with people where only a couple of people will see it, you have the ability to respond to large accounts and to get notes to actually go up, opposed to just being in the queue area waiting on if there's enough approval or disapproval. So I think that's really good news. And if you just Google, Twitter, sign up Twitter community notes, you'll find it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information, Arya. I admire community notes. I think it's a really, really good feature, but I don't fully understand how it works. I understand you have to have a history of rating the notes, and then once you've done that for a bit, you get invited to join the community or something like that. Okay, everybody's disagreeing. Terry.
You can just sign up, man. You just have to do one plus or minus, and then you can start writing notes. Sorry.
Tim?
Splendid. Terry.
Did you call me up? Yes. I've just gone through the process of signing up for of going through the whole process. I am now allowed to write my own notes. It took me, I had to rate quite a few different items, and they were before they went public. So they're not viewable for the public, but you go sort of behind the scenes a little bit, and then there might be 3 or 4 different items, and you say whether you thought it was helpful, somewhat helpful, or not helpful. And some of them are sort of contradicting each other. And when you say, yes, that was helpful, there's then about 7 or 8 items that was it clear and easy to understand? Did it have good, reliable source info attached to it? Did it answer the question that was posed initially? Various other ones, I can't remember them all. And so you go through and you choose those ones, and then you can rate several ones from the same one. But I think I had to do at least 10, maybe a dozen, maybe a few more than that. I can't remember now. And then eventually, having rated some as useful, some as not useful, I'm now allowed to write the community notes myself. It probably took about 2 weeks. So unless it's changed recently, but I did sign up a little while ago, and initially I didn't bother rating many, but then I started going in and it said you'd increased your profile or whatever. I can't remember how they phrased it now, but my rating value increased. And so that made me go in and do more. So but it took a little while.
Splendid. Thank you very much for that colour, Terry. I don't really have the time or the patience to invest in becoming a community noter, I'm afraid, but I do greatly appreciate your work.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Arya, you wanted to come back on that, and then we'll go to Johan.
Yeah, thank you, Terry, for correcting me. I really appreciate that. When I signed up for it, it said rate 1. So I wonder if it's because before I signed up, I had rated community notes before. You can do that. You know, was it helpful? Was it not? Or maybe it's because of how long my account was on or something like that. But for me, it said just 1 post rating to start writing a note. So I appreciate you explaining that there can be a variation there.
Yeah, I think it's about whether whether the comments that you write go public straight away, sort of thing. I'm not sure. So I'm still following the process, but I'm just saying that's what I had to do, and that's been over the last few weeks or so. So yeah. But yeah, good luck. I think there's lots of us that might want to. I mean, I'm not an expert on Ukraine, so some of the issues I will stay well away from, but there are also quite a few things that I have felt, no, that's not right. I want to say so and so. But at least, you know, I can still carry on rating. I don't have to go and do the community notes. But it is nice to know that if there is something I feel strongly about, I can go and put my own comments on now. So, yeah. So, yes, it should help a lot of us, I think.
Excellent. Right, well, you know what to do, fellas. And Fellinas. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I don't know. I hope my audio is okay because I'm using a headphone which I haven't used before. I'm not sure about that.
Fine.
Can you hear me fine? Because this morning I attended a rally of Ukrainians in Berlin, which was on the occasion that the German Bundestag has had a debate inter alia about the Taurus. It was kind of the heading was actually reconstruction of Ukraine, so it wasn't just about Taurus. I mean, kind of one of the positive outcomes is that as far as I understand, that Germany is doubling its aid to Ukraine from 4 to 8 billion euro, if I'm not wrong. But regarding the Taurus, yeah, I mean, it just drags on and on. And what has happened today is that there was a what's it, Antrag? There was a a decision document, so to say. I'm not sure what the English word actually is when you submit something in Parliament to a resolution, a draft resolution or so, by the CDU faction, which is the Christian Democrats, the opposition, which demanded kind of give Ukraine and everything it needs to be victorious, and including, of course, that there was several mentions of the Taurus. And what has happened to that draft resolution was that it has been transferred to the but in the Ausschüsse to the committees. I'm not sure why there's a plural, but the problem is maybe there's so it can actually take up to 10 weeks until it is going to be decided in whatever committee is in charge of it. I guess it's going to be the defense committee. So we definitely don't have a decision today. And apart from that, I'm not sure really what the Bundestag is actually, what power it has actually to force a decision, because the ultimate decision is made by, well, our kind of this guy masking as the Bundeskanzler, Olaf Scholz, and Scholz has been Scholzing for many months now. So I'm not really sure whether the Bundestag really can force Scholz's hand there, and it is going to take some weeks. And I should say that from the governing coalition, I mean, the two smaller partners, the Greens and the Liberals, they both were in favor. But of course, the largest faction, the Social Democrats, they only say, well, we remain a reliable partner to Ukraine. And so kind of a lot of hot air. So we definitely won't have a decision kind of today or this week. And so it can still take several weeks. And after that, I'm not sure what power a decision is going to have. So yeah, sorry that I don't have better news.
Well, I'm
Thank
just
you.
hearing that forcing this into this meeting has basically pushed it into a vote. So somewhere further up the line.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a vote, but the outcome of the vote was that it's going to be transferred to the I suppose it is the Defense Committee of the Bundestag. So that it's going to be further discussed within that committee or committees. I'm not sure whether it's one committee or several committees, but there's not a final decision today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I'm being told that this was sort of put forward as a litmus test of the coalition partners of the SPD, who have been extremely supportive of delivering Taurus, but whether they will vote for it or not is a different matter. But giving it to the committees is a distraction, a maneuver to basically delay it longer. So they didn't need to do that, but they have. So there you go. I have two Germans who have told me this. One in each ear. So yeah, apparently they could have made a proper vote on it today, but instead they've pushed it down. Kick that can. Kick that can, Tim. That's what they do, isn't it?
Well, I'm not even sure what the impact of the vote would have been, because the ultimate decision is yeah, with the Bundeskanzler. So and yeah, he just keeps installing. Yeah, so it might still be happening, but well, it's pretty unpredictable now.
No, it's a bit silly if you ask me. Fox Tyrant, go ahead.
Just a quick one for Johannes. Do we know the reason why the Scholz is not sending them? Because previously he was sending stuff after Britain or after USA sent something first, so they didn't want to be first to send it. But now France and Britain has done so. So that is out of the question. So is there another reason that we don't know about, or something that is holding it back?
Excellent question, and I've been asking the same question to so many people today. So we really don't know whether the Kremlin has any compromat on him, whether he's, I mean, there's some, he's been involved when he was mayor of Hamburg, he was involved in some shady deals, or at least did not fulfill his oversight duties as he should have, regarding a big scandal around a credit card company whose owner has later on fled to Belarus. But I'm really not sure whether there's any relation to kind of that he's really being blackmailed or can do, because I mean ultimately he gave in when it was about the leopards and several others. I mean he just kept stalling and ultimately he caved in. But I'm not really sure whether we can hope for a repetition this time. Yeah, and again, I mean, nobody really knows the reasons. I don't know. Maybe he knows himself. Maybe he even doesn't. But it's just we can only speculate about that.
So maybe this committee then is to pressure him into at least giving a reason. Um, it's quite bizarre. Did he not get a black eye recently, or something happened to his eye? And he said he fell down the stairs. Or was it a
Yes.
Russian mafia style?
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I think that was a fall, to be fair. He scraped all his face, didn't he? But even so, I think he looked quite snazzy with the black eye patch. I just wish he'd have lived up to the image.
Rawr.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'll throw a wild card in here. Marcus, I forwarded you a report on the fact that Germany's biggest trading partner is China. And
You told me that yesterday.
yeah, I know, I keep telling it because I think it's important. And also, I think the meeting with Z yesterday was important for Ukraine. So, you know, I kind of brought that up with Peter Hadley last night. But it just makes you wonder, and I might be a million miles off course, so I'm not going to give this as fact, but there was originally a lot of pressure that Crimea should not be removed from Russia. And the Taurus would be the ideal missile to remove the Kerch Bridge, because it apparently, and I'm no expert on weapons, but apparently it goes deep into structures rather than just hitting the surface of structures. And it would be the perfect weapon to demolish the Kerch Bridge, which I'm waiting for. So I don't know. We don't know. I'm sure this is political, and it's can kicking. We've got to give it to this committee, and this committee is not going to make a decision for another 6 weeks or whatever the time scale they said. And committees are notorious for never coming to decisions on anything. You know, again, it goes round and round and ends up as a compromise or a watered down effect. But I do sometimes wonder, because Germany is so reliant now on Chinese trade, whether there hasn't been some influence from that angle to not stick Putin's nose too deep in the mud. But it's just a thought that went through my mind. I've got no kind of foundation for it. But it's a big shame because, again, the meeting with Z yesterday apparently went very well. There was a lot of stuff watered out and sorted out on the relationship with America, which should have one effect. It should shut up these Republicans who turn around and say, "Oh, we're just about to have a war over Taiwan, so we can't afford to give any weapons to Ukraine because we're imminently going to have this war." That is not going to happen after yesterday's meeting, which I see as very important. It might still happen, but it won't be for a few years, as a guess. I mean, Z is obviously trying to mend bridges because he's realized he's going to sink his economy if he doesn't do something. And I've read a number of reports on that meeting, and they were basically positive, which Putin will hate, which I love, because Putin has wanted to portray China as his big brother buddy who's there to protect him and to look after him. And it appears that they're now trying to sort their relationship out with America, which I think the fact is they are very, very different ideologies, but they are trying to sort out something where they can get on better. So I see that as positive. But with Germany, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think is tourists would be ideal for demolishing the Kersh Bridge, which I will jump for joy when that happens. Thanks.
Well, I know we'd all like to see that going down, but the thing is, Xi is nobody's friend but his own friend. He's going to do what's best for him, and if he's in a particular predicament, he will find the best way out of that. I'm absolutely sure. And if that means cozying up to people he actually hates, that's probably absolutely fine with him as well. I'm sure he has no scruples at all about doing what's best for himself. So, yeah,
Marcus, I
oh,
agree
go on.
with you there. I think also it's not, as I said, you know, it might go all sour again in 2 or 3 years' time, but you know, I'm kind of looking for now, because it's now is the critical.
What you've also got to remember, though, Peter, is that people like that can come and lie to your face. So, you know,
Well, if he wants
there's
to
still always
destroy
a
his
possibility
economy
of things
overnight,
changing.
I don't think he'll do that. I might be wrong. You know, it is just my instincts.
Yeah, I don't think he actually really cares about the economy of his country in particular. I'll be totally honest, Peter.
Right. Well,
But let's go on to Hans, eh?
well, no, I'll just finish, please.
Actually, Peter, no, because you've been talking for ages, and it's the same subject, and it's doing my nutting. So, Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just wanted to say that right now I've actually looked it up to which committee the what's it, draft what's it, proposal or what has been forwarded, and it's the Foreign Relations Committee, Auswärtiger Ausschuss, and there are actually several people on that committee whom I know, and I just wonder, some of whom I actually know personally, and I just wonder whether, I mean, I don't know if other Germans are listening, whether it would make sense to really really reach out to those members and to their offices, which is quite uncommon in Germany. I think in the US it is good practice to call up the offices of the members of the House, and those calls are actually being counted. Here in Germany, it's rare for people to do so, but maybe we could just make it a precedent, because I mean there's several people on this committee who I think are genuine friends of Ukraine and who could really be moved. So I don't know if any fellow Germans are listening, please reach out to me.
Oh, thank you very much, Johannes. Bob, go ahead.
So just in respect to what you and Peter were saying, I pray he's right and that this is some sort of a change in Xi Jinping's policy and their actions of decoupling from the West. But everything else the CCP has done on mainland China, from building bomb shelters to increasing them having the largest supply of food, in reserves for an emergency, to doing air raid drills, to various other things. I don't think that this is going to change that or change his plans on eventually taking Taiwan. I pray I'm wrong on this, but all the evidence suggests otherwise. As Mocker so brilliantly said, evil dictators will lie to your face. And this is very good for him with domestic propaganda. This is very good for him with international propaganda. And what ends up coming out of it will be good in the short term for China. And in the long term, if they decide to do otherwise, they'll just throw it away like they've done in the past. And I would be very afraid of taking talking heads who have for years been like, China's our friend. China doesn't really do all these things they talk about in their propaganda and stuff, saying that, oh, no, now he's going to be our friend again. It's not how it works. So thank you.
Yeah, I would just say beware of, smiling Chinese people. Just in general. Bulteria, please go ahead.
Oh yeah, hi everybody, and once again, thanks to Mockers and Tim for your hard work. One observation and one tale of woe. So for Tim, I think it's really interesting going back to the discussion about David Cameron. I mean, this is a bit off topic, but Lord Cameron now as Foreign Secretary appears to be the person who is negotiating ex-Brexit deals, where he was the one that was, against Brexit in the first place. But I just find that quite funny. But there's a bit of a tale of woe from Reuters today. They had a a report in wartime Russia, soaring prices bite as election looms. And there's a story about Daria Stepanova, a mother of two, who lives in a small town on the east side of the Ural Mountains. Soaring prices for everything from baby food to nappies has forced her family to cut back on most treats and eating out. The Stepanov family is one of millions of Russian families having to cut back due to significant changes forced on Russia's economy by the war in Ukraine and the myriad sanctions imposed by the West. Quote, I can see how everything has become more expensive in the course of these just past 5 years, Stepanova told Reuters in her flat. Before you could buy food worth 1,000 rubles for 3 or 4 days easily. But now, when you go to the shop, 1,000 rubles is nothing. You can only buy food for everyday needs like milk, yogurt, bread, and that's it. Your 1,000 has blown away. So I just thought that was very interesting reporting from Reuters, and basically evidence that Western sanctions are working.
Thank you very much, Bulteria. Just to say that David Cameron is the Foreign Secretary. Kemi Badenoch is the Trade Secretary. So she is responsible for negotiating trade agreements, not David Cameron, as far as I'm aware, although he will probably have some role to play in it. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I don't really want to get into the partisanry of it. But I was very surprised to see the return of David Cameron to such a senior cabinet position. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
We know
Marcus.
that they know that we know that one of them.
Yeah, we know that they know that we know that they have no talent pool. Their talent pool is shallower than the Cornish gene pool. Now that's not a nice thing to say about Cornwall, is it? It's a true thing to say about Cornwall, though. Okay, so would you like to hear an interesting story, Mockers? I don't want to say it's a good story or a bad story, but it is an interesting story.
Of course, why not? You have to unmute your mic to do it, though.
Yes, you're right, I do. So there is a chap called Igor Orlovsky. Now, he's not a meerkat who sells car insurance, you may think he is. He is, in fact, a Russian anti-war protester bloke. And according to, hang on, I'll find the tab. OVD, which is a publication that covers it covers dissent in Russia, and it provides support to political people. I've not checked them out properly, but it has been picked up by the Kiev Independent as well. So I'm going to say that this one's true. Now, Mr. Orlovsky he has been sentenced to 7.5 years in a general regime colony. I don't know what a general regime colony is. It's Gulag, isn't it? He's going to Gulag for a number of different crimes. Now, one of them was critical comments about the invasion of Ukraine. Another one, interestingly, was critical comments about Joseph Stalin, which is apparently illegal in Russia. You're not allowed to be unpleasant about Stalin. You're not allowed to be untoward about the most disgusting man in history, although that's a busy market. Now, he was prosecuted under the law against the rehabilitation of Nazism, which is an interesting piece of legislation, but it makes it a criminal offense to deny facts recognized by the International Military Tribunal that judged and punished the major war criminals of the European Axis countries. Fine, okay, that's a bit like the laws against Holocaust denial that exist in a number of European countries. I personally don't support those laws, but there we go, it's not unusual. It's also a crime to approve of the crimes this tribunal judged. Now, what were some of the major things that were prosecuted at Nuremberg? Oh, crimes against peace. That was one. I think they hanged a couple of them for that charge. So you're not allowed to approve of crimes against peace. So it seems to criminalize the propaganda messaging of the Russian government itself, although I don't fancy testing that in a Russian court because I think I'd fail. Interestingly, it also criminalizes spreading intentionally false information about the Soviet Union's activities during World War II, and also spreading information on military and memorial commemorative dates relating to Russia's defense that is clearly disrespectful of society. And also it criminalizes publicly desecrating symbols of Russia's military glory. So this is a big sweeping law that is full of contradictions, and as I said, does seem to be a law that basically everybody in the Russian government has broken several times. But there we go. So this fella has fallen foul of it. Let me find some more details. Now, what he said was that one of the things you can be prosecuted for is comparing Stalin to Hitler. And this Orlovsky fella said Stalin was as much an aggressor as Hitler, which is, true. There are a number of other things he said. Oh yes, he called the Soviet invasion of Poland under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact just as much of an act of aggression as the German invasion. Again, these things are just all true. And he referred to Stalin as a fascist. Okay. He said, "Death to the Russian occupiers, peace to Ukraine and the whole world, death to Putin." I mean, honestly, this sounds like our guy, really. I mean, I know we've been in search of a Russian liberal. I mean, I think we found one. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, honesty is a difficult thing to find sometimes in Russia, but there you go. Bulteria.
Yeah, I just noticed a report in Newsweek, which seems quite interesting. They're saying that there will be mass protests against Putin's mobilization planned in Russia. Quote, "The families of Russian men drafted under President Putin's partial mobilization last year have planned mass protests demanding their return home, amid reports that soldiers are being prohibited from leaving the military." The soldiers' relatives published a manifesto on the Telegram channel The Way Home on November the 12th, demanding that their men be allowed home and inviting Russians nationwide to participate in rallies on November the 19th. And I just find this very interesting because it seems, I'm sorry. Yeah, it seems like, you know, that protest will be not sanctioned, will be illegal, but let's see if it goes ahead anyway.
I've got a few thoughts about this. Very public, isn't it? Well, there's a difference between organic and organised to some degree by the security services. You see, if it's a low turnout because people don't trust that it's not a trap, they can say, look how much support is in favour of the war. If it's a high turnout, they can obviously beat the crap out of them, or just infiltrate with some FSB inside the event, collect dissenter details and deal with them later. You know, so it's a case of, yeah, perhaps they're weeding out the main dissenters, or perhaps it is indeed organised by people who really believe that, you know, their boys should come home. But I don't know. I have my doubts. Bulteria?
Yeah, I guess we need to see what happens on November the 19th.
I actually expect quite a small turnout, if any. People are already afraid of being drafted, aren't they, if they move into any areas in numbers. So they would either have to get everybody involved or nobody will turn up. So yeah, a small amount, easily corralled and sent packing by police one way or another, I would say, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
I'm just reading a bit more about this law against the rehabilitation of Nazism. Now, apparently, this law has had, I don't want to say unintended consequences, but I would say they're probably very much intended consequences. The works of the historians Anthony Beaver and John Keegan are banned in Russia. For those of you who don't know sorry, Sir John Keegan, I do beg your pardon, and Sir Anthony Beaver, both of them are knighted. They are both prominent historians of the Second World War. I would say Sir Anthony Beaver is probably more of a popular historian, and Sir John Keegan is more of an academic historian. But they've both written very extensively on particularly military history, particularly the Second World War. So John Keegan is a specialist in the military history of the Wehrmacht and also the Waffen SS. And Anthony Beaver is more of a kind of a generalist popular historian. I suppose his most famous book is probably Stalingrad, which is probably it's probably the most thorough popular account of that battle. It's an absolute whopper. It's about 5 inches thick. Yeah, but of course they both publish details of not only the real history of the Second World War, in that Stalin and Hitler were allies until 1941, but also they are free and frank in their account of war crimes committed by the Soviet Union. So not only are they, gosh, what was the phrase? They were not only do they publicly desecrate symbols of Russia's military glory, but also they tell the truth about the political history of the Soviet Union during the Second World War. So their books are banned. A Russian journalist, Polina Petrusova, was fined $20 under this law, not a huge fine actually, for posting a social media program, posting on a social media platform the picture of German troops shaking hands with Russian troops. You know, that famous picture where they met in the middle of Poland, and there's a picture of the German chap and the Soviet chap, and they're buddy. And it has also caused the banning of anti-Nazi books, anti-Nazi novels, because they tell the truth about the history of the Soviet Union during the war. And they've also increased the fines. So in March 2021, they increased the maximum fine to $68,000, and apparently there is an up to a 15-year prison sentence as well, which among others, a blogger called Vladimir Luzgin, he was fined and imprisoned, fined $6,000 and imprisoned for 2 years for writing about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and the crime was the circulation of false information about the activities of the USSR during World War II. Although in his appeal, he appealed to the European Court of Human Rights, and in his appeal, it was noted that the things he had said were essentially factually correct. Yeah, it seems to be a very, very silly law that is wide open to misuse. But I suppose that's what the Russian law is like, isn't it?
Open to misuse? How could you say such a thing? Yes, very much so. But I like the way that they're totally going against some of their own laws with some of the things that they're doing right now. Yeah, it's not a surprise, but still, technically, they are. Bob?
I just wanted to second what Tim was saying about Anthony Kagan and Berber Beaver. Stalingrad is a phenomenal book. It is quintessential reading for anybody who is interested in the Eastern Front of the Second World War and the Battle of Stalingrad. And it can be easily found on many streaming sites for free or paid through Audible. So I highly recommend people taking a look at it. It is mind-blowing. The same goes for both of their books, and they have dozens. And it is some of the most fascinating accounts and concise histories of the specific battles or fronts they are writing about. Also, it's very easy to read, and it's written very well. It's not written like a history book in the conventional sense. That being said, there are no punches pulled, and it is very dark. So highly recommended. Tim, thank you for bringing that up, because I think anybody who's interested in Russia or the Second World War should be well acquainted with at least several of their books. Thank you.
Unless you're Russian, of course, because they are banned. Their works are banned in Russia. Grief. Stabilizer Finn, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, and hello, friends. Just a quick question. What have I missed during the day? Because I haven't been able to listen to the space because I had to work with somebody. That's horrible. Thanks.
Well, biggest news out today is that there has been a formal announcement that the Ukrainians have established themselves on the left bank of the Dnieper River. Oh, I need to change the title because I've misspelled Dnipro. It's supposed to be Dnieper, like that. There we go. Dnipro is a city. Dnieper is the river. Used to be called Dnipro. Used to be called Dnipropetrovsk. The oblast is still called Dnipropetrovsk. That's the Russian name for it. The city has now been renamed to its Ukrainian name. So yeah, that's the big news. Ukrainian forces well established beachhead, well established on the left hand side of the river, moving across heavy equipment. Yeah, it looks like it's go time. We had Yehuda up earlier on. He thinks that they're probably going to try to get to Melitopol next. So yeah, keep an eye on that, General AO, because what they've done here is they're struggling along the rest of the line. I think that's pretty much the consensus at this point. The rest of the line is they're struggling with the mines. They're struggling with the defenses that Russia built. And they have decided they can bypass those by simply crossing the Dnipro and pushing in from the west rather than down from the north. So they seem to have done that. High risk operation to get across the river, a successful operation nonetheless. And now I think we're going to see a big push from the west. That's the big news I have. Mockers, any other big news?
Well, we have, of course, a fierce fire and explosion at a military unit in Kotluban, Volgograd. And it appears to have been a very large storage of weapons. Lots and lots of explosions going off there. And they did say that they put that fire out in 30 minutes, but I have consulted my local firefighter friend, and he assures me that that will not be put out in 30 hours. That's a stand back and let it burn sort of situation. So just another one of those things that they're fibbing about. But they have said, don't worry, there's no casualties and no destruction of property. Apart from this building, which I just retweeted a moment ago. Oh, hello, sorry, looking in the wrong place. Which basically shows a Russian military base. Well, it says here lit up like a Christmas tree, but you can see all the way through it. It's very, very much on fire, and there is actually a rumor that this was currently refilled with North Korean ammunition recently. So whether it was or not is a different matter, but either way, it made some lovely fireworks. So it was definitely booms of ammunition anyway. And we always like to see Russian ammunition going boom before it reaches the battlefront. I found that quite pleasing. Bulgaria.
Yeah, a bit of news from the Caucasus, Armenia. I always like to keep up with the news here. There's a couple of items, and one is from the Armenian PM at his decision whether Armenia was going to leave the CSTO. In response, Pashinyan said, we, Armenia, are not going to, nor do we have such a thing in mind to bring anyone to their senses. I would not use this vocabulary. I would prefer to say that we did not refuse, but made a decision not to attend CSTO events for various reasons. The most important record related to our positions is that sadly the CSTO, despite its de jure mandatory obligations, did not respond properly to Armenia's security challenges. It was repeated several times. With all respect to our CSTO partners, we record that it is not clear to our public either why we go and repeat the same things every time without getting any response. Leave, go back, and do the same thing and repeat the same things. So that's one thing. And the other interesting news was, excuse me a moment. Just give me a second.
Sorry, shall I sing in the meantime?
Yeah,
No, I
yeah,
won't.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
In the meantime, I'll tell you a tiny little bit about this ammunition place that was on fire. That it is, even so, it's 225 miles or 350 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, but still well within the range of long-range Ukrainian drones, in fact. And it was stated to have been hit by a drone. There is now information coming in that a drone was seen and heard prior. And satellite imagery shows that this is, well, a major location, shall we say. Very big installation of some kind. So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Carry on,
It
Paul,
is.
can you?
Sorry, just to finish my thought. There is another report on Pan-Armenian Net that Georgia confirms the transit of French armored vehicles to Armenia. So in this particular case, the cargo arrived from an EU country, France, that was sent to Armenia, a country that is not subject to sanctions. And Azerbaijan, which spends billions on weapons, has demanded that Armenia put an end to the policy of armament and militarization in the region. So France has actually sent military vehicles to Armenia, which again, I think, shows the move that Armenia is doing away from Russia and towards the EU.
Yeah, well, it does certainly show, doesn't it, that there's maybe some new alliances popping up, and I think Armenia sort of realised that you know, they'd been had a bit, and it's taken a bit of a hard lesson for them. But yeah, now they appear to no longer be quite as friendly with the Russian and the CTSO and all that palaver. So yeah, hopefully this is the start of something moved away from Russian clutches. Now, one more bit of information about this ammo depot that exploded. I'm just getting little snippets here. Russian channels have now reported that there have been, and we'll just say this, considerable losses. Sorry, got excited over that. Considerable losses at this location. In fact, oh dear, oh, this is a shame. Distraught relatives are unable to contact anybody that was stationed there, and there are a large number of people currently missing. So, yeah, fire and detonations at the site apparently have continued for some time. And there was me thinking they'd put it out in 30 minutes, but apparently not. Shocked that they fibbed about that, hey? So yeah, that's just more of the same thing going on now. Turkey's parliament have been debating Sweden's accession to NATO. Now, oh no, oh yeah. So they have. Sorry, there's so much backwards and forwardsing with it. That yeah, I wasn't sure for a second there. No, they have finally opened their delayed debate, and I can imagine how this is going to go. It's going to be very slow, isn't it? So anyway, they've started that today, and they've Discussions in the Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee represent an important moment for both European security and Turkey's relationship with the West. Sweden and Finland have dropped decades of non-alignment and sought the protection afforded by NATO. And their bids obviously won fast-track approval, except for the fact that Turkey and Hungary just can't seem to make an agreement on it. And it's a little bit tedious, but at least they're talking about it. Is that good enough? I don't know. What do you think, Tim?
At least they're talking about it indeed.
Yeah, that seems to be the most positive thing I can say about it right now. Let's not get our hopes up or our expectations too high, because we know how this goes. Yeah, it's a long and tedious dance, but apparently it has to be danced right till the last note. So we shall see if there's been some progress made, or if they haven't quite squeezed enough out of their agreements in order to get this moving along. But basically, if Erdogan wants it to go through, it'll go through. And if he doesn't, it'll sit there for ages being debated, no doubt. So we'll see what decision is made soon enough, I suppose.
Absolutely. Have we talked about what Czech Republic doing?
Oh, I mentioned it very early this morning, but yes, go ahead.
So the Czech Republic has frozen property owned by Russia on Czech soil. I believe this applies to assets owned by the Russian state. So the Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky has said, at my suggestion, the government today approved the freezing of Russian state assets in the Czech Republic. And he added, the commercial activities from which Russia finances the murder of Ukrainians ends here. So I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing this is going to be mostly things like oil and gas companies. I don't know if Gazprom and all that lot have subsidiaries in the Czech Republic. You'd think they probably would. But yeah, I don't know how much property the Russian state is really going to own in the Czech Republic. I think it's probably more what we should be really looking at is stuff owned by Russians, because there are quite a lot of Russians kicking around the Czech Republic, as I understand. But yeah, so that's a little sliver of good news at any rate.
Well, it's all steps in the right direction, isn't it? Like these sanctions packages, each of them have been not as overwhelming as we would have liked. A bit underwhelming, but they are still all building stepping stones upon one another, aren't they? And as one country decides to do something, sometimes that spurs other countries to try and, up their game a bit and match them. So maybe this will also help other countries to make this sort of decision.
Yeah, I mean, somebody has to break the dam, don't they? Somebody has to break the dam. So bully for the Czechs for that. I think. I don't know. I mean, I think we need to start introducing legal frameworks to confiscate property from Russian citizens generally. I mean, I don't know why we've been so timid about this. There should have been the immediate, isolation of Russia like that. So complete the revocation of visas, the revocation of citizenship where granted, the closure of borders, and the seizure of property. Not necessarily even the wholesale confiscation, just the seizure of it, I think would give a substantial amount of leverage when it comes to negotiating a lasting settlement. So getting Ukraine compensated, getting her citizens returned to her country, the ones that have been kidnapped and deported to Russia. I don't understand why we've been so collectively, why we've been so timid about this. It seems to be a bit of a no-brainer. You know, you still have well-heeled Russian people enjoying the pleasures of civilization in Europe, where they all seem to go on holiday, and nipping over to Paris for a bit of shopping, while their government commits genocide in Europe, and a genocide that they overwhelmingly support. It's really puzzling. I don't know why we're still treating these people like they're fully, like they're full members of the civilized races. It just seems bizarre to me, Marcus.
Me too. But you see, one of the things they have done is they've worn away a lot of our protection to their bull. They've bought people, and they've paid influencers, and they've, infiltrated our very societal sort of backstops. The things which would have probably picked this up. They've managed to wheedle their way into these bodies and government bilateral whatever, all these places anyway that they've wheedled themselves into, and it is to be able to sort of destabilize from the inside. And so of course when it comes to acting, it's very difficult because all these bad actors are already in place causing all the bother. And so obviously track the money, and that's why I'm still very excited about the Cyprus Confidential, because they are tracking the money. And I think sooner or later there will be some large revelations that make us all go, oh, that's why that happened, that's why that didn't happen. I think it'll be very telling, and I still feel that there's a lot more to uncover. We're all going to be a bit shocked at some point.
So this Cyprus investigation, who is leading that? Is it one of the papers or something? Usually the Guardian does good stuff on this.
I believe it was 70 journalists over 50 countries have been involved with this, and I'm trying to remember what they're called, the IRIJ or something like that. Maybe not that. Anyway, it's a 4-letter word. I'll come across it at some point. Their investigation is slowly but surely being unfolded, and this is, ICIJ. There we go. They are the people who have broken this Cyprus Confidential. So they have done it in relation with Paper Trail Media, and here we go. Nearly 70 media partners exposing a sprawling financial network that has powered the Putin regime as it dominates its neighbours and continues to undermine the West. So they found a trove of 3.6 million leaked documents showing how Russian money has been flowing through Cyprus's banking system over decades, right under the nose of the European Union. And as the West sought to block funding for Vladimir Putin's war machine after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Cyprus firms scrambled to keep key backers of the regime a step ahead of the looming sanctions. The analysis of the leaks, including from 6 Cypriot financial service providers, found that nearly 800 companies and trusts in secrecy jurisdictions were owned or controlled by powerful Russians who later came under sanctions. At least 650 of these secret identities were registered in Cyprus. Among the clientele there was identified 25 Russians sanctioned after 2014 and an additional 71 sanctioned February. In fact, some of the Putin's closest allies are named here. We have Roman Abramovich, Petr Avon, Alexei Mordashov, Alexander Abramov, and Alexander Frolov. The so-called Cyprus model has been acting as a conveyor belt of Russian wealth to the west, where it is stored as financial or other assets like, for example, yachts, art, and real estate. This model relies on some of the EU's weakest financial disclosure laws. So again, it's taking advantage of our own system. But it's not just Russians. Documents show a Cypriot firm may have also aided Assad's regime and their attempts to order American oil drilling equipment at the height of Syria's civil war. Der Spiegel is part of this as well, a part of the reporting, and also another, I'm going to say that is German, another German paper, the ZDF, were the ones that, broke the story about the journalist, what's his name? Fawning journalist, blah, 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 dubbed the Putin connoisseur, him anyway.
Hubert Seipel.
That's the fella, yeah. I knew it was a short name, but I couldn't just think of it. So it also reveals how notorious spyware companies exploited the island's lax regulation to export surveillance technology across Europe and around the world. The investigation has grown over 8 months to include more than 270 journalists in over 50 countries from nearly 70 media partners who are poring over and still have got stuff to pour over, the complex transactions and sprawling sanctions lists. And then obviously there's a lot that you can read about it there. But yeah, it's something that, there's going to be a lot more to come, shall we say. And I think not just the usual suspects as well. I think there's going to be a few surprises. I mean, we can fully understand some of them being, paid shills. Kind of obvious.
I've been reading about this Hubert Seipel chap, and he was once interviewed on German telly by a chap called Günther Jauch, Günther Jauch, who I assume is quite a big deal if you're German. And he apparently he was asked, what role did Putin play in arranging the interview between Seipel and the whistleblower Edward Snowden? Seipel answered sarcastically, "Of course, Putin exploited me and transferred me €1 million to Switzerland." Which is actually exactly what happened. Well, I mean, it's not quite €1 million, but oh god, these absolute clowns. Anyway, I thought it was quite funny. Marcus, you've had your hand up for a long time. Marcus.
Hi, thank you. And good morning, all. I was wondering, Tim, if there's a historical, precedent, but is there a jury out on whether it's abnormal that that during a war like this, the Russians enjoy so much freedom of movement and capital in Europe? I guess when there was when there was a war in Kosovo, was one side restricted from travel? I'm just wondering what the perspective historically would be.
Well, I mean, this does usually happen, right? So, the citizens of a country that you're at war with, they generally suffer some degree of civil disability, whether that is restricting their movement, so essential house arrest or deportation or even internment in the case of the Japanese during World War II in the United States. Their property tends to be confiscated, although history does suggest that at least in common law countries, after the war is over, they've got a pretty good chance of getting it back. That's certainly what happened in the United Kingdom, as far as I remember. A lot of property owned by German citizens was confiscated, but after the war, they sued the government and got most of it back. The key thing here is that the historical precedent always involves a war between the two countries, right? And we are not at war with Russia. The only country that is at war with Russia is Ukraine. And so the historical precedent, I don't think, is particularly helpful or relevant to what we're talking about here. I don't think that in recent times, at least, merely having been having been a citizen of a country where we've engaged in one of these interventions, be it Iraq or Serbia or what have you, I don't think we would have gone after people's property. I don't think we did in the United Kingdom anyway. The way we seem to do it these days is by sanctioning specific individuals, and if those individuals are connected to the war effort, which is what we're doing to Russia anyway. Yeah, in terms of the historical precedent, there is one, but it applies, as far as I'm aware, it only applies to countries where we are actually in a war with them. Does that answer your question, Marcus?
Yes. So in that case, I think the EU would have an opportunity to create another, I guess, level of deterrence, in air quotes, because obviously this type of deterrence in air quotes is not, not as important as the other tools in the chest of governments, but still, they could create an understanding in Russia and other countries that wish to invade European nations that the whole of the European Union is not going to afford your citizens the travel and investment and other opportunities of peaceful nations.
Sorry, I just managed to drop my phone. I would say it would be very unlikely that the EU as such would do that, simply because it's not within their competence. So the federal structure of the European Union has no right to say who can and cannot own property in a European Union member state. Like that's just not something that the EU does. It's the same with visas. So the Schengen area, which involves the EU, but I don't think is under the exclusive control of the EU, because there are countries that are not in the EU that are in Schengen. But the common visa system, so the common external border for Europe for the European Union plus hangers-on, it's up to individual countries whether they grant Schengen entry, subject to the same set of rules. So a number of countries in the EU have stopped issuing Schengen visas, but they are not able to. They have to recognize visas issued by other Schengen area countries, is the way I understand that it works. So I don't think the EU is capable of setting policy on that. I don't think they're allowed to. They just don't have the power to do it. It's a member state thing. If something like this were to happen, I think you'd probably see the United Kingdom or the United States or maybe Canada doing something like that. I think that we'll start the EU as a whole. So Brussels is not going to do it because they don't have the power to do it. The member states in the EU, they tend to act in concert. And so that means they tend to be very, very slow at doing things. And this is, it also provides a handy excuse, right? So if an EU member state is a bit lukewarm on something, then a very, very good excuse for inaction is, oh, we're going to push for a coordinated European response on this, right? This is something you see a lot in Brussels, where there's a thing that may be controversial, or maybe there's not much political will for it. They'll say, oh yeah, this is a Europe thing. Let's wait and see what Europe says, fully in the knowledge that that is basically just kicking the can down the road. And this is something that Ivana Klimpush said to me when in Kiev when I met her. She is the chairman of the committee of the Rada for European and NATO integration, and she said one of the interesting things about the UK having left the EU was that the UK was allowed to be was able to be much more flexible and much quicker when it came to responding to Russia's invasion, right? And it was her view that they were quicker off the mark simply because they didn't have this excuse to fall back on for inaction, right? They didn't feel that they had to consult European partners anymore, and they didn't feel that they could, that the politicians didn't have the excuse of saying, "Oh, well, we should wait for a European coordinated response and push for that." The UK just said, let's just do it," and did it. So I think that's one of the interesting upsides that she identified to the UK having left. But anyway, that's by the by. Yeah, I mean, if something like that were to happen, I think it's probably not going to be the EU that does it. That would be my answer to that.
Thank you, Tim. That was informative. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Bull Terrier, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just going back to the South Caucasus, we had a very interesting report from the Georgians. There was a survey, 86% of respondents support joining the European Union and 79% support joining NATO. And this survey of the International Republican Institute shows 86% of respondents showing support joining the European Union and 79% support joining NATO. So it's just very interesting to me that here in the South Caucasus, we have this apparently overwhelming desire to join the EU from Georgia, I'm talking about, join the EU and join NATO. And I just wondered if anybody had any comments on that.
Well, the EU will make you rich and NATO will make you safe. Who doesn't want to be rich and safe? I mean, it seems a fairly basic one to me. I mean, it's the European Union as an institute, as a kind of an institution, as a membership organization. It has a very, very deep-seated following in a lot of countries that are members, most of the countries that are members. It is extremely popular. It's something that people often moan about, but when the chips are down, they really, really do support their country's membership. And this is for every people have a different reason for believing this. And when you're at the periphery of Europe, your reasoning tends to be that it represents a clean break from the past, right? And this thinking is very, very strong in Eastern Europe and Southern Europe. So European Union membership, it marks the end of the old and the beginning of the new. So, for example, my adopted country of Estonia, being in the European Union means they're not in the Soviet Union, right? So it's kind of moved past. It's kind of moving on from something bad in the past, and you see the same in Greece actually. Greece and Balkan countries where it's seen as a it's seen as, you know, not being in that kind of Ottoman-y sphere anymore. You know, you're very much at the heart of Europe now. So there's kind of an optical kind of romantic attachment to the idea that seems quite bewildering from a British perspective, because we've never really had that. You know, the European Union was always kind of a necessary evil to most British people. So there was never really this kind of romantic attachment, but a lot of countries in Europe really do feel that, and I think that feeling will be very apparent in Ukraine as well, right? Because Ukraine has extricated herself from Russian domination, and now seeks true friends. And I think that the European Union will play that role in her political heart as she moves towards membership. As for NATO, kind of a no-brainer, really. NATO is collective security. If you have a border with Russia, you have a security problem. NATO membership solves that problem. Yeah. Bulteria, you want to come back?
Yeah, I just see that in the South Caucasus, Armenia and Georgia, a move against Russia and a move towards Europe and NATO. And I just find this very interesting. I think it's something that we should pay more attention to.
Sure, absolutely. And I think the collapse of the CSTO, or at least the non-performance of the CSTO, or is it the CTSO? I can never remember. You know, the Russian version of NATO in the Caucasus. Yeah, their failure to perform for Armenia means, you know, Armenia has a problem with her neighbor, Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan backed by very militarily capable Turkey. So Armenia needs security partners, and Russia obviously isn't delivering the goods. So it comes as no surprise to me that they would be moving closer in that direction. Bulteria?
Yeah, it's interesting to me that France has sent military vehicles to Armenia. It's interesting in the sense that there is a huge Armenian community in France. There are historical links between France and Armenia, and I just see this as you know, very, very interesting. Armenia now moving away from Russia towards Europe and accepting military vehicles. It's yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the French connection is interesting, and I think that's a two-way street, because France needs something to do now. You know, we were talking with our friend Ola down in Ghana yesterday about the effective French withdrawal from Africa. You know, the collapse of French power in Africa, and yeah, I think France is kind of frantically scrambling around for something to do, and they've settled on Central Asia because, as you've said, you know, there is a large Armenian community in France. Tends to be quite influential as well. I think, wasn't there a prime minister of France in the 90s who was like literally Armenian, like not even French? He was actually Armenian. But yeah, so there are a lot of connections between the two. I see we have Lyubov up from the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, and we've got the NUJU coming up as well. So we are about to start a segment. Apologies for the lack of pre-announcement, but there was a card out. We are being joined by the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, Katerina Teslenko, and her guest. So Katerina, welcome.
Hello, long time no see. So let me introduce myself again. I'm Katerina. I'm representing Ukrainian National Union of Journalists. Every Thursday we are trying to meet with you here and present our project executed free speech. In this project, we gathered over 100 testimonies from journalists from occupied territories that share their real stories of how they've been going through occupation, some of them through torture, etc. And we are trying to involve you in like sharing these stories, following us, saying your opinion about that. So like basically our main goal is to spread awareness about that, because that's how we try to advocate for all these crimes to be punished. And we hope that this will work, and we hope that all of you will help us with this. So we're gonna have today two guests. I'm not sure if they are here with us right now or no, but anyway, I will ask them to text me when they will be on live with us. So first is Lyubov Velichko. She is an investigative journalist from Kiev. I will tell a little bit more about her later. But now I want to start from some updates about like situational updates as of November 16. Today is the 631st day of Russian full-scale military aggression. During the November 15, Russian terrorist forces launched yet another series of missile strikes at civilian targets in Selidove, it's a Donetsk Oblast, and Zarychna, Zaporizhzhia Oblast. Also, Russian occupants launched yet another series of air missile strikes on Ukraine last night. The attacks of Shahid 136, 131 UAV was ongoing. Also, during the day of November 15, there was 65 combat engagements. The enemy launched a total of 8 missile and 29 airstrikes, 76 MLRS attacks at the positions of Ukrainian troops and various settlements. And unfortunately, Russian terrorist attacks have killed and wounded civilians. Residential buildings and other civilian infrastructure were destroyed or damaged. Also, I want to remind you that also as the next information is as of November 13, because we're still waiting for some updates. But since the beginning of Russian invasion of Ukraine, 510 children were killed and more than 1,144 children have been injured. Due to the active hostilities in affected region, there is no possibilities to inspect the areas of shelling and destruction. So that's also not like, final information, but at least we know about those numbers. Also in Ukraine, at least 3 civilians were killed and 14 were injured by Russian military on November 14 as a result of Russian aggression. And the information that I just provided you, it's like official information based on data provided by regional military administration. So that's something that I like to, provide every week. if you, because I saw some hands before I moved to the first story, maybe there are already some questions.
I think that was on a previous topic. We were talking about Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO and the European Union. Yeah,
Okay.
we'd be very happy to move into your segment as we've got you up as guests.
Okay, okay. So let me just check if they are, yeah, I didn't get any messages from them, so I guess they are not here yet. So I will go, I will move forward with first story. It's a very short story. I will probably read a few of them today. Oh no, okay, I just received a message that they are with us. So let me know if you can see them, if you can.
I can see Lyubov.
Yes, Lyubov.
But that's it.
Okay. Also, Irina Avramenko should be with us. So let me then introduce Lyubov first. So Lyubov Velichko, she is investigative journalist from Kiev. She works on a freelance basis with the largest Ukrainian media. She also works as a mentor for regional investigative journalists and gives storytelling trainings. She is the author of high-profile materials about the work of the Russian special services and their special information operations on the territory of Ukraine. Also, she was repeatedly the object of persecution and threats. Somehow, after the attack of the Russian propagandist Anatoly Shary, a whole army of bots began to attack Lyubov's social media pages. But this inspires her to conduct another investigation about who these bots are and who those haters are who threaten journalists. And as a result, among the Russian haters, she founded a representative of Russian special services from Moscow and was able to gain his trust in order to extract information about his true identity and type of activity. And after the investigation was released, the man was very offended. But the mask method and the experiment are favorites for Lyubov, as she says. Therefore, she had to work under the legend more than once. So please welcome Lyubov Velichko. I hope she can hear us.
Yes, hello. Nice to hear you.
Hi, Lyubov. Please, can you tell more about yourself, and maybe you can also add some recent stories that you've been working on?
Yes, sure. I'm working as a journalist for 15 years, and I collaborate also with colleagues from abroad. So I'm a member of OSCE and NOST. And during the period of war, I focused on economical Russian aggression against Ukraine. I mean, about the topics when we are looking for Russian oligarchs stuff in Ukraine and abroad, and looking for connections between oligarchs and Russian oligarchs and foreign politics, because we all know that they are one of sponsors of Russian influence on foreign countries, not only on Ukraine. That is why my last investigation was about actually companies of Ukraine who are still working in Russia. And I just wanted to investigate how do they work in Russia and why do they work in Russia still during the war. And I found out that mostly this is companies who belong to pro-Russian Ukrainian politicians who are now trying to escape being in jail, and they are abroad. And of course, even now we have plenty of Ukrainian companies who are co-working with Russian companies only formally. And this is good news because when you're looking into the official registers and see that there are thousands and thousands of Ukrainian companies who have Russian directors, and also there are many Russian companies with Ukrainian directors, you can only you are thinking that, oh my God, it is impossible that during the war we have such situation. But yes, we just need to remember that during decades, Ukraine and Russia had very strong economical connections, and that is why there are so many businesses that they're working together, even after 2014, after the annexion of Crimea. But after the full-scale invasion of Russia in 2022, most of Ukrainian companies, they of course stopped working with Russia. But still there are some connections with them. So I can tell a lot about this stuff, but I think you have more interesting questions to ask, especially maybe about FSB special operations or something like that, or anything you want.
Well, yeah, I'll come in here then. And you were saying you're finding all these connections, and we've been seeing, you know, the monetary connections coming out of Cyprus just recently. Sorry to keep banging on about it, folks who were listening, but this is something that I'm quite excited about. Have you been intrigued to see that?
Oh yes, of course. Cyprus and other offshore countries, how we call them. There are hundreds of such companies in Ukrainian registers who are called as like final beneficiarium of the company. But after that, but according to Ukrainian law, even if somebody tries to hide his name using Cyprus companies, for example, in Ukraine, you can't hide it actually, because you need to tell the name of the director and the owner who stands after that company. But of course, still there is a method when Ukrainian some politicians, for example, they use just fake directors, paying money to those directors just to put their names into the register, not to show that this is the politician's company, but the company of some no-name guy, you know.
And have you been involved with the Cyprus confidential investigations?
Of course, when you investigate corruption in Ukraine and corruption connected with Russia, you almost 100% can be sure that you will find a company behind those schemes. And when I investigate this stuff during the war, I found many such companies. And I just need to say that it's not only Cyprus companies. This is like from other countries who have very nice conditions for companies not to show the real directors, like from islands, different types of islands. And this is actually a big problem for foreign investigators, I mean, even prosecutors, to find the real criminals, because as I know, when I had meetings this year with in Brussels and in London with top politicians and people who are working with this stuff, they say that according to the law, they need to they need to protect, like this is very very even hard for them to find out who are those real people, who are directors, who are standing, who are not the directors but just standing, the real owners, you know. And journalists, they are trying, of course, to find the truth, but during last years, unfortunately, European Union made such rules that it became even more difficult to find this kind of information, because Europeans say that this is very sensitive information about who are like, it's a personal information, who is the name of the owner, where he lives, his address, and other stuff like that. In Ukraine, for example, when you go to the register, you can see plenty of information and financial information about the every company. You can see how much money it earned during last years. You can see this address, number of telephone, everything. And that is why it is very easy to investigate corruption schemes in Ukraine, on Ukraine territory. But when we are talking about Cyprus, yes, it's much, much more difficult.
Thank you very much. So when it comes to anti-corruption investigations, or anti-corruption in general in Ukraine, what kind of progress have you seen on that front from particularly the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian institutions? Because this is a big enemy talking point, right? It's this idea that Ukraine is this irredeemably corrupt country. It's a narrative that we've been pushing back on the Maria Report. But I would be interested in hearing your perspective on that.
You know, it is a big myth that corruption is only in Ukraine. Let's be honest, corruption is everywhere, in every single country. And that is why, but during the war, Ukrainian society changed a lot, and it became less, it stopped thinking that corruption is a norma, you know, because, and this is very good news, Ukrainians are thinking right now that corruptioners are the same enemies as Russian soldiers. And that is why they became so angry as never before on government people who are trying to steal money during the war. And for me, as for investigative journalists, it's a very good news, because right now I feel that I have more influence on government institutions, and using my investigations to push them to become more transparent and to stop doing and stop doing corruption schemes. And the same feeling my colleagues have, as they told me. And that is why, after we have resonant investigation, we have very quick reaction on it usually. And that is why government people, of course, they also feel that they can't be as relaxed as before the war, and they are trying, they are afraid to do such big schemes as they did before. Of course, still there are people who are trying to do their schemes, but right now I feel that all Ukrainian society and all Ukrainian journalists, they feel that they are very strong, and they are not tolerating corruption anymore.
Thank you very much. And as we touched on the topic of the Cyprus confidential investigation, what evidence of journalistic corruption do you see in Ukraine? Because this is something that Russia has been very active on with, you know, influence operations, mainly with money. Is that something that you see as a problem in Ukraine?
Can you explain a little bit more your question, because I'm afraid that I didn't understand it very well.
Sure. So the Cyprus confidential investigations, they have revealed a number of journalists who have been taking money from the Russians. Most prominently, the German journalist Hubert Seipel, who was paid over 600,000 euros by Russian-linked companies. He is considered, well, he touts himself as a Russia expert, a Putin expert. He's written a biography, a sort of hagiography of Vladimir Putin, and he is he's very clearly been promoting a Russian line. And the Cyprus confidential investigations have proven that he's been doing it basically for money. And if they've done it to him, they've obviously done it to hundreds, if not thousands, of other journalists. So my question is, how do you think that's going to go down in Ukraine? You know, what evidence of journalistic corruption by Russia do you see in your own country, if any?
Of course, right now we are looking on the media sphere very attentively, and we see if somebody says pro-Russian narratives, even soft version of pro-Russian narratives, for us it's a signal that this person might work with Russian special services. And right now, of course, as you may know, many of Ukrainian medias who had pro-Russian narratives before the war, they are closed right now. Our prosecutors found evidences that, yes, those TV channels were working with Russia. And we are still cleaning our informational space from journalists and medias who are working with our enemy, with Russia. And in Ukraine, we have plenty of NGOs who are monitoring informational space of Ukraine, and they make reports and saying which types of pro-Russian propaganda or pro-Russian informations they found in which medias, and all the journalistic society, they are judging such journalists very strongly, even if we don't have like financial proofs of it. This person becomes for us the enemy, you know. That is why it is very hard to live in a not occupied territory in Ukraine and to produce pro-Russian narratives into the informational space, because you really will have problems not only with prosecutors but with your colleagues, and no one will respect you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great that these things are kind of it's like a self-solving problem, right? So if you're a Ukrainian journalist and you're obviously in bed with the enemy, then all of your colleagues are just going to turn their back on you, right?
Yes, no media will co-work with you if you have such reputation, because everyone will claim you enemy's friend, and no one will read your story. No one will even respect the media if if the editor said, okay, I will publish this story, but the reader will see the author of the story. The editor also can be blamed in cooperation with Russia. That is why they not risking to work with journalists with bad pro-Russian reputation.
I wish that was the case in the West. That would solve a lot of our problems. Thank you very much, Lyubov. Arya, you have your hand up.
Hi, thank you very much for coming and speaking with us. I've been enjoying listening. I have a question for you. As said before, there's a segment on this space about the FSB and what they're doing to fight corruption and various other things in Ukraine. One of the things that was talked about the other day was a cult that is currently under investigation by the FSB, the Alta Ra.
Bob.
Yeah.
You meant the SBU, didn't you? not the FSB.
Yes, you're 100%. Apologies. Wow, that was a bad one. 100%. Thank you. So in any case, we were talking about it a little here, and I've done some further investigation into it. And I was wondering if you could just speak on similar cults and what is being done to address them, and whether or not you think it's enough, because I know they were raided and people were arrested and stuff was seized, but they're still putting out stuff on YouTube. They're still putting out stuff on podcast spaces. There's still people engaging on their website and doing stuff. And now most of it's bots, but there are hundreds of people that appear to at least be real people. Whether or not they're Russians or paid, I don't know. But I was just wondering your thoughts. Thank you very much.
This question for me, as I understood, yes. As you may know, right now, SBU is monitoring YouTube channels and other social medias and searching for content, like pro-Russian content made under Ukrainian flag. And usually SBU is very successful in it. It finds the people who are standing and using these YouTube channels by the IP address, for example. They are going to the house of this person, for example, and opening the criminal case. And usually SBU asks the person to say on the camera why this person did this content. And that is why we have plenty of videos when a woman or a man or a guy is saying, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understood what I did. I love Ukraine. I'm so sorry. I will not do it. But the problem is that there are so many people in Ukraine who still thinking that Russia is not enemy. If you will see, you will look on the percentage of people who are still don't want to Ukraine to be the part of NATO. There is like 5 or 10% of such people. For us, it's indicator that those people are still don't realizing that NATO is a chance for Ukraine to be safe, not to be attacked by Russia again. And the same percentage of people before the war also were thinking that were voting for pro-Russian political parties. So those people are still in Ukraine, you know, and not all of them even right now understood and realized that Russia is enemy. Maybe because they are still watching Russian propagandist TV and social medias, and they are so addicted to this false information that even living in Kiev, they're thinking of Putin come here, you know. And Ukraine is a country where like right now 35 million live in, you know, and it is important, it is impossible to control all those people. And that is why we have so much work to do, and those this content is like never the end, unfortunately, right now. But what we can do, we can continue to punish those people according to the law who are making content and saying lies and who working with Russia.
And well, that's going to continue. I mean, I personally see the SBU especially being very active in picking up people who are collaborating, and yeah, just really impressive to see their ongoing work. And you're absolutely right when you say no country is without corruption. You know, every country has its own issues, and there is no reason why Ukraine can't show us how it's done, to be honest. I think that, you know, some of the people that have been caught out, well, it truly shows, doesn't it? Nobody is safe here now. Nobody's getting away with it. It doesn't matter if you're a politician or a teacher or a community leader. If you are not pulling together for the benefit of Ukraine and you are actively working against us, well, we have to do something about that. And yeah, I find it really inspiring actually to see just how they're sort of cutting these tentacles out of the community, and making sure that people that are living in Ukraine are safe from not only collaborators but the propaganda that comes along with it as well.
Actually, right now, living in Ukraine, I never felt that amazing feeling of millions of members of family around me. You know, when we all realize that we are not safe every single second, but still, I understand that I will ask any person on the street for help and no one will say, no, I will not help you. Right now, we're one big person. And, this is very strange maybe to hear, but I never thought that I will be the granny who will tell my grandchildren about war. But maybe one of pluses of war that is that we all realized the real price of independence, and we suddenly understood how huge what a huge difference is between Ukrainians and Russians, and we right now know who are our real friends. I mean, who are the countries who we need to look in the future and to build our future. And I'm sure that this war will help us not to make the false decision in the future, and to value our independence and never look on the East.
Thank you very much. Lexicon, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Oh, great to hear you, Lubov, and well, all of you. My question is about public opinion, not corruption, but I was watching the other day on YouTube in English, a channel that was doing sort of man in the street interviews in Ukraine, I guess in Kiev. And of course, it's more, so they call themselves Real Ukraine. I never heard of them before. Anyway, it's Woman in the Street because it's mostly women who are there. And the people, relatively young people, and especially among the young people, I was astonished that the question that they chose to ask was, do you think Zelensky should be replaced? Like, should we vote in a new president? Should there be elections and so on, and change? Should the president be changed? And I'm telling you, if there were a vote, I think these were like 80% at least, not particularly appreciative of Zelensky's role. I mean, many of them did say, well, he didn't run away. So it's like his main claim to fame, which is not unimportant. But there seemed very little ability to judge, to see the scope of the and depth of the load of leading a country in a time of war. And in fact, the war was kind of like, oh, this thing that's just there. People were saying, well, it's been 2 years and what's changed? And I was flabbergasted because, yes, like I, from of course being on MriyaReport, maybe we're in our own bubble, but I get the impression, just as you said, of tremendous unity and sense of community and family, as you said, among Ukrainian people. Of course, I understand the explanations that Ukrainians are very outspoken and like to be often to be contrary minded, but this looked like, and I think streeter, men in the street interviews do not get you opinion leaders, but they get you very ordinary people who are not very widely read. Many of them said, well, I don't really like to pay attention to politics. Holy moly.
Lexicon. Longest question ever. Longest question ever.
What's that?
Longest question ever.
Well, it's because I'm trying to explain how devastating the atmosphere was to me. And I just was wondering if you knew this group Real Ukraine, or that puts out these, and have you seen this kind of thing? What do you think of this kind of agenda, of interview? Do you think it's somebody with an agenda, or do you think that would be the sort of responses you'd get if you asked people their view of the government or Zelensky?
I will explain you. Ukrainians are people who feel themselves so super democratic. I mean, we don't need somebody to tell us what to do, and we really feel that we are real power in the country. I mean, average person on the street has this feeling inside that he is the president. He is a minister. He is a people deputy in the parliament. You know, that is why when on the first day of war, when Zelensky made video near the office of president and saying, "I'm not running away. I'm with you. We will do this together. We will fight." Inside, Ukrainians thought that, oh my God, you think if you will, if you would say that, oh, I'm escaping, that you think that we will put our hands up and give up? No, because we are millions and millions and tens of millions of people, and we will fight, and we will decide what to do, you know, and we have this very, very strong feeling inside. That is why Ukrainians, we are always joking that where you have 2 Ukrainians, you have 3 presidents. It means that even on the first and second day, when some president wins on the elections, Ukrainians immediately finding thousands of reasons to criticize him, to tell him that he is not nice, you know. So that is why, for me, president in Ukraine is a very poor person, in the meaning that he is under such big attack of criticism in Ukraine. I don't know. I can't right now imagine any other country in the world where people are so so critically thinking about the person who is the head of the country or the head of the ministry or some like big government institution. That is why I think young people in the street were telling that they don't care about politicians, because we have these horizontal connections in the society. That is why we, from the first days of war, we self-organized. We all became volunteers, and we started to do what we could. Somebody started to make socks, warm socks for soldiers. Somebody started to make food and to bring it to soldiers. Somebody became a soldier, and somebody started to fight in informational field as me. I was a volunteer for first 2 months with no salary, no paying, because, you know, I'm anti-corruption investigative journalist, and in the first 2 months of war, nobody cared about corruption in Ukraine. We were only thinking about our survival. And that is why I started to work only on Russian stuff. So I hope you understood what I was trying to say, but if you have extra questions, please, you can ask.
No, I think that's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I understand.
I just wanted to add something that I heard, and it's very similar to what you just said, that if you put 2 Ukrainian people into a room together, you will find that they create 3 separate political parties. but if you threaten them, they will band together and become family. So yeah, it's something that I've found very inspiring, really, that they're very connected with civil society.
Yeah, sounds like us. Okay, so if you guys don't have any more questions for Lyubov, she will. I hope she will stay with us. So you know, if you're gonna have more questions, you can ask. But I also wanted to introduce Irina Avramenko. Looks like she joined us. Irina, she's a journalist from Dnipro. She's been working for 15 years as an editor of newspaper and website Dnipro Vechirny. She researches Russian propaganda and the ability of Ukrainian society to resist it. Her research results are presented in journalistic and scientific format. I hope she will be able to talk about it a little bit. So yeah, please welcome Irina Avramenko. Irina, are you with us?
Доброго вечора, ми з Дніпра.
Вітаємо, вітаємо. Ірина, ви говорите англійською?
Я би хотіла все ж таки з перекладачем, мені так буде
Ага,
трошки.
тоді я вас буду перекладати. So, Irina gonna speak in Ukrainian, but I will translate her. Можете, будь ласка, представитися? Єдине, що не дуже довго, так потихеньку, щоб я перекладала потихеньку вас.
Добре. Я журналіст, редактор. Як правильно, сьогодні мене вже представили, 15 років була таким завзятим газетяром.
Yes, so as I introduced you previously, Irina, she's a journalist, editor, and she's been working hard in the journalistic field for 15 years.
Сьогодні я працюю, перша моя робота, це я працюю зі студентами факультету журналістики Університету митної справи та фінансів. Я викладаю журналістику, це такий перший аспект моєї роботи.
So today she has a few jobs, and first one, her work is it's a work with the students of journalists of a faculty of journalism. Це в Києві чи в Дніпрі?
Дніпро.
Oh, so it's in Dnipro, in one of the Dnipro University. Так.
І другий аспект моєї роботи, я досліджую ворожу російську пропаганду. Я досліджую як в науковому форматі, так само і в публіцистичному. Я публікуюсь на сайті інституту імені Пилипа Орлика.
And the second aspect of her job is propaganda research. So as I mentioned before, she's doing it in like publicistic, but also in scientific approach. Нагадайте університет?
Університет митної справи та фінансів. У нас є там дуже потужний факультет журналістики.
Ага, ну тоді все одно не знають вони наших університетів. So. Так.
Це от стисло, що до мене, і я ще хочу додати, що якщо до цього я вивчала насамперед це, як ворожа пропаганда працює в нашій країні, і те, як ми можемо чинити її опір, то влітку в мене була можливість подивитися, як пропаганда свої оці щупальця протиснула в Румунію і Молдову. Я ще мала можливість вивчати те, як вони чинять спротив ворожій пропаганді.
So Irina, she's been working and studying and researching on how enemy propaganda works in Ukraine and how to resist it. But also this summer, she has an opportunity to work in Romania and Moldova and do researches on how the Russian propaganda spread and even on those countries.
І ви знаєте, насамперед хочу сказати, що для пропагандистів сьогодні склалася унікальна ситуація в тому сенсі, що вони можуть поширювати свої жахливі ворожі наративи практично без перешкод. Така унікальна ситуація для них склалася, ну, на жаль, на їх користь. Давайте я одразу поясню, про що я маю на увазі. По-перше, сьогодні розвиток технологій, який дає можливість потрапити цій пропаганді навіть в саме якесь глухе село. Да? Тобто не треба там на літаках листівки там розбрасувати. Інтернет сьогодні є усюди, і це перше те, чому вони можуть оці свої наративи доводити, на жаль, до слухачів. Це перший аспект.
So today, Irina is talking about that today propagandists have a unique situation where they can spread their propagandist narratives without obstacles. That's the first aspect. It's because the development of the technology. That means that they can, because of the internet, for example, it means that they can reach even the most remote and most isolated village. Therefore, they can, send their message to places, to such places.
Це, на жаль, дуже поліпшило їм роботу. Дуже поліпшило.
Давайте ще.
Так, да. І ще другий момент – це те, що особливо це стосується постколоніальних країн, це те, що немає мовного бар'єру. Тобто, що вони могли економити ресурси, свої зусилля на те, щоб один той самий контент одразу давати як для свого внутрішньої аудиторії, так і в Україну його надсилати, і в Молдові, і в страни Середньої Азії. Тобто це теж, оця відсутність мовного бар'єру, це те, на жаль, допомагало їм поширювати ось ці наративи. Перше, це наявність технологій, цифрових, що куди завгодно можна дістатися. І друге, це відсутність мовного бар'єру. Це теж дуже важливо.
So, and the second aspect of it, it's that there is no language barrier. So, for their propaganda, they save a lot of resources, and the information that they create, they can provide not only inside their country, but they can only share it for other countries like Ukraine, like Moldova, like Romania. So that's also kind of easy way for them because of the no language barrier. So it's those aspects, the technology development and no language barrier, it's greatly improved their work.
Так, і я хочу сказати, що, звісно, ось ця агресивна пропаганда, вона почалася не з початком повномасштабного вторгнення. Пропаганда, в принципі, як ми знаємо, була дуже потужною за часів СРСР, і вона не припинялася навіть за всі часи незалежності. Це ми просто її, так би мовити, не помічали, бо жили, займалися своїми справами, ростили дітей, ростили хліб і не звертали на це уваги.
So, and Irina also wanted to pay attention to point on that this aggressive propaganda, it did not started just with the beginning of the full-scale invasion. this propaganda was super powerful, still powerful during the times of the USSR, and it was not stopping from that times. We just didn't pay enough attention on that because, you know, we had to live our lives doing our business, working, having family, etc. So we just didn't pay enough attention on that, but it was like ongoing process. Так.
Якщо говорити про Україну, то ми можемо згадати, що така пропагандистська підготовка росіян до війни почалася задовго ще до того, як вони забрали Крим, зробили спробу анексувати Крим. Згадаємо лексику, яка була присутня на російських телешоу. Поки вони називали українців карателями, нациками, фашистами, ким там ще, націоналістами, найманцями, в Україні це все було заборонено. Я 15 років працювала редактором, і якщо б я на адресу росіян написала би щось на кшталт цих епітетів, то мене би критикували самі українці. Тобто, поки у нас було табу на мову ворожнечу, там вже йшла повним ходом підготовка до війни.
Ага. So, Irina says that if we talk about Ukraine, that the propaganda training of Russian began before Crimea was taken away. For example, in Russia, they used to use these narratives in media, in social media, and they used to call Ukrainian Nazis, fascists, etc. But at the same time, in Ukraine, there was a kind of a taboo on a hate speech, and Ukrainian journalists could not use such narratives, such words, because even like if they would try to do that, that even Ukrainians by themselves would start criticize them on doing such a things. But at the same time, in Russia, they were like keep calling Ukrainians like that, and no one stopped them or no one prevented them from doing that.
You mentioned, sorry, I just have a quick question about that.
Yes.
You mentioned there was a taboo around Ukrainian journalists using aggressive language, presumably about Russia. Does this tie into the, the Russophobia concept that Russia has introduced recently?
Let me translate. I can I can make a short comment that so it's actually for us it was taboo to criticize Russian. So it was actually opposite. It was like looking like we love them and they don't like us. So вони запитують те, що ми згадали про табу, ви згадали про табу, як це пов'язано з русофобством, те, що зараз називають з русофобством, чи це типу якось призвело до цього, чи як це пов'язано. І також, ну, там, знаючи, скажімо, теж, як запитують, оце табу, воно було, типу, як воно було, ким воно продиктовано було? Тобто це якісь були дійсно правила, чи це просто якби те, що якось не обговорювалося, але всі розуміли?
Ви знаєте, це було як таке негласне правило етикету. Це як в порядній компанії не роблять якісь речі, да? От є правила етикету. Тобто ти не можеш прийти в кампанію, сказати якесь дурне слово, ну, користуватися інвективною нецензурною лексикою, бо ти покажеш, що ти, ну, погана людина. Так само було і у нас. Якщо би я у своїй газеті «Дніпровечерній», яке, до речі, щодо русофобії виходило російською на той момент мовою, якщо би я сказала якесь дурне слово на адресу росіян, то, по-перше, мене б не зрозуміли колеги, вони б сказали, що ми знаходимося в порядному суспільстві, не можна ображати ніякі національності. По-друге, мене б не зрозуміли мої читачі, серед яких багато росіян, які багато спілкувалися саме російською мовою. Тому у нас було, ну, мені не треба було спеціальні якісь інструкції, щоб я не казала такі, не користувалась мовою ворожнечою. Це було, як то кажуть, за замовчуванням.
Угу. І ще скажіть, от який зв'язок між цим, скажімо, таким негласним правилом і тим, що зараз називають, що типу ми русофоби? Чи є якийсь зв'язок?
Русофобія – це вигадка пропаганди Кремля. Русофобія в Україні, справжня русофобія, вона є. Вона почалася з початком війни. Поступово. Спочатку русофобія прийшла зі Сходу, коли вони принесли війну на Донбасі. Сьогодні, дійсно, я можу сказати, що русофобія прийшла з російськими ракетами. Зараз є це навіть не русофобія, це рашистофобія, скажімо так, бо до того, як вони не прийшли на Крим, не прийшли на Донбас, Україна спокійно спілкувалася російською мовою, їздила в Росію до родичів, ну ми все це прекрасно з вами знаємо. Да? Тобто русофобія, справжня русофобія, вона прийшла разом ще потрохи прийшла з Гіркіним і сьогодні плотно оселилася з російськими ракетами.
So, Irina says that in terms of like this kind of a taboo, it was not a rule, but it was like an unspoken rule of etiquette. No one gives that instruction. It was just an unspoken rule of etiquette, as in a decent company, for example, you cannot use uncensored language or stuffs like that. Because if you do so, you will show that you're a bad person or you don't respect your colleagues. So, for example, in her newspaper, if she would say something against Russia, if she would want to say so or write, then she would be criticized by her colleagues and by her readers, because for them, they would not understand that. They would say that, like, why would you do so? We have a friendship, we all, like, you have to respect all nations or like all people, etc. So that just would be weird for all Ukrainians. Also, answering your question about Russophobia, Irina says that it's actually Russophobia is a fiction of Kremlin propaganda. And Russophobia actually began in Ukraine with the beginning of the war. It came with Russian missiles. So before they came to Donbass, as we probably spoke here before, everyone could speak freely in Russian. More, actually, Irina's newspaper was written in Russian before, and no one was against it. No one says anything about it. Everyone could speak Russian when they want and where they want. But yeah, that's why we say that yes, of course, now you can see Russophobia in Ukraine, but again, Russophobia was created as a Kremlin propaganda from the beginning, but then, of course, it came with Russian missiles. So they actually did it by themselves.
Ну, що я, наприклад, якщо цікавить питання русофобії, я мешкаю в місті, яке сьогодні здебільшого розмовляє російською мовою. Але це місто – це український форпост. Це Дніпро, яке першими ще з 2014 року чинило опір загарбникам. І я можу сказати, що як і на Донбасі, так і у моєму Дніпрі розмовляли переважно російською мовою. Тобто про яку русофобію може йти мова, коли в нас, наприклад, навіть мер розмовляв російською мовою. У нас спокійно до війни працювали церкві Московського патріархату. Якщо казати про Дніпро, то саме про мій Дніпро, то у нас прекрасно мешкають, у нас багато мешканців, уроженців Арменії, в нас є з Греції громада, в нас дуже велика єврейська громада. Тобто казати про, і це при тому, що від Дніпра до, наприклад, Донецька це 3 години їзди на автівці. Ми були поруч, це було обидва російськомовних регіону. Але якщо у Дніпро не прийшли загарбники, то сьогодні це місто так не постраждало. Сьогодні в нас і наша арена працює, ну не у війну, звісно, і в нас немає тієї розрухи у Дніпрі, яка є там, куди прийшли російські загарбники.
So, but Irina says if you're interested in the issue of Russophobia, so she actually lives in the city where many people, like she would even say most of the people, they speak Russian, but this city is an Ukrainian forepost. I'm not sure if that's correct, forepost or outpost in English. So, but that's like the city that it's only 3 hours driving by car away from Donetsk. And this city, they defended Ukraine. But before the Russia invaded into Ukraine, in their city, the churches of Russian patriarchate worked quietly good, like everyone worked there freely. Also, in general, Dnipro has many natives of Armenia. They have a large Jewish community. So, and again, despite the fact that Donetsk is 3 hours away by car from Dnipro, the only time when they started, you know, like really hate Russian was when they started destroying cities, when they started occupying the territories, because everyone saw that with their own eyes, and everyone understood that only because of them our cities were damaged that bad. So again, if we talk about Russophobia, that's like where it comes from. For us, it's pretty clear.
Я так думаю, що русофобія була б в будь-якій країні, і якщо б на голову, не дай Боже, мирних жителів летіли ракети, якщо б вбивали їхніх дітей, якщо б вбивали їхніх людей похилого віку, то я думаю, що коли тебе вбивають, мова точно не йде про якісь інші відчуття, окрім несприйняття вбивці.
Yes, so Irina thinks, and I agree that like we think that Russophobia would exist in any country if rockets and missile strikes would flew at their heads, or if in their country they would kill children, all civilians, elderly people, etc. We guess that everyone would start just hate people and who kill them, who destroy them. So
sure.
yes.
I mean, my question, you know, I know this Russophobia is a made up Russian thing, right? It's a Russian propaganda idea. My question was whether the taboo around criticizing Russia that existed among Ukrainian journalists was related to that kind of propaganda. You know, it's this idea that, you know, it's somehow bigoted to criticize Russia. Does that make sense?
No, I didn't quite understood the question. Sorry. Like how it's connected to that taboo, or like
Yeah,
is it help?
Basically, so if when it comes to the taboo among Ukrainian journalists that you mentioned about criticizing Russia, I was wondering if that taboo in fact came from Russia, right? If that taboo was actually a Russian propaganda effort related to their Russophobia narrative. You know, we're not allowed to be horrible to Russia because it's a form of bigotry to criticize Russia. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think we actually, I probably didn't translate it well. So no, it was not, we don't think the taboo didn't came from Russia. It came from our etiquette, from our culture, that it was, you know, it was not like restricted taboo that someone told us. It's just from the ethic, from general ethic for us. We are very tolerant people. We are very like, for us it's normal to respect other people, to respect other nations, to respect other countries. It was not only about Russia. You would not hear something, you know, bad about like other countries as well. I mean, only if they would, for example, if we would talk about like history and Nazism, right? Fascism, yeah, that's, you would write about that. But it was just a general understanding of, you know, all the people, all the society. For us, it would just be in terms of ethic, and it was not only about like only Russians. It was like general understanding for all of us, and that's how we thought is the war this as well.
Let me please add, when we are talking about criticizing Russians, journalists were not criticizing Russians because they are Russians. In our investigations before the full-scale invasion, we were criticizing Russian companies, Russian politicians, if they were in focus of our investigations. But it doesn't mean that we were hunting for Russian, not Belarusian politicians or businessmen. They were average figurants of our investigations. as it could be like, for example, Polish or Turkish or American politician or businessman. We didn't have that taboo to not criticize Russian politicians or businessmen. But still, we didn't have any idea to criticize Russians only because they are Russians. If we are criticizing Russians because of their language, this is Russophobia. This is very strange. But to criticize a person for criminal stuff or for corruption, it's normal. And we did it before the war. And of course, we're doing during the war right now.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to mute your mic because you've got a lot of background noise there. Is that you? Oh no, that's Irina. Okay, I'm just going to mute Irina's mic. Okay, we've got a couple of hands. I would like to go to Marcus and then to G-Man, please. Marcus, you're up.
Hello. Thank you for giving us this time. I was wondering if there's any special challenges that come from, I guess, Russia's ability to have infiltrated the news media and information in countries around Ukraine. I mean, specifically, I'm thinking of Romania, because before, when the war started, I remember they had shut down some RT or other type of national broadcasting there. So yeah, I was just wondering what challenges kind of the infiltration of Russian media in other countries around Ukraine have posed. Thank you.
Yes, so I think Lyubov can answer that question. She's more into this information.
Unfortunately, we don't have that super active things as in Ukraine, in meaning when we are closing Russian channels abroad. All Ukrainians, of course, wish that in Poland, in Slovakia, in Hungary, in Bulgaria, and in all Eastern Europe, Russian channels would be closed. But as we can see, for example, some countries as Estonia, as Latvia and Litva, they are more strict to Russian TV channels, and they are closing such TV channels in their countries. And this they do because they realize how it is dangerous to have such medias in their native countries, because they have very dangerous narratives in their broadcasting, and those narratives are dangerous for national security of those countries. So they do this not for Ukraine, they do this for themselves. But as you can see, for example, in Hungary, Orban is very pro-Russian politic, and that is why he's not interested in closing any Russian channels on the territory of his country. The same we can see on Bulgaria, and historically we know that in Bulgaria there were plenty of Russian FSB agents in politics sphere, and that is why it is very hard to make politician decisions to close like Russian medias. But all need to realize that Russian propaganda will do everything to make people think that very good things, and Russian is not the enemy. Russia is a very good country. Let's make friends with Russia. But if you are a person who see clear and look on the facts, you will realize that if you don't want to hear lie all the time, you need to close this window from which you hear this lie. That is why this is the decision of politicians. If they want to listen to the lie all the time from Russian channels, or they don't, because let's be clear, there are no independent, really independent Russian media in the world. And there are still some media who pronounce them independent, for example, or Dost, and even they have financial support from some European NGOs. And I understand why those NGOs, so-called independent Russian medias, they want to understand what is going on in Russia, because these so-called independent medias, they are criticizing, they are those who are Russian politicians who are investigating corruption. Of course, no federal channel in Russia will do the same. And so European NGOs give money to Russian journalists who live abroad and make their investigations just to understand more clear what is going on in Russia political sphere. And this I can understand, even from the perspective of Ukrainian journalists. But still, when we're talking about what those journalists are talking about Ukraine and whether they say the truth about Ukraine, I don't believe and I don't trust those journalists and those medias, because when I deeply understand the context of the story they publish about Ukraine, I see that manipulations they use. From the perspective of Western reader, you cannot not to see those manipulations, but Ukrainian reader will see them and understand that this is pro-Russian narratives still in this so-called independent Russian medias.
Yeah, I would also like to add that, you know, that actually in Ukraine now, if I'm not mistaken, in total, I think it's 22 media resources have been added to the list of services that are banned because they are considered as a aggressor state channel media sources. Plus, I want to mention here that all the media, even if we so-called like independent Russian media sources, they are still work under the rules of the use and policy of these media services are based on the national legislation of the Russian Federation. So, you know, when you think of that, you still, you know, kind of understand that how they could be independent. I mean, all of us work under certain rules and policy, but when you see what that country does, you can kind of understand what kind of policy they have, and that they don't care about like international policies, for example. Plus, I want to add that it's still actually hard. It was super hard for Ukraine, but in the whole world, it's hard to get rid of Russian propaganda because they give a lot of money. They put a lot of financial resources to media. That's why around the world, it's very cheap to watch and to use Russian media, Russian television. For example, here in the United States, you can just buy a certain router and you can watch it free. And I know that a lot of people does it, a lot of people who speak Russian, who know Russian, and that's what we've been talking previously with Lyubov, right? That then no language barrier, it's a huge problem for that, because that's how you spread your propaganda. That's how you know, deliver those messages. And unfortunately, because they've been doing that for so long, and that's created like no language barrier, plus cheap, like you can watch it for free. That's, you have, it's hard to deal with it if you want to stop it. Yes, thank you. So maybe you have some more questions for us.
G-Man, your hand was up earlier on, but you're back.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, just there's a lot of issues in the West with our journalists, especially the like of the mainstream media, the BBC. I'm thinking New York Times, either both citing an issue or else actually running a story with talking points that are pure propaganda. What does that make? I mean, what does that make you feel in Ukraine as journalists when you see the Western journalists behaving like that?
It's
Yes.
very it's very painful sometimes to read the stories, especially BBC, because there is difference between how BBC between BBC standards and American standards of journalism. I will explain you. BBC standards are saying that you need to show both sides. For example, when we are talking about Russian-Ukrainian war, you need to ask a victim of a war crime and a soldier who made the crime, and it's very strange to hear the story of a girl who was who was struggling because Russian soldiers were beating her and had sex with her, but she didn't want it to be. It happened, and then to ask the comment of Russian soldier, "Oh, why did you do that?" It's not logically. It's a freaky, freaky standard in the perspective of telling the story about stuff like this. In America, what they say that we will not interview terrorists telling the story about what terrorists did, and that is why it is less painful to read American investigations and story than a British one. And this year in London, I was in the BBC. I was in BBC office in London, and I was talking to journalists from the BBC and investigators about stuff like that. And there was very hard conversation about this, and I just will tell you just a little episode of that conversation. So one of the editors told me that he made, as he think, a great story about interview with Russian soldier. He was asking us, a Russian soldier, why did he start to fight in Ukraine? Why did he started? Why he decided to go to the war and stuff like that, about his feelings. And he was telling that he did this because he needed to show another side. And when I asked him, please tell me who inspired you on that topic? Maybe your readers asked you a lot about. Please tell us such kind of stories. Or who told you to do this? Because when you're a journalist, you need to give information to the audience that audience ask you to give. And he said, no, audience didn't ask me to do this. But I decided that this is important. And I asked him, so what reaction did you get from the story? And he said, oh, unfortunately, I've got a lot of hate speech because of that story. And I asked him, how do you think, why did you get that hate speech? And he said, well, I don't know, but still I have a few nice comments from a few readers. and I just wanted to laugh and to cry in the same time, because it's so I had the feeling that I'm talking to the alien, you know. And of course I understand and I realize that Noel will deeply feel how it is to live in Ukraine and to feel all the struggling every single moment. And that is why the journalists don't have empathy from abroad. And that is why their stories are sometimes, it's hard to read, really hard. But I still try to, I'm not mad. I'm not mad on journalists. I just try not to read that stories often. You know, this is my way to not be in stress.
Thank you very much.
Quick follow-up.
G-Man.
Quick follow-up. I'm glad you're not mad. I'm completely furious every time they do it. They've done it against Ukraine, and they're doing it still against Ukraine at times, but especially against the Israel-Gaza story. They've gone completely full tanky on that one. And yeah, I'm furious. I think a lot of people in the UK are furious at the moment with the BBC, but hopefully they can, I don't know. Anyway, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, G-Man. Taras, you had your hand up a few minutes ago.
Thank you. So I would like to express my personal opinion and just to go a little bit deeper in the roots of this issue, why there is no independent media in Russia, why they are all biased or kind of still even independently kind of funded, they're still biased. I think it goes back to what the listener public is expecting to be, like what the beliefs system and what the ideology of the common Russian listener, who, let's say this is a Russian diaspora in France or in Germany or in United States. So whatever these media outlets are saying, they are biased by, number one, by the listener audience, what they expect to hear, and as well, they are biased by their own belief system. So if somebody, even in their 30s or 40s, grown up in a modern day Russia, and then they flee the Russia, let's say, to work for the Dost or other kind of independent channel, they still were growing up with this idea of the big Russia and of some kind of exceptionalist idea. So they, no matter what, even if they see some brutal crimes and terrorist actions on the side of their army, they still would have this bias, justifying it by the means of, we are exceptional, we are a special country, we are the third Rome, we are the stronghold of the Christian orthodoxy, whatever the belief systems they have, they cannot get rid of that. They still think that Russia should be a big country. They will not accept the point of Russia being disintegrated because of what it is, an empire. So they have this imperialistic thinking. They, both on the side of the listeners and on the side of the so-called journalists. So because they are biased, the channel will be biased, and the editor of the channel will be biased. So like you have a hard time finding really independent thinking because of this strong belief system, strong ideology, which people who even think they are democratic, in fact, they are not. So like how many Russians who left the Russia 30, 40, 20 years ago and live in a democratic society will accept the fact that maybe Russia need to be disintegrated in smaller pieces. Maybe all these nations who were occupied at some point in the last 4 centuries by Russian Empire need to be free. can you find many of Russian influencers or Russian thinkers or Russian journalists or even general public, even living outside of the country, who will accept it? Thank you.
Actually, I wanted just to add about the thesis of so-called good Russians. You know that this is one of the theses that Russian propaganda tries to share all over the world, that it's only politicians' fault that Russia attacked Ukraine, and poor Russians, they are not guilty in that. But I just want you to look on the number of people on the street right now in Russia who are on meetings saying that no war. Did you see thousands of hundreds or millions of people on the streets in Russia who are going on meetings and saying stop the war, stop the war? No. In the same time, let me remind you that in 2013, on the 1st of December, in Maidan Nezalezhnosti, in the central square in Kyiv, capital of Ukraine, 1 million Ukrainians came and said that we want to be the part of European community after President Yanukovych didn't wanted to go to association with European Union. 1 million people came to the street of one city. In Kyiv, there are only 2.5 million citizens. So if we will count like 45% of citizens of capital came on the street to the meeting. Can you imagine this in Russia? No, because in Russia there is so tiny amount of people who are against war. This amount of people is so tiny that they even afraid to show themselves on the meetings, and that is why that theory of good Russians, it breaks. I just kindly ask you not forget about this, and not to think that only politicians are deciding in Russia what to do. They do this because Russian people let them do this.
Thank you very much. Ukraine war update. You've got your hand up.
All right, thank you, Tim. Hi, Marcus. Thank you both for hosting this space. Wonderful conversations. Really appreciate the host from the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. Excellent discussion. I do have a small comment and a question. Unfortunately, I was not able to listen to the conversation from the beginning. So if my question was already addressed, sorry about that. But I definitely share a couple of, I share the sentiment of the discussion, right? And, quick comment about what Lyubov said about the good Russians, right? One of the biggest thing is really to, and this is my personal opinion, there are good Russians, right? Those are the ones that are fighting alongside Ukrainians. That's pretty much it, right? Everybody else in Russia, when we see these protests coming out against, there was some recently, some news channels recently, posted some of the, news, right? The Russians protesting against the war. They're not protesting against the war. They were protesting against them going to war, or their loved ones going to war, right? They don't mind war in Ukraine to continue to happen. They just don't want to participate in it and be sent to die there. So there's in a lot of Western media, unfortunately, doesn't make that distinction, right? They just kind of generalize, and people have to kind of come up to their conclusion themselves, but not everybody will do. With that in mind, I also like to, voice my opinion about the Russian propaganda thing. Basically, every news media that exists in Russia, it's an extension of Kremlin, right? Propaganda machine, and it's being weaponized right now, right? 100% agree with that. However, I would caution against, saying that they are always saying lies, right? because they're not. And it's an important distinction we have to make and keep in mind. Russian media operates in a certain spectrum of, and that's one of the greatest, I think, aspects of it, advantages that they have. They can mention things that are true, right? But they can also put a shade of a degree on the truthfulness, right, that they're reporting. And that's what makes it really difficult sometimes to people who are not trained, who are not aware of their, tactics, to fall victims. And when we say Russia always lies, those people would turn back at us and say, well, wait a minute, this is what Russia says, and factually it is true, right? But they fail to recognize that there's a lot of subtle subtext that's present in the Truth Today report that is really false or plays into Kremlin propaganda. And, that's something that we always have to kind of educate people to the left and to the right or around us, right, about that kind of stuff. Because, otherwise we kind of, we're giving Russian propaganda, all those, people who try to justify them ammunition to fight back, right? Saying, well, look, they are reporting, something that's factually correct. Anyway, I digress from that. My question is this, what concrete, maybe specific steps or general actions Ukrainian journalistic community is taking to have conversation with other countries, right? Representatives from their profession of journalism to help them steer away from, from Russian propaganda, right? Maybe creating some kind of mechanisms or, systems to where they can counter that stuff or isolate Russian propaganda that's, prevalent in some of the countries. Is there anything like that? Is there any specific actions that are happening in that regard? Thank you.
Actually, Russian-Ukraine war started in 2014, let me remind you. And from that time, Ukrainian Journalistic Society had discussion about what to do with Russian propaganda. And during that period, we also there was created new Ministry of Informational Defense. And this ministry tried to fight with Russian propaganda. And there are also other government institutions in Ukraine who also tried to fight with Russian propaganda. But what we realized during these 9 years of Russian-Ukrainian war is that it is so hard to fight with this amount of lie that it is much easier just to stop and to block Russian medias and Russian line voices in our informational sphere. And it doesn't matter how much money the country government has to fight the propaganda. You always lose when you are working with propaganda. How can you fight with propaganda? To make another propaganda? No. Or there was illusion that we can fight propaganda using the truth. Still, it doesn't work. So that is why the only way to protect yourself, to protect your informational sphere in your native country is to block that propaganda. Yes, if somebody can say that, oh, we have democratic society, we are talking about freedom of speech, but we need to see the difference between freedom of speech and language of violence, between freedom of speech and manipulations and lying all the time. That is why sometimes it's not so easy to do, but if you want not to spend your time and your energy with fighting to fight with propaganda, just block it. We still have VPN. If somebody wants to read Russian news on TV channels or TV online media, every single person can use VPN and go to that websites and to read it. Every single person can still go to Russian social medias, Kontakte, and to chat with people in that Russian social medias. if the person really needs this, But Ukrainian example shows that there are so small amount of people who really want to go to Russian news agencies and Russian social medias and to stay there. If we are blocking this function, person will usually not use VPN because it doesn't really need it so much. For example, I use it as investigative journalist to read information from Russian websites, but only, I don't know, maybe 1% of or less will use the same function. Actually, I have another example from China. In China, if you know, there is a very hard situation with the freedom of speech, and all resources who are on opinion of Chinese government are dangerous. They are all blocked, and that is why Chinese people, they don't usually also read those alternative news. They read only propaganda news. So China uses this instrument just to feed their people only with propaganda. What Ukraine does, it blocks propaganda from its informational sphere. So I don't see, not only I, but all our smart governments, the government people who have fighting with it for 9 years, we don't see other way to fight with it just to block.
Thank you very much. G-Man.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lesson in that for the West. And we certainly have blocked a lot of the Russian media now from being broadcast on our television networks and so forth. But no, it should have been done years ago. Just a comment on your civic society. It's very, very impressive. And not just the fact that 1 million people came to the streets of Kyiv in 2014, but the number of people that came to the streets of Kyiv in 1991 for the Granite Revolution, in 2004 for the Orange Revolution, and in 2014. The sort of, people talk, the amount of propaganda that is written by Russia, coming from Russia, but written in the West about Kyiv society and the lies that are being told. People just need to really open their eyes and look objectively at your society. And there's an awful lot of lessons for the West to learn. De-Russification being one of the most important lessons. Thanks.
Russian politicians said centuries ago that Russia ends only where nobody speaks Russian. They think that if in this country people speak Russian language, they have the rule to attack this country and to protect Russian-speaking people. This is what they did in Ukraine. And this lesson also told us that we need to forget Russian language and we need to speak our native language, Ukrainian.
Yes, totally agree with Lyubov. I would like to grab your attention and remind you that why we are doing this, why we are bringing journalists to speak with you every week. Because we want to present you our project, Executed Free Speech. It's series of testimonies that were collected by National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. And this project aims to raise attention of international audience to serious human rights violation and crimes against journalists and media committed by the Russian Federation. So I would ask you all now to please follow us on Twitter, and you can also find us on LinkedIn. We share all these stories on our pages, and you can read them in English. You can watch videos. We encourage you to please watch it, please comment, please share this information with your friends. If you can, go on LinkedIn, also follow us, make connections, and also if you have like media resources or media connections worldwide, and you would like to also participate in this, help us to spread the information, and you have resources for that, I mean media resources, please do so, because again, our main goal is to spread awareness about it, about this situation, right? It will help us advocate for justice, and plus also this project preserve memory, preserve all these situations, all these stories of people. So by following us on Twitter, by following us on LinkedIn, it will, it will help us a lot. So please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina. Ukraine war update. You've got your hand up.
Hey, thanks, Temo. Yeah, I'm back. I have another question. Well, actually, it's an argument that I like to make, and I was wondering if the guests from Ukrainian journalist organizations can make a comment on it, or anybody else in the space. To my previous questions and the answer that I received, right? There are concrete steps that Ukraine is taking, and a lot of other governments actually in the world, to isolate Russian official propaganda channels, like for example Russia Today, right? That's something that's been labeled as in the United States as a foreign agent. We have a special law that identifies government-sponsored organizations that project propaganda, right? And again, in the United States, for example. But there's also a lot of unofficial like bot farms or troll farms, for example, right? That Russia uses those unofficial channels and social media platforms, and they kind of spread like cancer, peddling the same type of propaganda that usually is presented in their official news media or channels or companies. So my argument is that I think it's more effective to label those types of propaganda vehicles like Russia.
Sorry, you're breaking
Today.
up. Ukraine war update. Ukraine war update. Oh, we can't hear you at all. Can anybody hear? Is this just me?
I think I understood the question. I think I understood the question. The question, I think, was, you can fix me, that it's not better to ban them, just to make the label, oh, this Telegram channel or this TV channel is Russian propaganda. But really, I don't think that this will work, because person who likes to look Solovyov TV show, Solovyov is a Russian propagandist, the person will not stop looking on and listen him only because a label is on the screen. And just ask average person on the street will it care if there will be a label on the screen of the computer or something else that this is like Russian propaganda? Average person usually doesn't do this, you know. It's very naive to think that everyone will be thinking about this. It's his informational security and informational hygiene. Ukrainian journalist knows how important it is, but people on the street usually don't realize all the dangers of this stuff, you know. That is why people who realize the danger needs to make very strict things as blocking medias for producing propaganda.
Thank you very much. G-Man.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, the British government had an AI conference at GCHQ at Cheltenham, so that is our equivalent of the National Security Authority in America. So it's our spy agency, for cryptology and so forth. I think that might be a good, very important thing to do for AI, but I think we're missing the fact that we need to do it for the propaganda that comes out of the Kremlin and the propaganda that comes out of Peking, just to annoy the Chinese, Peking, and yeah, it's very, very important. This is another thing we need to do. Our society's ability to withstand the weaponization of information. It needs to be just as important as its ability of our armed forces to withstand kinetic warfare. Important lessons again to be learned from Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both. So if anybody in the audience or the panel have any more questions for Lyubov, Irina, or Katerina of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, please do come up to the panel and whack your hand up. If not, I would like to say thank you very much to all three of you for joining us. It's been a fascinating and engaging segment, and we will let you escape.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us every week. Thank you for all these interesting questions and discussion. Again, sorry, but I'm encouraging you again to follow us, and we can also discuss it in the comments if you're gonna see and like if you're gonna watch the stories that we are posting once a while. So yeah, the conversation today was super interesting. We didn't even get a chance to read even one story. But again, you can follow us and watch and read those stories. And next week, we're gonna meet again. We're gonna probably read at least one story. We're gonna invite more guests. So thank you very much for having us, and we wish you a good rest of the day. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Katerina. Sorry,
I just want to add that for me it's a big I'm sorry, I forgot English word. I'm very happy that I have opportunity today to hear you and to talk to you. It's for me to talk to an international audience, it's like to open a big window and to see more friends. And every time I go to conferences and international conferences, I always say thank you from all Ukrainians and from all Ukrainian journalists for support, because we really feel this support. And thank you so much that you help us. I can say that Ukrainian journalism would not survive if our friends from abroad if you would not help us. And we are so appreciating this. I can't even express it with all my English vocabulary I have in mind. Thank you so much for support and for reading Ukrainians, and for not forgetting about Ukraine. And I'm sure that together we will win, and we will show to all the world that it doesn't matter how strong your enemy is. It matters how strong is how you oh my God, I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lyubov. Very, very kind words indeed. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you ever want to come up and talk to us, you are very, very welcome. If you've just got a spare half hour or 20 minutes or whatever, and you just fancy coming up and having a chat, we are always here. So feel free. You're very welcome.
And thank you once more from me as well, because it's been really nice listening into what you've been talking about. Really interesting stuff. And no doubt we'll get to them stories at some point. But it's lovely when we can have, you know, lively conversation, shall we say, and hear it directly from you as well. You know, what you think and feel about some of our questions, because yeah, your opinions are the ones that matter here. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Marcus. Okay, so we've just been hearing from our friends at the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. They are live with us every single week at 1600 hours Kiev time, so that is 1400 hours London time. So you usually they bring a special guest, our friend Katrina from. This week we've been lucky enough to have 2 guests. And they also come with fascinating stories related to Katrina's project, documenting and propagating the stories of journalists active in Ukraine during the war, both on the occupied and the free side of the front line. So tune in every week. It's always a fascinating segment. I see the cavalry is here. So we will be promoting 2 shiny new co-hosts, and you will be regaled by our fascinating friends Tracy and Christopher. So I'm just going to bring one of you up. Welcome, Christopher, to the co-host panel, co-host seat even.
Thank you, Tim. That was very smooth, very smooth. And thank you to our guests. They were fantastic. It was really good. I think the little change in format, allowing for a little bit more interaction with the audience, was really special. And I would applaud if that kept coming going forward. So I know the stories are interesting in and of themselves, but sometimes this sort of dialectic between people makes for much more interesting conversation. Anyway, that was my 2 cents. I thank them for coming. I thank you guys for hosting them.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Right, I will drop myself now and leave you in the very capable hands of Tracy and Christopher. I will see you all tomorrow afternoon. And as always, Slava Ukraini.
Good afternoon.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Maria Report. We are a 24/7, 365 Twitter space. We've been broadcasting 24 hours a day since the day before the genocidal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. We are a nonprofit 501c3 charity. So if you feel like you have a tax burden that you would like to have some assistance with getting rid of in the United States, and your method of doing that could be donations, well, we're here to help. Feel free. There's the website, MriyaReport.org. That's all one word. and go ahead and take a look at what we've been doing. The website itself is shiny and new because it's gotten a little bit of a revamp. We are also on Spotify and we are on YouTube. The Spotify is a collection of recordings of guests, and the YouTube does a mirror stream of this space in Twitter, but in YouTube, so that for those folks that, like, for example, my father's girlfriend, now she's in her early 70s, and she doesn't Twitter, but she knows YouTube. So I guess that she's been tuning into my sort of big shout out to her if she's listening. But she's been tuning in to it, and I think she enjoys it. It would be cool if she came up and spoke, but I don't think she's quite there yet. But anyway, it's available. It makes great sense for people to be able to follow along with us. So I see that Tracy has ascended to the balcony. So Tracy, hello, how are you?
Good morning to you, Christopher, and evening for me just about. I'm very well, thank you. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. I'm still having a little sleep deprivation kind of issues, but I wanted to ask, how's your puppy? How's your dog?
Oh, he's fine. Thank you so much for asking. It's just the medication. He has medication for arthritis, which sometimes makes him sick. So just a mini emergency, really. But thank you for asking.
Yeah, no worries. So we have no hands. Seems a little bit of a switch out from what we were currently speaking about. I don't know if anybody wants to continue that conversation. Those young women. It seems like we've Tracy. It seems like we've had a conversation about misinformation and disinformation, and every day so far this week, with at least a guest, if not having maybe more than one, and certainly having the audience and the listeners chime in to add their 2 cents into what is becoming really evident, I think, to the rest of the world, that Russia for the longest time has been hoodwinking people. Hoodwinking. Do you guys say that in London?
I mean, yes, it's a word that's used, although, I mean, I guess we use other words much more commonly, but yes, it's certainly a word we use.
What would you say? Pull the wool over somebody's eyes, or just like, one of those colloquialisms for deception? What might?
Yeah, pull the wool over someone's eyes is more common. Yes, certainly. But it's kind of regional. That it varies around the UK, and depending on the region, these things are slightly different sometimes.
Do you find that one region has something that's a little bit more catchy, or maybe it's edgy, or I don't want to say racy, but yeah, a little bit, yeah, a way more, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, maybe for other people, I don't know, but I always just think other region sayings are odd and they don't make sense. But I'm a very logical person. I'll give you a random example. In like sort of Lancashire, they call, like you get a round piece of bread, a circular piece of bread that you make, a sandwich from. I don't know what you call it. In Yorkshire, we call it a bread cake because it's made of bread and it's round like a cake. In Lancashire, they call it a barm cake, which makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Of course, that's just my own opinion. I can't speak for everybody. I think probably some people do pick up each other sayings and phrases, as that's just a human thing, isn't it? I think we all do that the world over. So I guess you probably do that in the USA too. Anne, have you got something to say on this?
I do. But before I do that, I'm going to say good afternoon to Tracy and good morning. I think it's probably still morning for Christopher, and welcome up to the space. Hoodwinked. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used it in conversation. If I was being direct, I'd probably say they lied, or maybe they created a hoax, or swindle is a good one. Bamboozle is another one. And there's take someone for a ride, sell a pup. That's one for Tracy, just at the moment. Or you could have pulled a fast one, or just a scam. There's probably. I was just trying to think of any real, really colloquialisms for the same thing, and I can't quite think of any right now. But something will probably come to me. Just 2 cents, isn't it? Oh, there's hands. So
Thank you, G-Man. That's very interesting. I will give you one funny saying, which is slightly different, but we use in Yorkshire. If someone lies to you or tries to, give you propaganda or whatever, so we'd say something like, "What do you think? I'm as green as that grass out there," which basically means, "What do you think I'm daft?"
Do you think I came up the ban in a bubble? River, local river, insert local river, is another one. And then, somebody like that, maybe you could call them a wide boy, or a chancer. A chancer is a good one. It covers a lot. Pretty much everybody in Russia, they're chancers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a common one, G-Man, in London as well, like a chancer, and in some parts of the UK. But I would be so interested to know if Ukrainians have any. I'm sure they do, like particular interesting sayings. So if anybody on the panel knows that, please come up and let us know. I would be fascinated. And I'm so sorry I didn't see the order of the hands, Christopher. I think possibly
We have Bull Terrier, then Ukraine, and then Marcus.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thank you for your support and continued service. So Lord Cameron visited Ukraine. Do we see any results from this? I mean, we see him go there, we see him express support, but I don't think we see any concrete results. I'm just asking.
I think maybe it's a bit too soon to see any concrete results. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what President Zelensky says in his evening address. Sometimes he covers he covers topics of the day, doesn't he? So hopefully that will come into his speech, or we'll get some kind of notification. I'll be looking out for that from the head of the president's office. Also, I did see a video this morning of President Zelensky meeting him, and what Cameron said to him was, well, the words were what I would have expected. They were quite stronger than I would have expected, actually. And he seemed genuine when he was saying, we'll continue the full support. The support won't change. We'll continue to support you. I can't remember the exact words he used. I'd have to go over it, but I was quite pleased with it, and surprised. But my opinion now would be, let's hope and see. Let's see if he sticks to that, and let's hope that he does. I don't think we can say much more than that at this stage. What do you think about that, G-Man?
I think the optics are important. So he chose Ukraine as his first visit as Foreign Secretary in the week, or just a few days after being appointed. He could easily have chosen to go to Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, but he went to Ukraine. I think that's important. I don't know. Obviously, he had a conversation with Secretary Blinken a few nights ago. During that, they expressed their support for both Ukraine and Israel. Cameron, one of the things he said was, it frustrates me a wee bit. He said, reiterated UK support for Ukraine for as long as it takes. I don't like that. I wish he had just said to win. Maybe I'm just thinking, actually, I might be able to write to David Cameron now in his position in the House of Lords, because yeah, I'm gonna have a wee look at that on the work for you when they get him added to it. So yeah, no, I think it's important that he went, and it's important that he went right away. If I look at his banner on Twitter or his photograph, it's got the blue and yellow in the rings, or so that's pretty. Yeah, look, symbolism is important, but yes, actions and not words are also important. Then we'll see. But he's acted because he's went to Kyiv, and he also, I believe, he went to Odessa as well, which is a first for a UK minister.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. He did go to Ukraine first. And yes, actually, I saw the regional military, the regional state administration in Odessa posted this morning some nice pictures, which I will post out for people to see of him there in Odessa. So I'd forgotten that. Thank you for reminding me, G-Man. Okay, Christopher, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, I did, because I saw what I noticed from the, now this obviously is, I'm from the outside, right? So what I saw was, because he's had somewhat of a checkered past in the back, and he's somewhat checkered of his past, but he said something about I've been working with I was working with Boris Johnson for 40 years, and and we may have had some disagreements with my friend Boris Johnson, but his support for you was the finest thing that he and his government did. Now, I agree with that, but it sounds a little bit like he was like giving.
I didn't take it that way, but maybe I just didn't notice that. It was like, I don't know, very, very early this morning after staying up all night that I watched it. So I may have missed that, Christopher. G-Man, did you see that bit? What did you think?
No, I didn't see it, but I'm just interpreting that. I'm going to just go and give him face value. David Cameron brought us the Brexit referendum. He campaigned to stay in the European Union. The majority of the UK that voted in that, including me, voted to leave. He did the honourable thing. I sometimes think he ran away from it, but he resigned, and he didn't stick around in Parliament either. And where he could have stuck around, like all the ones that spent the next 5 years in Parliament trying to undermine that referendum in any way they could. So he didn't do that. So I'm giving him honesty there. And he went to Ukraine, where Boris Johnson is exceedingly popular. And I don't think it's a backhanded compliment. I agree. It's one of the best things. So one of the things about the British government that makes me proud in the last few years. And that's from someone who would be, I'm not a Boris fanboy, but I do admire him for what he did in Ukraine. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, G-Man. Okay, let's go to, I only see Marcus now, Christopher. Do you see the same?
Yeah, people popped up and down. Falk is requesting and connecting, so he's probably coming up to say something. But Marcus.
must win. Some analysts have warned that there is a very serious risk of genocide in Ukraine carried out by the Russian Federation. The government should commit to provide more military aid that demonstrably helps Ukraine's counter-offensive efforts. The government should also work with NATO to build up NATO forces and increase economic pressure on Russia, including legal action against frozen Russian assets. This can help provide a robust response to the crisis. So far, 1,889 good people have signed the petition. UK residents and British passport holders, whether resident in the UK or not, can sign it. And some ingenuity, some people with a bit of ingenuity have worked out ways to do it as well, but not talk about that too much. And I'd like to put it back in the nest, because it seems to have disappeared overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. Okay, let's go back to Flock. Hello, Flock. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, I was a bit listening all day, and then a journalist came over. I was so keen to listen to the whole thing, but I missed it because I had other chores. In G-Man, I was going to suggest something that maybe you create a poster, put it on Twitter, not X, and we could probably print it out and we can stick it on Tesco's or posters and things like that, so people can scan the QR code and go and vote right away. So might be a approach to get those numbers up, and you've got my vote on it. So
Thank you. I'll have to think about how to do that. Yeah, cheers. That's a good idea, though.
if you need any help, I'm more than happy to help with how to generate QR codes with a link that goes straight to the website to vote for it. We can display the link underneath as well, and there's those community boards that Tesco's got, for example, or like other supermarkets. You just stick a poster there, or maybe you put ribbons where they can rip off the ribbon with the URL to take home, and do it then. Those who are savvy enough, they can scan the QR code.
That's very generous of you, Buck. That's really nice. It's a great idea too. And G-Man, I know you've been pushing, like Sisyphus, you keep pushing this rock up the hill, and every once in a while it rolls back on you a little bit, but you keep pushing. So good on you, mate. It's great to see that. Now I see some people in the audience. Now, Tracy, we started to do this a little bit before, where we would just sort of point some people out that we hadn't heard from in a while. And one of my favorite fellas down there is Angry Gnome. Angry Gnome and I have go way back, and I'm glad to see that he's listening in the space. He is very funny. He and I don't always see eye to eye, but he's very funny. And if you go take a look at his profile page, it's just hysterical. So anyway, I thought maybe I'd point him out to see if he'd be interested. I also see Jenny in the audience, and Jenny is I'm going to maybe embarrass her if she isn't sticking her hand up, so I won't say anything. Maybe she'll come up, but she's been really instrumental, and it was great to meet her when I was in London. So let's see, who else? Do you have anyone in the room, Tracy, that you can see that you would like to hear from, or you haven't heard from in a while?
Not right now, but we do have hands. So welcome back, Ukraine. I'm glad you were able to rejoin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tracy, Christopher. Thank you for hosting this space. But profoundly apologizing for dropping out after raising my hands. I've just been battling between Twitter glitches and unsteady network connections. But has anybody answered the question about the idiomatic expression? I think, Christopher, you mentioned something, pulling wool over the eyes, and then Tracy asked if anybody knows about Ukrainian version of it.
Oh, no, do you have an answer for us?
I sure do. I can. I'll say it in Ukrainian first, so you know what it sounds like, and I will explain it real quick. It's not going to take very much time. So this is what it sounds like. Vodete za nis. It's impersonal expression. It says basically to lead one by the nose. So that means you basically misleading somebody intentionally. And the way it's coming from, my understanding, the origin of this expression is reference to animals, especially large animals like cows or bulls, right? They would put ring in their nose and they would tie off some kind of lead to them, and that's how they would lead them around. And they applied that to people in their idiomatic expression. So I just wanted to kind of share that. And again, thank you for hosting this space. Really love listening to you guys. And again, I apologize for dropping out and coming in and back. Thank you for your patience.
What was it again? Vodete za nis.
Yep, vodete za nis. Vodete is to lead, za by, nis, nose. Vodete za nis.
Vodete za nis. Thank you. That's really interesting. I really appreciate you coming and telling us that. Marcus?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell G-Man that despite what Christopher said, I don't think you're like syphilis.
Where did that come from?
You said he was like syphilis pushing a rock up a hill.
Sisyphus. You dummy. You dummy. Damn Canadians, man, Just because you like hockey, it doesn't mean that you got to have the cotton in your ears all the time.
No, I can think of the Sisyphus painting where he's kind of leaning backwards, pushing on the rock. I know what you mean. But famously, that guy burned when he peed.
Listen, that's a hell of a job for eternity, pushing the rock. Those gods were not they were not kind people. I don't think. And I wonder why they were created that way by man. I wonder why. Tracy, we do not have any hands, even though I'm prodding in the audience. Maybe if I say grippin, Meta will pop up. And I don't know if the audience likes being picked out or not, but most of the time I'd like to just acknowledge people, because there are some folks that come up on a regular basis and they do take up a bunch of time, but they're important. But equally important, maybe even more important, are the ones that are hanging out and listening. I can't say why you may not come up, or that's on you. That's your choice. But just the fact that you're here and you're putting some time in, whether it's you're doing chores and we're on in the background, or you're in a staff meeting at work and you're going over the presentation that you've heard for the last 4 weeks, and you can't get away, and you have us on, and that's a great thing to have happen. Anyway, Tracy, all right. Whoa, there we go. I scrolled all the way down and I came back up, and I have 2, but I didn't see who the hands were going up. Tracy, did you see, please? Okay, well, I'll take Taras and then I'll take Bach. Taras, please.
Okay, yes, I can explain why the silence in the audience was present, because you finished one topic, you didn't announce a new one. So people were confused. Should we talk about propaganda and good Russians, or should we switch to the military update or whatever? So that's why. But because there is no other topics, I would take a chance to continue our discussion on the Russian propaganda. So I'm wondering if somebody has a data or analysis or information, how many countries banned the Russia Today channel? Is it all the European countries or some European countries? Only few? Is the US banned it, and Canada? So can somebody bring that to the light? Because I didn't know actually what happens over the last year or so when the Russia Today came from being a prominent, what's it called, alternative source of information in US to being banned. So can somebody bring us some more updates on that and analysis?
Tracy, your hand is up. You don't need a hand. You can go.
My hand was up for a different thing, but actually still propaganda. But in terms of everywhere else, I don't know, but I do know that it is banned in the UK. You can't access it online or by any TV network or anything like that. So I would assume that's the same in the EU, but I'm not 100%. I would have to check on that. I know at one time the EU imposed some sanctions on them, but I don't think it's banned in the US, is it, Christopher?
It's been pulled from my cable provider, whether or not it's being rebroadcast, or as the two young ladies, I can't remember which one, had suggested. They said, "Oh, well, you can." The one that was in the United States, she says, "Oh, you can just get a different router, or you can get a different cable box or satellite, and you can get RT, and people just sit there and watch it." And I would venture to guess that that's probably correct, especially in large enclaves like Brighton Beach here in New York City. So I'm letting my fingers do the Google, and I'll come back with an answer.
So I've just done a quick Google also, and it seems that from what I'm seeing that, yes, the EU did impose a ban very early on after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and that went to court at some point, and the European Court upheld the broadcasting ban on RT, and that was on the 27th of July, 2022. I think we'll see what Christopher has to say. Does anybody else have a reply to this question? Please wave your hand if you do, otherwise we'll keep on this for a moment and come back to you. Nobody's waving, so okay. So does that answer your question a little bit, Taras?
Yes, thank you. Yes, and you said you have something else to add to the propaganda topic. I'm eager to hear it.
Yes, thank you. I was just looking at an article. Let's just go back to it now here. So Russia has launched a new, what they're calling, in air quotes, Maidan 3 information attack on Ukraine. On November the 1st, the Russian Special Services launched a large-scale information attack, the goal of which is to destabilize Ukraine. This is reported by Online UA, citing its own sources in the security and defense sector. Ukrainians should remember that the war of attrition is about resistance to internal confrontations that Russia is actively provoking. A new information attack by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The timing of the new information attack by the Russian Special Services is November and December 2023. The curator of the operation was Serhiy Kryenko, the first deputy head of the administration of the president, and the ideologue was Vladislav Surkov, one of the authors of the Novorossiya project. So they've learned about this from their own sources, like I said, in the security and defense sector of Ukraine, and they confirm this in the information space. According to the bold plans of the Russians, the operations will be carried out in different parts of the world and will have a complex, multi-vector nature. Well, this just really confirms some of what we've been seeing, I think, and the intensity of the propaganda that we've seen, certainly in the last few weeks. The goal set by the Russian Special Services and propagandists is to destabilize political life, provoke protest moods and conflicts in Ukraine, as well as influence the international anti-Putin coalition. The methodology of the new information attack by the Russian Federation will be traditional for Russian information and psychological operations, trying to cause panic, despondency, and artificial bleeding of politicians and the military. So regarding the main topics of the informational influence, Ukraine is obviously not surprised at this. Part of the real problem topics that concern Ukrainians today will once again be raised on the flag, and that's in air quotes. General fatigue from the war, the perceived futility of the resistance, all the things that we're used to seeing, all the narratives that they try to push through media, corruption and ineffectiveness, etc., of international organisations, the suspension of aid from international partners. We've seen, obviously, some of them picking up what's happening in the US and portraying this on Russian TV, so we're already seeing this. A separate item is the language issue, which is artificially brought back to the agenda again and again. I'll come to an SBU case in a moment after this, which actually is a perfect example to be able to combat that language propaganda. At the same time, it is planned to organise a number of peaceful actions in Kyiv and the regions, which will have completely non-peaceful goals. For this purpose, the Russian special services actively use the stressful state of the Ukrainian society, and in particular play on the painful issues of the prisoner of war exchanges and military rotation in the combat zone. Active information attacks are aimed at disrupting the mobilization process, trying to affect relatives and friends of the Ukrainian military, and trying to provoke them into aggressive actions to further destabilize society. The first stages of this operation can already be observed both on Ukrainian and international information sites, including pro-Russian and Russian-speaking audiences. New voices in the form of canned agents of influence and self-proclaimed experts and commentators were joined by a certain part of Ukrainian politicians and opinion leaders who unknowingly spread Russian narratives for their own PR. Currently, the main information attack is aimed at discrediting certain state structures and representatives of the political and military leadership, which we've seen plenty of evidence of that. In particular, an imaginary conflict between various branches of the government and specific government figures is being fanned. According to sources, the biggest bet in Russia's information attack is the propaganda in the Telegram messenger, which is of Russian origin, and $230 million have already been allocated for this direction alone. Wow. In general, Maidan 3 became the most expensive Russian informational special operation against Ukraine since 2014, and its total budget has reached $1.5 billion. The Russian special services are also preparing assassination attempts on the leadership of Ukraine. It is planned to organise a series of assassination attempts on a number of officials. We've seen many examples of this in the past, although much more early on in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Several groups of performers have been prepared for this. Some participants are already in the territory of Ukraine, and some are preparing to enter from the territory of the shadow allies, in inverted commas, in air quotes. Shadow allies of Russia. Management of the operation will be carried out directly from the Russian Federation, and according to sources, if the attempts are successful, some of them will be presented as evidence of Ukraine's weakness and inability to protect iconic figures. Other attempts will try to pass us off as internal Ukrainian showdowns that have reached a boiling point. The special operation of the Russian special services should reach its peak on the anniversary of the beginning of the Revolution of Dignity, according to the idea of the authors. It will add emotionality and symbolism to the events. And in addition, it is during this period that Russian missile attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure are also predicted to intensify. We've seen some news recently that the military intelligence are well aware of when these attacks on the critical infrastructure are going to take place. The combination of all components will naturally increase the psychological impact on Ukrainians and contribute to the emergence of panic and capitulation moods. On the international stage, the Russians will continue to promote the topic of the Middle East in order to divert attention from the war in Ukraine and aim to reduce international aid. Ukraine itself will be presented as solid, devoid of any signs of civilization and legality, with constant quarrels at the level of the top leadership. And the ultimate goal of the information project of the Russian Special Services is to prove the inability of Ukraine as an independent state, because apparently its leadership is incapable of effective management and people cannot elect worthy leaders. So this is quite serious. I mean, it's not really anything that we don't know, I guess. It gives us a bit more detail about the specific plans and some of the specific narratives that they're going to push, much of which we've heard before, and it's just intensified. But, you know, obviously the assassination attempts are concerning. However, I've noted in the past that President Zelensky has excellent security. I know from following the SBU myself, there's been a number of foiled attempts on President Zelensky's life. You know, they always catch them out. So we have to just hope that they continue to do that. Christopher, did you want to come in on that before we go to Taras?
Yeah, actually, I'll do two things here. For Taras, also remember that RT and Sputnik. Sputnik is another channel, and TASS news agency. Although I don't know if TASS has been banned, but according to what I've been reading, the Sputnik and RT are banned together in the EU, but they're available in other countries, specifically in a lot of the African countries. It's also, you know, Afghanistan, right? And Argentina, Australia even hosts it, Brazil, Egypt, India, Japan, South Africa, Turkey, and the United States. So maybe that's something we could also add to our list of bucket list of things to tell to motion to our Congress people or to our local cable providers. The other thing that I wanted to add to the conversation about the Russian disinformation, there's also a campaign that's ongoing right now in the Gaza Strip for somehow they're getting, according to intelligence, Russian citizens are calling Ukrainians who are currently in the Gaza Strip and spreading panic among them, using fake messages, in particular these three. Ukraine has abandoned you. There will be no rescue, no more rescue. Russia is ready to evacuate you. At the same time, Russian callers make it clear that in exchange for the possibility of an alleged evacuation from the Gaza Strip, they will have to give an interview to Russian news agency. The Russians do not say anything more about the content of the interview or possible questions. So I wonder if they've caught anybody up in this. I'll have to dig a little bit deeper for that. Thus, terrorist Moscow traditionally seeks to take advantage of the aggravation of basic human needs in the context of armed conflict. Yes, I'll have to dig a little bit deeper for that. Thus, terrorist Moscow traditionally seeks to take advantage of the aggravation of basic human needs in the context of armed conflict